S A L C S A L C S
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to see you all excited and having a very, very deep conversation. But we're just about to begin in few more minutes. I humbly request you all to probably move towards the left side of the stage if you are standing. Right? Thank you very much. We'll be starting with the inaugural ceremony shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here in the vibrant city of Hyderabad, India, for the extraordinary journey into the future of life sciences and healthcare. This year, continuing the legacy, BioAsia boldly embraces the theme, Catalyst of Change, Expanding Global Healthcare Frontiers. This theme underscores our unwavering commitment to pioneering transformative innovations, nurturing cross-border collaborations, and accelerating the adoption of cutting-edge technologies that are revolutionizing healthcare delivery on the global scale. As we embark on this remarkable journey of BioAsia 2025, it is truly an honor to have in our midst a constellation of accomplished leaders and visionaries whose contribution have shaped the landscape of life sciences and healthcare. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to BioAsia's stage, our Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri A. Revant Reddy Garu. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving him a warm welcome. We are privileged to have you here with us, sir. I would also extend our welcome to Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communication Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Sri D. Sridhar Babu Garu. We are honored to have you with us today, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a special welcome to Her Excellency, the Honorable Dr. Janet Young, AC PSM Governor of Queensland, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, whose presence signifies the global importance of collaboration in the life sciences sector. And also humbly request all our dignitaries to please join us on stage. And thank you for your presence. I request you all to please join us on stage and take your seats, please. While our dignitaries are taking their seats, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here with our esteemed dignitaries on the stage, we'll take a few moments here and I humbly request our dignitaries to please take their seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here with the esteemed dignitaries on this stage, and now invite Mr. Shakti Nagappan, Director of Life Sciences, Government of Telangana, to share his insights and deliver the welcome address for BioAsia 2025.
A very good morning, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce, Honorable Governor of Queensland, dignitaries on and off the dais. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the 22nd edition of BioAsia and to the wonderful city of Hyderabad. Over the years, BioAsia has evolved into a truly global platform, bringing together leaders, policymakers, researchers to foster meaningful collaborations. The event has been an integral part of Hyderabad's journey to becoming an unmatched life sciences destination. Under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Minister for Industries, the sector has seen remarkable growth in the last 14 months. We now have 7 out of top 10 global pharma companies in Hyderabad. And I must say, sir, under your leadership, we are well on our way to making it 10 out of 10. The growing presence of global organization underscores the city's unmatched ecosystem of talent, infrastructure, and policy support from the government. I am thrilled that we'll be welcoming several new companies as part of the ceremony today. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all the partners and stakeholders who have contributed to shaping an engaging program with the impressive lineup of global and domestic speakers. I am confident that the event will enable meaningful discussions and help build partnerships that will redefine the future of healthcare. Once again, welcome to BioAsia 2025.
Thank you, sir. We express our sincere gratitude for insightful and inspiring welcome address. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we request you to have your attention on screen now as our Honorable Chief Minister launches the Telangana Life Sciences video showing the extraordinary progress of life science sector under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister and our Honorable Minister for Industries. I would request sir to please do the honors, the launch of the Telangana Life Sciences video, ladies and gentlemen.
A revolution is unfolding in Telangana. Under the dynamic and visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revunth Reddy and Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce Shri Sridhar Babu, Telangana isn't just riding the wave of innovation, it's rewriting the playbook and cementing its status as a global life sciences powerhouse. In the past year alone, the state has attracted over 140 groundbreaking projects, drawing a staggering 40,000 crores in investments and creating more than 55,000 direct jobs along with 1.5 lakh indirect jobs. At BioAsia 2024, the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Revunth Reddy, announced the bold expansion of Genome Valley, India's largest R&D cluster. True to its promise, the government delivered an additional 300 acres, fueling further innovation. Flying the Telangana flag high from Davos to investment trips in the USA and South Korea, our proactive government has wooed industry titans such as Eli Lilly, Amgen, Zoetis, HCA Healthcare, and Evernorth Healthcare Services. Meanwhile, our trailblazing leaders are championing integrated growth through landmark initiatives like Pharma Villages, Green Pharma City, and Medical Devices Park. With unmatched leadership, proactive governance, world-class infrastructure, and a rock-solid business ecosystem, Telangana isn't just attracting investments, it's scripting the future of global healthcare and life sciences. Telangana, the ultimate global life sciences destination.
Thank you everyone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Krishna Kanamuri, Managing Director and CEO, Sai Life Sciences, to please step forward and say a few words.
Honorable CM, Mr. Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister of Industry and Commerce, Chandrababu Garu, Her Excellency, Dr. Janet Young, and my fellow people from Life Sciences, CRDMO, and Pharma Ecosystem. It's an immense honor to be here today. I really want to thank organizers for really putting together this real amazing gathering. But just reflecting back on the amazing opportunity for India in general, and Hyderabad in particular, it's a really exciting time. All of us in this business have seen Boston evolve in 20 years from a startup to global center of innovation. Likewise, if you look at Hyderabad, in the last 20 years, we really see a nucleus of the CRDMO sector really establish itself. And last 18 months, the transformation is really underway. If I look at what has changed in 18 months, our global innovative partners have started really looking at to build the Indian ecosystem to be true innovative partners, strategic partners, as opposed to tactical service providers. And this is reflecting on just the culture we have built, the core capabilities we built. We all have worked really hard together to ensure that we've made the highest standards of quality, governance, and environmental sustainability. But the real test of the growth ability is going to come from delivering complexity on scale reliably. And that's where the opportunity lies for us. There are going to be two key ingredients which are going to make this possible, is talent and technology. When I talk about talent, I'm just not talking about the talent at scale. It's a question we have to change our own talent profile to what the industry is demanding. In the past, we were a pair of hands. Now we have to become innovative partners. The key aspect of that is going to be bringing in scientific curiosity to solve tough scientific problems as opposed to following instructions. It's a fundamental cultural shift how we operate to truly become partners in the global system. And technology, there's so much technology in which really we can adapt very quickly, make part of our core processes to improve efficiency and problem solving. And there's so many new modalities come in. Our ability to continue to invest in all new modalities is going to be very critical. So net-net, the opportunity is tremendous. But at the same time, the work is unbelievable. To build the scale, and no one company can take this needle. This has to be a collaboration between companies, our innovative partners, and the government. Like we said, Sai, let's make it better together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now it is a pleasure to invite Dr. Kuleni Gebris, Vice Chair and a U.S. Life Sciences and Healthcare Industry Leader, Deloitte, to share her remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Kuleni Gebris, I'm thrilled to be here with you all. Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Industry and Commerce, Sridhar Babu Garu, and distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to be here with you. It is a pleasure to be here representing Deloitte, and more personally, it is a pleasure for me to be here as a former public health worker and emergency medicine physician who has practiced around the world in hospitals and disaster zones. What I want to share with you today is that we at Deloitte are committed to shaping a future of health that is driven by innovation to make health and well-being accessible to all. As the world's leading life sciences, healthcare, and professional services firm, we've been working with most of the Fortune 500 life sciences and healthcare companies to make sure that we touch the lives of hundreds of millions and billions of people around the world. Through our work with organizations leading in the life sciences and healthcare industry, we have helped launch the first CRISPR gene-based therapy for curative therapies. Our collaboration with organizations streamlines service experiences so everyone can focus on what matters most, patients. Our GenAI solutions have demonstrated substantial benefits for clinicians and caregivers. Innovations that we are spearheading are empowering personalized, efficient care and advancing scientific discovery and breakthrough. Yet, as we celebrate these great achievements, we, just like you, are witnessing that there are many trends rapidly reshaping the life sciences and healthcare industry. With the emergence of new technologies, industry convergence, organizations are figuring out how to restructure themselves and how to rethink what they do to solve for humanity's most complex problems. Now, more than ever, we know that the key to solving for the future lies in collaborations that pull us all together. The path to an innovative and equitable future is not one that any of us should take alone. We at Deloitte are excited for what the future holds, and we are even more excited what we can accomplish in partnership with all of you. Thank you to the government of Telangana and BioAsia for bringing us together. Let us continue to make the most of our time together and drive discussions for a healthier, better tomorrow for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I would request Mr. Jayan Nadigar, Trade and Investment Commissioner of Flanders, Belgium, as he shares his insights and thoughts.
Good morning and a warm greetings. Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister Sridhar Babu Garu, and rest of the dignitary on the dais, and then the vibrant life science ecosystem in Telangana gathered here today. I represent the Flanders region of Belgium for South of India, and Flanders and Telangana Life Sciences Cooperation is in its third year as international region partner for BioAsia and interacting with the Telangana ecosystem. Flanders has a strong and profound research and innovation ecosystem. It is diverse and characterized by offering in biotech, medtech, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, and it offers a very unique life science sphere that is supported by robust financing landscape as well as a supportive government. Flanders, Belgium plays a very, very important role in Europe as the nerve center of Europe. Flanders has been engaging with Telangana Life Sciences team for some time now, and several luminaries have been given the Lifetime Achievement Awards, keynote speakers at BioAsia, and more importantly, Dr. Ajit Baran Shetty has been the chairman of the International Advisory Committee of the BioAsia for several years now. Dr. Ajit Baran Shetty's role in building this Flanders-Telangana cooperation is highly appreciated. Thank you, Ajit, for this. The Flanders Life Sciences Network is also represented by Flanders Institute of Biotechnology, popularly known as VIB, and also the Life Sciences Enterprises in Flanders. The common areas of interest range from immunotherapy to fermentation technology, to genome technology, to lipids, nanotype technologies, to vaccine technologies, mRNA, many more, medtech, and to artificial intelligence, and among the cluster-to-cluster cooperation. As part of this cooperation, several rounds of roundtables, visits, and interactions have taken place, and the highlight has been the recent meeting of our Honorable Minister President of Flanders, Matthias Diependale, and team with the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri Revanth Reddy, and team at the World Economic Forum in Davos. We have Flanders Life Sciences taking part today at BioAsia, and we have a team visiting, and then I would invite the vibrant Telangana ecosystem to interact with them and then foster cooperations. Before I conclude, we would like to extend a warm invitation to the Telangana Life Sciences ecosystem to visit Flanders and to explore, set up their R&D setups or market exploration enterprises. Flanders is hosting its annual flagship event of Knowledge for Growth, undoubtedly the most annual life sciences event in Europe for various stakeholders. We are pleased to extend an invitation and looking forward to welcome the Telangana Life Sciences delegation to the Knowledge for Growth to be held in May 7th and 8th, 2025. We look forward to further build together this Flanders Telangana Life Sciences Cooperation. Once again, wish the 22nd BioAsia event all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I humbly request our guests to keep it brief. Thank you very much, keeping the time in mind. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let us now hear from Dr. Ajit Shetty, Chairman Emeritus, Janssen Pharma and Chairman, International Advisory Board BioAsia, as he provides his perspectives.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Governor. It's a privilege to be associated with this inauguration. I joined the International Advisory Board of BioAsia in 2013 as chairman of Janssen Pharmaceutica. The theme was very simple: technology first, business second. And it was attended by approximately 500 attendees. But what it did do was really set the platform for tremendous growth to become one of the premier healthcare events, not only in this region, but in the world. Now, let's fast forward to 2025. Under the leadership of Jayesh, their ministers and their teams, they have created a tremendous trajectory of growth. And I'll use the factor 5, because when we come now to 2025, we are talking about over 2,500 attendees versus 500, which is a tremendous achievement. So as we move on to 2025 and onwards, with the theme of expanding global healthcare frontiers, I'm convinced you have set the platform for not only a new era of innovation, but also collaboration and, most important, patient benefits. In the words of Dr. Paul Janssen, the patients are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shetty, to keep it brief. And now I request Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, founder and CEO of Loris Labs, to please share his insights.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable CM Revanth Reddy Garu. Good morning to Minister Sridhar Babu Garu, and also young and dynamic leadership of the government of Telangana. These days, pharmaceutical industry is a convergence of many areas in science and technology. What Hyderabad offers is a convergence of chemistry, biology, biotechnology, IT, AI, ML, and also very good ESG standards for the state and also for the city. And also very good living standards for the expats who want to move to Hyderabad. Having 7 out of 10 pharmaceutical companies presence in Hyderabad should bring the gap between the global launches and India launches of drugs should be very closer. I think India will become a destination for talent right now, but in the near future, we do hope India will also become an attractive market for big pharmaceutical companies. So we expect the launches, what will happen elsewhere in the world will also be happen at the same time in India. And that's the time where we can say we are also doing very good in pharmaceutical industry. And we want to thank all the global companies for choosing Hyderabad as a destination. And this is just the beginning, because we know the capabilities of the current leadership in the government of Telangana. I'm sure the future is looking very bright. And once again, thank you, all of you, for choosing Hyderabad as your destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now call upon Dr. Sadhna Joglikar, Senior Vice President and Head Global Drug Development, Novartis, to please address us all.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, Honorable IT Minister, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, and my fellow colleagues. It's truly an honor today to stand here at the inaugural ceremony of the 22nd edition of BioAsia. Over these last 22 years, BioAsia has really become synonymous with what I consider as reimagining or redefining possibilities and acting as a catalyst of change within the life sciences and the healthcare services. Tell me one other conference in India that the likes of Bill Gates, Satya Nadella, Paul Polman, ex-CEO of Unilever, Soumya Swaminathan, and several others have graced. And that speaks volumes about the deliberations, the takeaways, and the importance of this summit. And I believe this has not happened by accident. It has not happened by chance. And therefore, I thought it would be appropriate to take a pause and recognize the efforts of the state of Telangana and the government of Telangana in providing and enabling this to happen. Having worked in the pharmaceutical industry for 25 years in India and outside of India, both in Asia and outside of Asia, having seen governments work with academia, with pharmaceutical industry at close quarters, I can truly say with my hand on my heart that what I see in Telangana and with Telangana government is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Here is a government which is approachable. Here is a government which is responsive. Here is a government which has a vision, and a long-term vision, not a 1 year, 2 year vision, and most importantly, has the commitment to follow through to transform this vision into reality. And all of this while ensuring that it stays a true partner to all stakeholders. And who better than Novartis to talk about it? A company that started its journey in Hyderabad way back in 2007, opened its labs in Genome Valley in 2011, much before even the birth of the state of Telangana. A company that has grown its footprint from 200 to more than 8,500 people here. A company that has transformed the word GCC from Global Capability Center to a Global Corporate Center, having end-to-end presence in several functions, including R&D. And now taking a leadership role in shaping the ecosystem in partnership with the government in terms of whether you talk about scientific innovation symposium, where you get the brains, the deep science brains from across the country to come under one roof and discuss the progress of science. Or take the example of NEST, which is an attempt to again work with the academic ecosystem to expose young, bright minds from academia to the real world challenges that the pharma industry faces. But the reason I share all of this with you is because this would not have been possible without the progressive and visionary government of Telangana. So thank you very much. We were extremely grateful for this support and wish to communicate and convey our commitment to the country and to the state from the senior leadership of Novartis. And with that, I take great pleasure in wishing BioAsia 2025 a grand success and look forward to many more editions of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now let's hear from Mr. Som Chattopadhyay, National Executive, Amgen India. Apparently a popular man too.
Good morning. Namaste. Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy, Honorable Minister of Industry Shri Sridhar Babu, all of you present in this place, it's truly an honor and a privilege to be here today. I'm happy to announce that yesterday we officially opened our Amgen India office in Hyderabad. It was special because it was blessed by the Telangana government and our chairman and CEO, Bob Bradway. I am not going to tell you much about Amgen because Bob is going to give you a speech about, he's a keynote speaker, so you'll know more about Amgen. But we are really excited to be part of the Hyderabad ecosystem, which has become synonymous with innovation and excellence. Our site here is a technology and innovation center, not a GCC. We plan to integrate the best talent with the best technology, with the best science to solve complex challenges, unlock new possibilities, and serve more patients globally. This is Amgen Global. As we look ahead, I'm filled with optimism. Together, Amgen and all of you, this whole ecosystem will push the boundaries, innovate boldly, and make a lasting impression on global health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, may I request everyone to please turn their attention onto the screen for a very special video message from Borgi Brende, President and CEO of the World Economic Forum. Can we have the video, please?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real privilege to address you today at the BioAsia 2025. This year's summit is a timely reminder of the critical role innovation and collaboration play in transforming healthcare systems and improving lives worldwide. Just last month, at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos, we gathered under the theme, Collaboration in the Intelligence Age. Global leaders explored how technology and cross-sector partnerships can address the world's most pressing challenges, including, of course, in healthcare. Today's summit continues that conversation from Davos with a focus on tangible solutions to improve global health outcomes. Telangana is at the forefront of this transformation. Big congratulations on that. As the home to over 1,800 life sciences, pharmaceutical and health tech companies, and as a manufacturer of 1/3 of the world's vaccines, it has become a global hub for healthcare innovation. In the past year alone, over 140 global companies have established a presence here, reinforcing Telangana's position as a leader in shaping the future of global health. At the World Economic Forum, we believe that advancing global health requires not only technological breakthroughs, but also cross-border collaboration, inclusive policymaking, and shared accountability. This is why our partnership with the Center for the Fourth IRR, Telangana, is so vital. Together we are working to accelerate the bioeconomy, advance digital health adaptation, and improve workforce well-being, all key pillars in building a more resilient and equitable healthcare system. We will set new benchmarks for excellence, ensuring that the benefits of innovation reach every community around the world. And thank you for joining us on this critical and consequential journey. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Mr. Brende and the World Economic Forum. We truly appreciate your collaboration with C4IR Telangana in driving innovation and collaboration in the life sciences sector. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Mr. G.V. Prasad, Co-Chairman and Managing Director, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, to share his remarks.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu, Minister for Industries and Commerce, Sridhar Babu Garu, and Dr. Young. It's a great honor to be here. And I had a long speech, but I'm going to cut it very short since you all want to listen to the Chief Minister. As I reflect back, Dr. Reddy's was founded in the year 1985. At that time, there were maybe about 10 companies making pharmaceuticals, APIs. And from there, we have come a very long way. We've become a global leader in APIs, in generics, a very big force in biosimilars, a strong presence in CDMO and contract research, and some signs of innovation. So we should all be very proud of what Hyderabad has achieved under the leadership, really mature leadership, political leadership, the very resourceful and dynamic entrepreneurs from Telangana, and we moved a very big way. So we should really congratulate ourselves for this. We've also created an ecosystem which has become a positive spiral from APIs to generics to biosimilars to innovation to services and corporate hospitals, which are also part of the ecosystem. Together, I think we really are a force now. But like somebody said, we have to move. We have to move beyond these businesses, which are largely based on work somebody else has innovated and we do better. From there, we have to go to innovate. And that is a big, steep change for all of us. But it is in the realm of the possible. I urge all entrepreneurs, pharmaceutical companies, and local industry to look at this, the opportunity to innovate, find opportunities to serve diseases which are very specific to India and other such things which are not invested on by large pharmaceutical companies in the world because of economic reasons. And like China has created a very vibrant local market for innovation, I think India also has to do that. We have to find ways to give premium to innovation so that will spur a lot more innovation. If you see the way China has moved in the last 10, 15 years from almost very little innovation to become the second most innovative nation in biotech and pharmaceuticals in the world, it's possible for us. It requires committed political leadership with long-term orientation. We have that. And of course, dynamic entrepreneurs who are willing to take intelligent risks. That's for the Indian companies. For the international companies, I know you're putting your global centers here, and one of you said we want to innovate here. We need to do a lot more of that. We have to bring your core innovation to this country. This is a country of 1.5 billion, and the market is very, very big for any disease you look at. So instead of just limiting yourself to the World Innovation Centers, we must bring your core R&D operations into India. With these two messages, I want to thank all of you and have a great seminar and great event today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's hear from Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IS Special Chief Secretary to Government of Telangana Industries, Commerce, IT, Electronics and Communication, as he shares his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister for Industries and IT, Her Excellency Governor of Queensland, Dr. Young, dignitaries of the dais, participants, guests. I would also like to convey my heartiest welcome to everyone, particularly outstation participants who have come here to grace this amazing conference. This is the 22nd edition, and we come across very, very few seminars or conferences or events that have had such a long run and which become bigger and better and more enriching year after year. In fact, there is a global body of investment promotion organizations. It is called WIPA, World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, and BioAsia is showcased there as a case study on how for 22 years we have conducted this. So in the events industry, these kind of events are called properties. So they speak about this BioAsia property, how this property has become bigger, how it has fulfilled multiple objectives, how different stakeholders find value in this property, and what is happening today and tomorrow. And of course, day zero of BioAsia is also very important. So what happened yesterday, these 3 days are going to be phenomenal. What happened yesterday, I would just like to give a brief account. Of course, we learned that the Amgen's India Innovation and Technology Center was inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Minister and their Chairman and CEO. But something else also equally significant happened. We had the inaugural of Miltenyi Biotech's facility in the Genome Valley, which is the first center of excellence on cell and gene therapy in the country. And the privilege that it is happening in Telangana, in Hyderabad, should not be lost on anyone. In fact, this I'm very, very confident will pave the way for next generation technologies, what Dr. G.V. Prasad and others spoke about, to make India their hub. And under the leadership Honorable Minister for Industries, we are now developing a policy which we are calling Next Gen Life Sciences Policy. So Hyderabad, as we all heard, has done exceedingly well in pharmaceuticals, in vaccines, in biotech R&D, in medical devices, in the confluence of digital and life sciences. But what are the next generation technologies, the frontier technologies to conquer? Cell and gene is of course very important. Genomics, personalized medicine, advanced manufacturing, all of these will be a very key part of our forthcoming Next Gen Life Sciences policy. And there is a lot to really look up and look forward to in Hyderabad, and we continue to seek everyone's cooperation and support. So may all of us together continue our patronage and our commitment to this event called BioAsia, and continue to make Hyderabad and Telangana our go-to destination for setting up our businesses and new initiatives. Once again, warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for encouraging words. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next session, the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I'm sure you all were waiting for this. The Genome Valley Excellence Award has achieved the stature of the most eminent award in the field of life sciences. Year on year, distinguished personalities have been presented with this coveted honor. Over the years, the Genome Valley Excellence Award has garnered prominence as a coveted recognition within the life sciences fraternity, and has become synonymous with groundbreaking innovation, cutting-edge research, and transformative impact. So we are delighted to confer this year's award to Professor Patrick Tan for his extraordinary contribution, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, I would like to request our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to do the honors of presenting the Genome Valley Excellence Award 2025 to Professor Patrick Tan, ladies and gentlemen. I would also request our Honorable Minister for Industries, along with Mr. Ranjan and Mr. Nagappan, to join in congratulating Professor Patrick Tan. Ladies and gentlemen, let the claps keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. The recipient of the Genome Valley Excellence Award 2025, Professor Patrick Tan. Congratulations, sir. And thank you, dignitaries, to do the honors. Now let's welcome Professor Tan to share his thoughts and give his acceptance speech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Governor. Thank you for gracing today's occasion. I stand before you here extremely honored, humbled, overwhelmed by this award. I would like to thank the selection committee from BioAsia, the organizing committee from BioAsia, for this recognition that really follows a very, very prominent set of predecessors that I am privileged to stand around. Not just for myself or for our individual research achievements, but because all of this work has been done in Singapore, which is a tiny country and probably 25% the size of Hyderabad. But what I do feel is that this is a reward, an award, not just for myself, but for Singapore, but for Asia. For the past 20 years, I've been focused and fascinated by the fact that Asians are different. The diseases are different, the cancers are different, the disease manifestations are different, the responses to therapies are different. And perhaps it is time for all of us to band together. Maybe Singapore can play a small role in thinking about how we can apply all of these new technologies, genomics, AI, cell and gene therapy, to treat diseases tailored and relevant for us in Asia that collectively represent the majority of the world. And for that, I thank you very much for this recognition, and in Singapore, we will do our best to play this role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and once again, congratulations to Professor Tan. And now to address us all, may I request Her Excellency, the Honourable Dr. Janet Young, ACPSM Governor of Queensland, Australia, to please share her insightful thoughts.
Thank you. The Honourable Chief Minister, the Honourable Minister for Industries and Commerce. I would also like to acknowledge the Honourable Ros Bates, MP, who is Queensland's Minister for Finance, Trade, Employment and Training, and shows the importance that we place on BioAsia and this relationship. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the Governor of Queensland, I would first like to express my sincere gratitude to all of those we have been involved with in the warm welcome you've given us in arriving here to BioAsia 2025. Of course, Queensland and India will always enjoy a very, very special bond through our mutual love of cricket. But even more important than that, I might say, is the increasing collaboration in the field of life sciences. Queensland is home to world-class research institutions, advanced healthcare technologies, and a robust life sciences sector. But we have so much to learn from you, and we are looking forward to that. Hyderabad's BioAsia 2025 is the key focus of our mission to India. And given my own background in health and health policy, I'm very much looking forward to meeting BioAsia delegates from across the region who work at the forefront of life science innovations. Queensland has 20 delegates representing 10 Queensland companies and research institutions at BioAsia 2025. And later today, we will launch our showcase of world-leading health innovations being exhibited at this region's premier global health tech and life sciences event. And I invite you all to pop by. BioAsia is key to Queensland as it promotes investment and collaboration in health industries such as biopharmaceuticals, digital health, medical devices, and advanced therapeutics. As such, we have representatives from 4 of Queensland's major tertiary research institutes, the University of Queensland's Australian Institute for Bioengineering and Nanotechnology, Queensland University's Clinical Trials Centre, the University of the Sunshine Coast, and QIMR Berghofer Medical Research Institute, all here this week to meet with key Indian partners and stakeholders. In addition, key Queensland exporters to the region in the health and life sciences sector, including Vaxis, Rosalian Bioanalytics, Southern RNA, Telmec, Healthcare Logic and G20 Me Consulting are all exhibiting here, so please come and meet them. Demand from India for Queensland's health products, life science innovations and services has experienced tremendous recent growth in the previous years. But more than all of this, India also remains the second largest source market for international student enrolments in Queensland, with 19,990 enrolments as of September last year. And of these, nearly 3,000 were in health-related programs in Queensland, with 60% in higher education, nursing and public health programs had nearly 1,000 student enrolments. This is a key relationship for us. I'm sure that Queensland's commitment to BioAsia, Telangana and India overall, as demonstrated by the strength of our delegation, will continue to strengthen our excellent relationship. Thank you. Thank you for your hospitality and enjoy BioAsia. I certainly will.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a significant moment in BioAsia 2025. We're happy to announce the strategic partnerships Telangana government is forging to advance the life sciences ecosystem. On that note, I would like to invite Dr. Ben, CEO Health Innovation Manchester, part of NHS UK, along with Oliver Barnes and Andrea Winders on stage, and also like to welcome Mr. Sujit, the CEO of T-Hub, on stage, and I would request our Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister of Industries, Mr. Ranjan and Mr. Nagappan, to come forward on the stage to exchange the MOUs. Ladies and gentlemen, Telangana and Health Innovation Manchester join forces to drive healthcare innovation, medtech, diagnostics, and digital health solutions. Backed by T-Hub, RICH, IKP, AIC T-Hub, AIC CCMB, and Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences. This alliance aims to enhance patient outcomes and advance cutting-edge healthcare solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone. And now, I would like to invite, yes, I hope the pictures have been captured. Thank you very much. You can please take your seats. And now I would like to invite Her Excellency, the Honourable Dr. Janet Young, AC PSM Governor of Queensland, Australia, to please join the delegation from Queensland on stage for a formal exchange of letter of intent. I humbly request Mr. Rosalind Bates, MP Minister for Finance, Trade, Employment and Training, Queensland, along with Ms. Shannon Willoughby, Mr. Alan Rowan, Mr. Trent Munro, Mr. Justin McGowan, and Mr. Abhinav Bhatia to please join us on stage. Further strengthening Telangana's global life sciences leadership, the University of Queensland and Telangana Life Sciences have come together to collaborate on cutting-edge research, digital healthcare, and AI-driven innovation. So congratulations to you all. Thank you very much. I request our Honourable Governor to take her seat. For our next announcement, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Shyam Bishan, Head Center of Health and Healthcare Executive Committee member, World Economic Forum, along with Mr. Pratyush Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage for the launch of India Digital Health Activator. And I also request Honorable Chief Minister and the dignitaries to do the honor for the launch of India Digital Health Activator. Ladies and gentlemen, India Digital Health Activator is the first of its kind initiative by WEF to accelerate public-private collaboration in digital healthcare. So congratulations. We are very proud to announce that Telangana will be the first hub under the Activator framework. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a momentous occasion as we launch the Innovative Pharmaceutical Services Organization that is headquartered in Hyderabad. We are honored to have the association leaders, Mr. Peter Baines and Mr. Mani Kantapuri, along with the core members who are going to join us on stage to celebrate this remarkable achievement and shape the future. Future of the CRDMO industry. I request Mr. Peter Baines and Mr. Mani Kantipuri, along with the core members, to please join us on stage. I request our Honorable Minister to do the honors. 11 leading contract research and development organizations have come together to establish IPSO. With a shared vision to advance industry needs, collaborate with the government for favorable regulatory environment, nurture world-class talent, and strengthen the supply chain ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, this collaboration between these 11 CRDMOs will drive innovation, facilities, knowledge sharing, and accelerate global growth from Telangana. So congratulations to you all, and thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll wait for a few moments before we continue. Thank you. I once again take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, that we are launching here the Innovative Pharmaceutical Services Organization that is headquartered in Hyderabad. And I humbly request the Honorable Chief Minister to please do the honor to launch the IPSO along with the other dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, Telangana is now home to the Innovative Pharmaceutical Service Organization. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite our Honorable Minister for Industries, Sri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, to please enlighten us with his thoughts.
A very good morning to all. Andariki Namaskaram. We welcome to our BioAsia 2025, which at the right time and the right moment. We have captioned it, Catalyst for Change. So here
in the midst of all the prominent scientists, entrepreneurs, and our esteemed leaders from the industry who have made our Telangana proud and our industry proud. We are in the midst of all the enlightened men over here with the presence of our Chief Minister, Honorable Sri Revanth Reddy Garu. And also, we welcome Her Excellency, Governor of Queensland, and Professor Tan, Dr. Shetty, and all elders from the industry on the days and off the days. And also we welcome the delegation from the Queensland state who have come here, and also big delegation from Amgen, and also from Meltony, and of course friends from media. Here, I'm here to say that we, along with our Honorable Chief Minister, are welcoming you all. This is the second time after we formed the government, and that too this prestigious 22nd edition of the annual international event hosted by Government of Telangana. As rightly said by the elders on the days when we started this vision 2 decades back, and ultimately evolving ourselves to become a globally recognized platform, wherein we tried to get the brightest minds, the most innovative companies, and also the leading scientific institutions from all around the world. I extend my deepest gratitude to all our partners, stakeholders, industry leaders who have played a pivotal role in shaping this very vibrant ecosystem. Your contribution in innovation, research, and collaboration have not only strengthened Telangana position, but also advanced the global healthcare. I would like to mention here that we see Fortune 500 healthcare companies, CEOs, delegates across the world, scientific leaders like Professor Peter, Genome Valley Excellence Award, in the same forum on the days. Their participation reflects the testament of our reputation. The BioAsia has been built over the past 12 decades, a culmination of excellence, and it has become a cornerstone for the healthcare and the sciences industry. And as mentioned earlier by Shakti Nagappa, for the past 12 months, we have invested and we have witnessed a huge surge of investment from several international and domestic companies who have chosen Telangana as the gateway to India, which is rapidly growing in terms of the life sciences ecosystem. From pharma manufacturing and R&D centers to GCCs, innovation hubs, these investments across the life sciences value chain are making Telangana an undisputed leader in this space globally. Genome Valley, the heart of our life sciences industry, continues to attract groundbreaking investments. Over the past year alone, we have witnessed several global life sciences companies, and also their presence here generated about 51,000 direct jobs and 150,000 indirect jobs over here. Last month, Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, and I were in Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting, and the enthusiasm displayed by the various global investors towards Telangana and our vision was truly
extraordinary and was motivating. We are very thankful for the encouragement they have shown on us during our trip. And I'm also proud to share that our state currently has investment projects with a potential worth of 1.78 lakh crores. This underscores the trust the companies place in our government, in our partners, as a premier destination for the life sciences and healthcare investments. On the sidelines of this BioAsia, Honorable Chief Minister had inaugurated the Amgen, the largest innovation center yesterday. And also, our government was pleased to mention here that we have also inaugurated Milteney, cutting-edge cell and gene therapy. Here, I just want to reaffirm that the government of Telangana is firmly committed to support their growth journey. This is a place where the convergence of the technology with the core medical and the core industry experts takes place. With healthcare and the life sciences at the heart of the Telangana's growth strategy, we continue to forge a meaningful partnership that drive innovation, research, and manufacturing excellence. Adding this momentum, today we have signed MOUs with Queensland University and another MOU with NHS UK and the T-Hub, paving the way for enhanced collaboration of the life sciences innovation. I am proud to share that we have also signed MOUs for several leading pharma companies like CDMOs and Research Institute, including Granules, Bharat Biotech, Orbicular Pharma, Aerogens, Sai Life Sciences, Agent Drug Research Solutions, Biologically, Visho Biotech Private Limited, Virupaksha Organic Limited, Jubilant Pharma Limited, and Vimita Labs at BioAsia 2025. Additionally, the Association of the Contract Research, Development and Manufacturing Organization have also announced the establishment of headquarters in Hyderabad, reinforcing our state leadership in pharma R&D and manufacturing. Telangana government commits to promote continued growth of pharma industry in the state, especially through MSMEs, and encourage innovation in this sphere. We want our state to be an important node in the global LS value chain, and also our government is facilitating more investments and aims to increase Telangana share in pharma output. Today we produce about 20% of the world generic medicine and 40% of the global vaccine production, creating exports of $5 billion, serving about 200 countries. Shows our testament to our unwavering commitment to this industry. As we look to the future, our focus remains steadfast on skilling and workforce development. Telangana is on a mission to become the global hub for the talent, and under the leadership of our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, we are taking decisive steps to make this vision a reality. And in the process, we have established a skills university by name Young India Skills University. And also to enhance the potential strengths and to enhance the skill strength over here, a key pillar in this mission is to establish a life sciences university, which is progressing rapidly to equip Hyderabad workforce with industry-relevant expertise. By collaborating closely with GCCs in Hyderabad, we are designing specialized curriculum in science and technology, ensuring our talent remains globally competitive and future-ready. Further, C4IR Telangana Skilling Initiative under WAF, in collaboration, is making significant strides. I am delighted to share the first batch of the chemistry skilling program successfully concluded this month, making an important milestones in our journey. With advanced tech emerging technologies taking their shape in each and every sphere of our lives, The pharma or the life sciences is one exception. And the advanced tech like AI, quantum, robotics evolving, we can accelerate drug discovery, increasing efficiency, and also, ultimately, the patients need the optimization of the cost. And Hyderabad life sciences journey is not about just attracting investments. It's about building a resilient, innovative, and future-ready ecosystem. And in the process, if you have seen it, Hyderabad as such, everybody knows is a key player, a home for 230 US FDA approved, which is the largest number outside the US. Big manufacturing ecosystem we have. And also, while coming up with the life sciences economy, our Chief Minister vision to make 1 trillion economy and the vision of Telangana 2.0, investing about $15 billion in capital expenditure in building the future city, in building a regional ring road, and also to see that the metro rail is being connected to different parts of our city, and also to make our Hyderabad and Telangana a data centers capital, and the institutions like the Young India Skills University. And we're also working to launch a deep tech sandbox for pharma and the life sciences too. So we are determined to insert Telangana into a global pharma supply chain as a key player in terms of bulk drug and also in generic hub. And we also would like to literally see, we also play a key role in terms of drug discovery, APIs, biosimilars, and a high-end research. And ultimately our goal and aim to see that we become the world's largest life sciences cluster over here. And I'm confident that with these many initiatives and with the cooperation and the coordination which you all people are extending over the period of 2 decades, definitely we see, we will provide the skilled talent which shall be available in India, as Telangana would be unlocking these sort of opportunities. I request and also see that the people who have come from many countries and thousands of delegates who are here from the niche companies over here, I invite you to come, stay with us, stay connected, invested, and to be a part of our accelerated growth story. I once again thank you for everyone and hope the insights, the collaborations and discussions over the next 2 days at the BioAsia will be going a long way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for enlightening words, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, now we take this opportunity to welcome global marquee companies to a vibrant life science ecosystem. On this note, I would like to call our leaders from MSD to come onto the stage. Please welcome Mr. Dave Williams, EVP, Chief Information and Digital Officer, along with Jon-Ho Fransek and Terry Rice. I request our Honorable Chief Minister to please present a token of appreciation, and would request our Honorable Minister for Industries, along with Mr. Jayesh Ranjan and Mr. Shakti Nagappan, to please join. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to welcome MSD to Telangana. As we capture this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I would take this opportunity to call out next company on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request Mr. Raj Babu, the CEO of Agilesium, to please join us, along with Mr. Lokesh and Mr. Arun. And also Mr. Murli to please join us on stage. We are delighted to announce that Los Angeles, USA headquartered Elysium has launched its new office at RMZ Spire, Hyderabad, with plans to create 2,000 jobs. Thank you very much. And of course, welcome to Telangana. As we capture this moment, I will take the liberty of calling out our next company on stage. Invite the team of ALS Australia to please join us on stage. I request Mr. Arun Janaki Raman, the Managing Director, along with Mr. Feroz Mohammad, to please join us on stage. We are delighted to announce that ALS, a global leader in testing, inspection, certification, and verification solution, is establishing a state-of-the-art biopharma CGMP testing lab in Genome Valley, Hyderabad. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, I would like to invite Mr. Karunakar to please come up on the stage. We're delighted to announce that Lotus, a global pharma leader, is setting up its second R&D center in Hyderabad under its new Indian subsidiary, Mishi Pharma Services Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. And now, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ajit Reddy, Special Secretary to CM, if he's here, along with Dr. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, TGIIC, and Mr. Madhusudan, CEO, TGIIC, to please join us on stage. And we are delighted to announce that MOUs are being exchanged here with companies including Granules, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, Granules, Orbicular, Isent, Biological E, Virtual, Virupaksha, Jubilant, Vimta, Origin, Bharat Biotech, and Sai Life Sciences. I welcome the leaders from these companies to please join us on stage. Green Pharma City, ladies and gentlemen, a flagship initiative of the government of Telangana, continues to attract significant investments, strengthening the state's position as a global leader in the pharmaceutical innovation and manufacturing. Previously, 6 leading pharmaceutical companies have signed MOUs with the government of Telangana. Today, an additional 11 companies have joined its initiative, bringing 5,445 crore in investments and creating 9,800 new jobs, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now I may request everyone to please take their seats. Thank you very much. And now the time has arrived which you all were eagerly waiting for. We are truly honored to have with us today's leader whose visionary governance is raising Telangana to new heights of progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, to please come forward and share a few words with all of us.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to BioAsia. BioAsia has helped showcase how Hyderabad has been transformed into a global life sciences capital. The event will help position India as an important player globally in shaping the future of healthcare. Major pharma companies, large healthcare players, life science and biotech companies operate from Hyderabad. Long ago,
We had the vision to create great research institutions that create a culture of innovation and excellence. We invested in higher education and created a vast talent pool of scientists, technologists, domain experts, and engineers. We created Genome Valley years ago. I want to transform my state's economy into a $1 trillion in next 10 years. The core urban area will become a service only city and aim for net zero. This is where we are creating future city, AI city, and many other big projects. Hyderabad is now the EV capital of India, with the highest sales of EV in entire country. I am replacing 3,000 RTC public transport buses with electric vehicles. Outside this core urban area, I wanted to develop one of the world's largest manufacturing hubs. I want to make it my offer to the world for its China plus one need. We will connect these two rings with several radial roads. These will help us create manufacturing clusters for different verticals. As Telangana is a landlocked state, we are developing a mega dry port and will connect it to a seaport in neighboring Andhra Pradesh state. These two ports will be connected by a dedicated rail and road link. In this larger framework, we are excited to have this BioAsia conference. I want to express my vision today. We will develop Hyderabad and Telangana into one of the world's best and largest ecosystems for biosciences, biotech, and life sciences in innovation, research and development, manufacturing, skills development, and investment. Yesterday, we welcomed Amazon to Hyderabad. This is proof of how vibrant our ecosystem is and how friendly our policies are. I know some of the biggest names and greatest minds are here from the industry. Together, I hope all of you use this as a platform for great collaborations. My government is committed to providing you with the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure, and support. In the last 25 years, Hyderabad has emerged as a powerhouse in pharma manufacturing, IT, and digital health. Last year, we successfully conducted an AI healthcare summit. We are #1 state in India in attracting investments, both domestic and foreign. We have lowest inflation and are creating maximum jobs. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, Telangana secured investments of rupees 1.78 crore, creating nearly 50,000 jobs across diverse sectors. Last year, we successfully attracted investments of over 40,000 crore in life sciences sector. These investments span more than 150 projects. At BioAsia last year, we announced Takeda's partnership with Biological E. We also welcomed Meltene Biotech. Today, I am delighted all of them have become operational. We are developing pharma villages between Outer Ring Road and Regional Ring Road. We hope to generate over 5 lakh new jobs. The Green Pharma City, a key initiative under Future City project, is progressing rapidly. Some of the biggest pharmaceutical companies have signed MOUs. We are coming up with a new life sciences policy, first in India. Today, we are welcoming 4 multinational companies to our ecosystem. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Patrick Tan and being conferred the Genome Valley Excellence Award. Once again, I welcome all of you to this wonderful conference. Best wishes to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us and being a part of this inaugural ceremony of BioAsia 2025. I think this calls for an opportunity for a photo opportunity. So I request you all, the dignitaries, along with our leaders, to please step up for a photo op. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the inaugural ceremony, we would like to take a moment here to express our heartfelt gratitude to the dignitaries, our esteemed personalities who have spared their valuable time to be with us today. Each one of you, through your presence, has added immense value to this inaugural ceremony. A very, very special mention to our Chief Minister, sir, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for being over here to make the inaugural ceremony of BioAsia 2025 even more special. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to express our gratitude to all our sponsors and partners for their support to BioAsia 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for being over here to make this day a little more special. As we request everyone to please remain seated as we move on to our next phase of BioAsia. Moving ahead in this exciting journey of BioAsia 2025, we now shift our focus to the much awaited keynote addresses. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving ahead with our much-awaited keynote addresses. I request you all to please settle down. I give you a few seconds to do so. Now, these thought-provoking sessions will provide deep insights into the future of life sciences, biopharma, innovation, and global healthcare transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for supporting BioAsia 2025. Our principal industry host, Amgen, Deloitte, Dr. Reddy's, Novartis, Sai Life Sciences Limited, and Loris Labs. I can see all the fans clapping for their support. Thank you. Our event partners, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Our industry co-host, Origin, Life Sciences, Aurobindo, Curatech, Pi Health, Syngene and Medtronic. CEO, Conclave sponsor, Takeda. Our international partner region, Flanders Investments and Trade. Our state partner, Government of Karnataka. I would also extend our thank you to our corporate sponsors. Bharat Biotech International, Gland Granules, New Vantage, Saptagiri Laboratories Private Limited, and Sartorius. Our session sponsors, Elysium, BCG, Ernst & Young, Concepo, Milton Yee, Emerson Labs, Santoris, and Virtual. Our global sponsors, Trade and Investment Queensland. Our associate sponsors, Biological E, Bharat Serums and Vaccines, Ferring Pharmaceuticals, Indian Immunological Limited, NATCO, Roche, and Sanofi. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is done. We move on to our first keynote address of the day to begin. It is our honor to invite on stage Mr. Robert A. Broadway, CEO Amgen, to deliver the first keynote address of the day. Oh my God, that was a grand welcome.
Well, good morning. I'm delighted to be here this morning with all of you at BioAsia. For more than 20 years, BioAsia has brought together biotechnology innovators, researchers, and policymakers from across South Asia to share insights, showcase breakthroughs, and explore how advances in biotechnology can enhance healthcare, agriculture, and sustainability. Our host region, Hyderabad, has emerged as a vital hub for technology innovation thanks to its thriving ecosystem of IT companies, startups, research institutions, and now a growing number of global players in technology, pharmaceuticals, and biotechnology, including Amgen. Just yesterday, Amgen inaugurated a new technology and innovation center here in Hyderabad with a $200 million initial investment. Amgen India will accelerate digital capabilities across our company to advance our pipeline of innovative medicines. We're delighted to be a part of this region's growing tech and biotech community, and we're excited about the boost this region will give to Amgen's global innovation. I'd like to address three things this morning. First, I want to share with you a bit about the Amgen story, a touch of history about how our company got its start now more than 4 decades ago, and about how we've grown since then to become a world leader in biotechnology. Then I'd like to describe why I believe we are at a hinge moment in which biology and technology are converging in ways that are amplifying the strengths of both and will lead to rapid breakthroughs in our understanding of serious diseases and how to treat them. And finally, I'll explain why I'm convinced we need more innovation in human biotechnology, why it's so important that we reorient the healthcare system towards predicting and preventing disease, and why we should work to instill in young people everywhere a passion for science. For those who may not be as familiar with the Amgen story, let me just take a minute to tell you where we came from and how we've grown over the past 45 years. Amgen was founded in Southern California at the dawn of the biotechnology era, in 1980 to be exact, and our scientists were early pioneers in the use of recombinant DNA technology, which launched the era of biologic medicines to address some of the world's most challenging illnesses. In those early years, other parts of the United States, notably South San Francisco and Cambridge, Massachusetts, were already emerging as magnets for biotechnology. But there wasn't much going on in greater Los Angeles. In view of Southern California's abundant academic talent, Amgen's founders saw this as a missed opportunity, and they located their new company in the then rural town of Thousand Oaks, just 45 minutes outside of Los Angeles, and it remains our world headquarters there today. Now, biotechnology, of course, is a challenging and high-risk enterprise, and the failure rate amongst biotechnology company startups is very high. And of the hundreds of companies founded at the dawn of the biotechnology era, only 2 are standing still today, and one of those survivors is Amgen. In the early days of biotechnology, Amgen and many other startups were exploring the use of recombinant DNA to treat disease. The race was on to create protein-based medicines, including one known as erythropoietin, which had the potential to treat dialysis patients suffering from chronic kidney disease. Now, normally when the body needs red blood cells, which of course carry oxygen to our tissues, the kidneys produce erythropoietin to make it happen. But patients whose kidneys are diseased or damaged don't produce this protein, and their red blood cell count as a result remains very low, resulting in the need for constant blood transfusions and a really challenging quality of life. A team at Amgen, led by a young scientist named Fu Quinn Lin, worked tirelessly for years to be the first to create a recombinant therapy to address the needs of these patients. And in 1983, they succeeded. And the extraordinary breakthrough that they generated resulted in Amgen's first marketed product, known as epoetin alpha. That medicine was foundational, not just for Amgen, but also for the biotechnology industry as a whole. It changed the practice of medicine for kidney disease, enabling patients to lead more active, normal lives. And it dramatized for all the world to see the promise of the biotechnology revolution. Now, while Fu Quinn Lin and his team were making history with a medicine to stimulate red blood cell production, a second team at Amgen was attempting to clone a protein that would stimulate white blood cell production. Now, why was this relevant? Well, one of the side effects of many cancer drugs is that they kill the white blood cells needed to protect all of us against infection. And up until this point, cancer patients receiving chemotherapy often faced a potentially deadly dilemma. The chemotherapy that they were receiving might prove effective at fighting the cancer, but it left patients vulnerable to life-threatening infections brought on by their low white blood cell counts. And patients who contracted an infection had to stop their chemo treatments until the infection had passed, giving their cancer an opportunity to come roaring back. Well, Amgen's second drug, known as filgrastim, changed this terrible dynamic forever. The FDA approved filgrastim in 1991, and like epoetin alpha, it was an instant success, given that it fulfilled a huge unmet medical need. And looking back, it's hard to overstate the significance of these medicines for patients, for Amgen, and for the biotechnology industry as a whole. And these were the industry's first two big blockbuster medicines. And they were developed and launched by Amgen in the space of just 20 months. And these innovations spurred great enthusiasm for biotechnology from doctors, from patients, and from investors. Now, Amgen has come a long way since these early days. From a handful of scientists working in Thousand Oaks in the early 1980s, we now have more than 28,000 staff working in more than 100 countries around the world. And thanks to that global reach, this year we expect to serve approximately 15 million patients with our medicines. And we've built one of the broadest and deepest portfolios of medicines in the biotechnology industry. Today, Amgen's marketed portfolio includes 36 innovative medicines and biosimilars. Most of our innovative medicines are first or best in class, and all of them treat serious diseases in 4 therapeutic categories: general medicine, rare disease, inflammation, and oncology. I'll give you one important example of the work that we do in the area of cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease has long been and remains the top cause of death worldwide. Cardiovascular disease claims nearly 18 million lives annually. And this represents about 1/3 of all deaths globally and more than 3/4 of them occur in low and middle-income countries. Sadly, the burden and prevalence of cardiovascular disease is increasing. In 2019, well over 500 million people worldwide were living with cardiovascular disease, nearly double the number from just 30 years ago. And cardiovascular disease, of course, is a particular challenge here in South Asia. In 2022, the region had more than 36 million cases of ischemic heart disease, resulting in 2 million deaths. We look at the data from 2019, we see that nearly 40% of cardiovascular deaths in South Asia were among people younger than age 70. Now, by comparison, in the United States and Europe, fewer than 1/4 of cardiovascular deaths occurred among people under 70. However you look at it, more widespread access to innovation is required to address the challenge of cardiovascular disease. Now, we know that high LDL cholesterol is a leading risk factor for heart attacks and strokes. We also know that first-line oral treatments, such as statins, are often not enough to help people at high risk to get their LDL levels under control. For such people, a relatively new class of cholesterol-lowering drugs, pioneered in part by Amgen, can make a significant difference. These medicines work by inhibiting the activity of the PCSK9 enzyme, which reduces the ability of LDL receptors in liver cells to capture bad cholesterol and clear it from the bloodstream. So PCSK9 inhibitors can profoundly lower LDL levels in circulating blood and help prevent heart attacks and strokes. In another area, if we look at oncology, Amgen has led the way in developing a whole new class of biologic treatments for cancer. We call these bispecific T-cell engagers, or BiTEs. These are immunotherapy treatments that direct the body's immune system to attack cancer cells. And BiTEs are proteins with two binding sites. One binds to a tumor-associated antigen on the cancer cell, while the other binds to a CD3 receptor on the T cells. And this dual binding forms a bridge between T cells and cancer cells, triggering T cell activation and cell-killing activity. And once engaged, T cells release chemicals that result in the targeted destruction of the cancer cells that they are bound to. So BiTEs offer a promising approach to cancer treatment by leveraging the body's immune system for very precise tumor eradication. Amgen pioneered the use of these medicines to treat liquid tumors, such as leukemia, and now we're expanding their use to include the targeting of solid tumors as well. Our work against these and many other diseases exemplifies Amgen's approach to innovation. We seek to advance first or best-in-class medicines that make a big difference against those serious diseases for which the unmet medical needs remain high. We pursue that innovation whether it's generated inside our own labs or whether it's innovation that we have brought in from the outside. And over time, if you look at Amgen's business, roughly half of our sales have come from medicines discovered and developed internally, with the other half coming from therapies that we've licensed or acquired. And we're always on the lookout for partners with interesting innovation that fits well with our core strategy. As I said at the outset, I'm convinced that the need for more innovation remains huge. And let me try and share some of the reasons why I believe that to be true. One reason is that populations around the world are getting older, and as people age, they become more susceptible to diseases of the aging process, such diseases as heart disease, cancer, and osteoporosis. And another reason is that the world is getting wealthier, And as more and more people enter the middle class, they become more prone to diseases such as diabetes and obesity, which are associated with unhealthy diet and sedentary lifestyles. Urbanization is yet another factor driving increased demand and need for innovative medicines. As more people move out of rural areas and into cities, we see a corresponding increase in respiratory diseases such as asthma. Now, fortunately, the biotechnology industry's ability to develop and bring to patients innovative treatments has never been better. This is in part because extraordinary developments in technology and in biology are coming together, and they're doing so at an opportune time. Amgen has been preparing for this moment now for more than a decade, and we've made some big investments in our digital and technology capabilities. And we're now leveraging those investments to design and develop new medicines with greater speed, efficiency, and success than we've ever done before. Now, let me highlight a couple examples of how recent advances in our understanding of human biology and our ability to manipulate vast quantities of data promise to turbocharge Amgen's drug discovery work. First, we're using vast amount of human genetic data and insights derived from that data to develop precision medicines. Since committing to human genetic research in 2012, we've built a massive database of genetic and health information from more than 3 million people worldwide. And we're seeking to understand their genetics at the level of the single nucleotide. Now, fortunately, the tools needed to do that work are evolving rapidly, and they're making it possible for us to quickly derive powerful insights from this data, and that data
our genomes, we think we can actually find many, many new drugs for Asians. The next question we have is, after we make all the discoveries and we find these new targets and these new biomarkers, this will result in good patents, this will result in good IP, maybe companies. But how then do we bring this information back towards the patient on the street? And so, besides the SG100 case study, we also focus upon thinking about how to develop clinical care pathways where these individuals with the bad genetics, they can be managed, recruited, genetically counseled in a care pathway that's ultimately cost affordable when we do your health economic analysis. One of these is a high cholesterol condition called familial hypercholesterolemia. It is an inherited disease. It starts from young. If you're not treated with a low-cost statin, you will get a lethal heart attack by the time you're age 50. And so this was one of the use cases that we worked with the Ministry of Health, and this will be scaled nationwide for the management of familial hypercholesterolemia when we move from a prototype towards national scale implementation in 2025. And we hope that as more discoveries come out from SG100K, this will also come online. I'm going to finish my presentation today about talking about how this sort of work can capture value for the economy. Because I've talked about research, that's SG100K, I've talked about innovation, healthcare information, how do you develop care pathways that keep people well, and finally, how do you develop value for the economy? And there are many different companies that are very interested in participating in this precision medicine workspace. At the bottom are the so-called platform companies, the sequencing companies, the mass spec companies that do proteomics, the IT companies that do artificial intelligence, cloud-based providers, harnessing the data. And so there we have a playbook on how we can engage these companies and bring them to Singapore. And I think that many companies in India may also be interested in doing joint ventures with us in order to develop this platform. On the sequencing front, we've partnered with a company called Illumina, but as part of that, they're increasing their footprint in Singapore to do research on AI and machine learning. In the area of the big pharma companies, we are signing up pharmaceutical companies to co-invest into the program and do joint collaborative research so we can identify new drug targets. And finally, in terms of the top one, we want to use this to catalyze our own companies, our own made in Asia companies, so we're partnering with venture capital firms. And I think this is where we actually need a lot of help from Hyderabad, because to be very frank, Singaporeans are not that entrepreneurial. And we think that partnering with all of you, I think that this will be a great effort. Here's one example of where a diagnostic for inherited genetic disease came online, and now this is being rolled out to screen families that maybe want to have a child, and they want to know if that particular child will have the inherited condition or not. And this is being rolled out to 40,000 families in Singapore. I'm going to end my talk by talking about the future. So phase 2, the 100,000, will be done in June. And as I've said, this is a model of the Singapore population. We've just been approved to do phase 3 of the program, where we will target another 10% of the entire Singapore population. And here we will focus not on the healthy population, but on the population that's receiving treatment and medical attention. So these will be a different population, using that, we will be able to look at a variety of new questions, patterns of disease progression, side effects to therapies, and some of these very important serious conditions that may not be as abundantly reflected when you study a population cohort, like pulmonary fibrosis, respiratory disease, and so on. So at a 12-minute mark, I want to thank you for your attention, and I hope in 5 years' time to come back and to let you know how we did with phase 3. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Professor. First of all, for your presentation, second, to stick on time. So thank you very much. And I would also like to invite Dr. Purav Gandhi, the founder and CEO of Health Arc, to please present a token of appreciation to Professor Patrick Tan. Thank you very much, sir. Your contribution continued to drive innovation in healthcare. You're a true inspiration. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Patrick Tan. Thank you. As we continue this exciting journey at BioAsia 2025, and we begin our first panel discussion of the day, before which I would like to invite on stage Ms. Rosalind Bates, MP Minister for Finance, Trade, Employment, Training, Queensland, to please join me on stage for her remarks. Of course, a round of applause will be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. This morning I have the great pleasure as Queensland's Minister for Finance, Trade, Employment and Training to showcase Queensland's world-leading health innovations being exhibited at this region's premier global health tech and life science event. At the outset, I'd like to thank Minister Reddy and Minister Babu, who I have just met, and your fellow Telangana officials for a warm welcome you have given our Queensland delegation to BioAsia 2025. Our mission here is to let India know that Queensland is open for business, and we have world-class products and services that India wants and needs. I am proud that the Queensland Government, through Trade and Investment Queensland, is a global sponsor of BioAsia 2025. I'm delighted to be joined at BioAsia 2025 by 20 Queensland delegates representing 10 Queensland companies and some of our best research institutions. Queensland's life sciences sector is thriving, and the range of delegates that have joined this mission underscore Queensland's global leadership in medical research. For example, recent Queensland health initiatives include the development of the life-saving Gardasil vaccine by the University of Queensland, which has prevented cervical cancer worldwide, including in India. And it's fantastic that 3 of Queensland's major tertiary research institutes are here. The University of Queensland's Australian Institute for Bioengineering and Nanotechnology, Griffith University's Clinical Trial Centre, and the University of Southern Queensland's Dean of Engineering are all here to meet with key Indian partners and stakeholders. Key Queensland exporters to the region in the health and life sciences sector, such as Vaxis, Resolene, Bioanalytics, Southern RNA, TeleMedC, Healthcare Logic and G20ME Consulting are all exhibiting here. India's pharmaceutical sector, projected to reach $130 billion by 2030, presents significant collaboration opportunities. Queensland's strength in biotech and pharma manufacturing align naturally with this growth, and demand from India for Queensland's health products, life science innovation and services has experienced tremendous recent growth in the past 12 months alone. And it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of Premier David Crisafulli, the Premier of Queensland, and for me personally, it's great to be here at BioAsia. For those of you who don't know, I'm still a registered nurse. I've run hospitals, but I also have a biotech background. I worked as a clinical science associate for Genzyme for about 10 years. So I'm very used to bio conferences and all of the amazing life sciences work that you do. And I hope that I'll be able to bring that experience into this role, representing Queensland on the global stage for research and development, trade and investment. India also remains the second largest source market for international student enrolments in Queensland, with nearly 20,000 enrolments as of September 2024. And I'm also the Minister for Employment and Training, so that is of great interest to us in Queensland, and we would like to assist your country to make sure that we have some of your best skilled workers coming to Queensland, sharing your expertise, and an opportunity for us to learn not only from you but to take back some of our learnings to India. I'm really pleased to be here, and it's been a wonderful visit. It's been my first visit to India, and I thank everybody here for the very warm welcome that you've given myself and my team. and we have much to discuss. And so on that note, I look forward to your on-stage discussions this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, without much ado, please join me in welcoming the panelists for our first panel discussion on one of the most transformative forces in healthcare, and I may call it as a buzzword, artificial intelligence. To guide this discussion, we are honored to have with us our moderator for this session. I think we'll take a few moments here. Yes, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for this session, Mr. Chaitanya, the partner, Ernst & Young UK. Can we please have you on stage, sir? And I will take this opportunity and call on stage our panelists for this session. Dr. Ken Washington, CTO, Medtronics USA. Along with Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman and Founder, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, India. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Shyam Bishan, Head, Center of Health and Healthcare, WEF, Switzerland. Dr. Olga, President, Image Analysis Group, UK. Along with Dr. Ricardo, Director, In Silico Medicine, Switzerland. As we have our moderator and our panelists joined, and on the stage, I will take this opportunity to even unveil the Thought Leadership Report, ladies and gentlemen. The Thought Leadership Report by Ernst & Young, titled Artificial Intelligence at the Helm, Revolutionizing Life Sciences Sector. And to do the honors, I humbly request Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana, to please join us on stage. Sir, can we have you on stage, sir, to do the honors, along with Mr. Ashish Nanda, Partner and CHS Market Leader, Ernst & Young, Mr. Suresh Subramanian, Partner and National Life Sciences Leader, Ernst & Young, Ms. Paridhi Gupta, Vice President Markets, Ernst & Young, and Ms. Rajni Sadana, Associate Director, Ernst & Young. So can we have you all on stage to unveil the Thought Leadership Report by Ernst & Young, which is titled Artificial Intelligence at the Helm, Revolutionizing Life Sciences Sector. And of course, we have our special guest, Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, to do the honors. I think this is the moment we can give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, Jayesh Ranjan Garu, to do the honors. And of course, I think now I give the stage to Mr. Chaitanya.
I just want to mention that this report is co-authored by EY and Microsoft. Just to mention here, this report has been co-authored by EY and Microsoft. So Microsoft didn't get the mention, so just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you for the piece of information, sir. All right, so Mr. Chaitanya, over to you.
Excellent. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you. This is our first of the many panel sessions that you're going to witness this today and tomorrow. Our session today will be focusing on the transformation potential of AI in life sciences and healthcare. And by way of introduction, I am Chaitanya Royru. I'm a partner in EY Parthanan based in London, and I advise our corporates and private equity clients on their AI and Gen AI journey. Now you can see we have a distinguished set of panels here, and before we get started, I'd like to invite Ken to share his insights and perspectives of AI in MedTech. And just as an introduction, Ken is Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Medtronic. Ken, over to you.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to offer a few remarks about how we're thinking about artificial intelligence to transform healthcare at Medtronic. Last year, our chairman and CEO, Jeff Martha, delivered remarks on this same stage at BioAsia 2024. And he talked about our triple aim, which is enhancing products, building partnerships, and creating ecosystems. Since last year, we've taken this to the next level. We're innovating for insights, we're empowering practitioners to deliver greater insights and more informed patient care. And most importantly, we're taking AI ecosystems and implementing them responsibly and equitably to deliver better patient outcomes. What this means for patients is a deeper understanding of patient needs as we deliver these AI-enabled health tech products to create better outcomes and enhance care. So how are we leveraging AI at Medtronic? We're doing this in two ways. I'll let my slides catch up with me here. We're doing this in two ways. First, we're giving the power of AI through our information technology teams to empower all of our employees with AI tools to boost their own personal productivity, but also to automate many of our processes. Examples of this are common tools that are being democratized now in all companies, like tools like Microsoft Copilot and our own implemented internal version of ChatGPT that we call Medtronic GPT. We're also putting intelligence into our devices that we bring to the healthcare industry. These are providing clinical decision support and therapeutic interventions that are providing next level, more precise, and more capable healthcare to our patients. I'm often asked, how are we going about this organizationally? Because and the bottom line here is AI needs to be everybody's job in a company. And we're organized internally around what we call an AI Center of Excellence that's connected to the spokes in every aspect of our business. And this includes elements to upskill, to create literacy programs, training programs, toolkits, common practices, and more. Our strategy around AI is around automation, clinical innovation, and industry disruption. Last year, Jeff talked about technologies like our GI Genius that adds an AI element to providing colonoscopies that more than 50% improves the ability to avoid missing potentially cancerous polyps in a colonoscopy. We've gone beyond that in providing up to 5 new AI-enabled therapies in our portfolio. These are FDA-approved medical devices that include technologies such as our Link device, which is an insertable cardiac implantable monitor that monitors patients with arrhythmias in real time, and the AI rejects potentially false positives, saving time and improving accuracy. We also have AI algorithms integrated into our pulse oximetry tool that provides highly accurate pulse oximetry capabilities for people of any skin tone. Together, we're leveraging AI to raise the standard of care across the world. But we're taking this to the next level, and we're doing that through enabling all of our operating units and all of our therapies to leverage the common element that sits beneath all AI products, and that's data. Data is the fuel that powers artificial intelligence, as I think all of you know. The governance, the research, the data platforms and the annotation and labeling required to harness the power of data to build AI tools is not unique to every single AI solution. So we've created a platform to allow all of our therapies to use a common data set and a common set of libraries. The reason this is important for us is because our ambition is to connect all of our devices to smart computer resources that can consume data and ingest it into a data repository that can then be used to train AI models. This will allow us to provide critical care across a large number of therapeutics. And we're just getting started with the 5 that I mentioned that are already FDA approved. If you look across our wide portfolio of products, we touch more than 70 conditions in the human body. And these 70 conditions can all be thought of as opportunities for AI to provide better patient outcomes. As we think about this, we are guided by our commitment to developing AI in a responsible and an ethical way using what we call our AI compass. All of these things that I spoke about is our playbook for creating the vision of end-to-end personalized healthcare. It sounds like science fiction, but we know that today that the pieces are in place for this to be science and medtech fact. With our mission as our North Star, we're marching very intentionally toward this vision to alleviate pain, restore health, and extend life in a different way that's more powerful and creates better patient outcomes for all. Thanks, and I look forward to participating on the panel as we dig into this more deeply. So now I'll bring back to the microphone our moderator.
No, you can come back. Yeah, we'll start from here. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Ken. Indeed, we are living in a fascinating AI revolutionary world wherein AI is influencing and reshaping industries and functions across all walks of life, right from the way we communicate, we eat, live, walk, or even travel. And my personal favorite is, just like we have autonomous vehicles right now in several parts of the world, very soon in the UK, in the next 5 years perhaps, we might get autonomous flying taxis. That'll be cool, right? So coming back to the topic of life sciences and healthcare, AI and the transformation potential could have a profound impact. Now consider this: traditional drug development from discovery through to commercial launch ideally would have taken 10 plus years, maybe $1 to $1.2 billion. And AI has a promise to cut down both the time and cost by up to 50% or more. And similarly, in healthcare, the promise is even more profound. Imagine for a second, all of you, each one of us could potentially have a digital twin, exact replica with our DNA. And that could help us not only diagnose and cure, but also predict and prevent future illnesses through precision medicine and personalized healthcare. That would be game-changing, isn't it? Look, as with any new technology, every promise comes with its own challenges, and AI is no different. So there are challenges with regards to safety of patient data, quality of data, and sometimes lack of data that Professor Tan touched upon. And we will aim to touch upon all those topics through our distinguished panel. So I'm incredibly delighted and privileged to be joined by such distinguished panel. They are experts right from policymakers through to corporate and startup world. And it'll be great for us to hear from their first-hand experience of leveraging AI. So what do we have today in store for you? So we've got around 4 to 5 themes we want to cover. So we'll start with the promise and value of AI. Then we'll touch upon how do you convert that promise to reality. And along that journey, what are some of the challenges, watch-outs, and get-rights you need to get? And time permitting, we'll also explore role of India in this evolution, as well as we'll aim to take some audience questions as well. I'm conscious we are between you and lunch, so we'll work at pace, so bear with us. So with that context, Shall we go through a quick round of intro from the panelists so that you know who's who? I think, Ken, you've already introduced yourself.
Yes.
So Dr. Reddy?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Nageshwar Reddy. I'm a chairman of AIG Hospitals. I'm also a gastroenterologist, a doctor who deals with the gastrointestinal tract.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olga Kubasova. I am a founder and president of Image Analysis Group, company that specializes in imaging in clinical trials. My background is mathematics and computer science, so AI is very close to my heart and my background.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the invitation. Good to be here with all of you. I'm a medical doctor by background. I started working in internal medicine and in clinical research at the hospital level, then transitioned to big pharma, and now I'm here representing in silico medicine, which is a global stage end-to-end AI drug discovery and development company. Good to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Shyam Bishen, and I head up the Center for Health and Healthcare at the World Economic Forum, based out of Geneva and New York. I will talk a little bit more during the session about our work, but overall, we are looking at public-private partnership, how this kind of collaboration between public and private can help solve some of the global health systemic issues. So we are focused on some of the broader global health systemic issues. Thank you.
Excellent. First of all, can I check, are you guys able to hear as well? Excellent. Good. Thank you. Right. So with the introductions out of the way, Shyam, can I start with you first? Given your global perspective and your insights and experience from World Economic Forum, etc., so what areas across the value chain do you think AI can unlock maximum value for life sciences and healthcare?
Thank you, Chaitanya, for that question. That's exactly what we are looking at as part of our digital health transformation initiative at the World Economic Forum, which is again an initiative that has stakeholders from large pharmaceutical companies, medical device companies, as well as several health ministers, WHO and others. So we are looking at, how do we accelerate the use of AI in healthcare? What are some of the areas which are low-hanging fruits and where we can immediately gain some overall value? Because we do believe in overall potential of AI in healthcare, how it can deliver a better access, better outcome, better efficiencies for our health systems, how it can create better economic value for all of us, and we do see that there's a huge potential in the next 5 to 10 years. We already see, and all of you are in the healthcare business, you already know that AI is being used in medical imaging and diagnostics, whether it's breast cancer, MRI, and others. It's being used in drug discovery, although Ricardo, you will talk more about drug discovery use, but so I will stay away from that. But it's being used on R&D side, on manufacturing side, supply chain side, so across the value chain. One area I wanted to highlight, Chaitanya, and you already spoke about that, is the use of AI in clinical development. As Chaitanya said, the overall R&D process to bring a drug to market from discovery to approval is taking 10 to 15 years. The cost is actually anywhere between $2 to $3 billion now. Most of that cost and most of that time goes in clinical development. How can we use AI to accelerate clinical development? How can we use AI to create better trials, to basically bring in the patients, basically recruit people quickly? How can we use AI on the decentralized clinical trial side? Those are some of the areas we are looking, because we do think that we need to move away from the current way that we do clinical trials and make it more decentralized, make it more digitalized. So that's an area of focus for us. We did launch a report last year on this particular area. One thing that I will highlight here, and I believe that's a low-hanging fruit again within this overall R&D value chain, is the regulatory submission. As you know, regulatory submission is still a very tedious process, especially to FDA, EMA, stringent regulatory authorities. It takes, huge number of documents. It takes a lot of time. And we believe that AI has the potential to accelerate that, to shrink that time, can do this job much faster and much cheaper. So that's an area that we highlighted in our report. In the interest of time, Chaitanya, let me stop here and we can move on to the next question.
Sounds good. Thanks, Shyam. And just for the audience, Shyam may have to leave halfway through to catch his flight, so please excuse us as we go
Sorry
along.
about that.
Right. So then, coming to you, Dr. Reddy, given your incredible journey of transforming gastroenterology and the healthcare services here, where and how have you seen AI being leveraged to enhance the delivery of healthcare in India? Could you give us some examples?
So what I'll do is I'll be very practical of what we are using right now in a hospital and let you get an idea about what's happening in this field. AI in healthcare is basically used for three areas: diagnostics, therapeutics, and third, to improve hospital efficiency. Diagnostics, now, for example, I'm an endoscopist, and like Ken told you earlier, we have the GI Genius in all our endoscopes incorporated. So when I'm doing endoscopy, the GI Genius tells me that there's a polyp there, what type of polyp it is, whether it should be removed or left alone, and so on. It has definitely increased our capability to detect these lesions by over 50%. So we don't miss them. So interval cancers definitely come down. This is one diagnostic area. Similarly, diagnosis of pancreatic cancer, for example. Now, we look at an X-ray and we think it's normal, but the AI says, look, there's a small cancer you're missing. And when we actually look at it very carefully and follow the patient, there's a cancer coming there. So these are the diagnostic areas where AI is making a huge difference. Therapeutic, now in all our theaters, we have AI incorporated into operation theaters systems. So when I'm operating on a patient and there's a risky operation, there's a blood vessel I can't see, but AI has already seen it based upon other imaging systems. And AI keeps telling me, stupid, don't go towards the blood vessel, go away from that. So I move away and then do the surgery better. So our surgical efficiencies have dramatically increased when we incorporated AI into our systems. And thirdly, hospital efficiency. Hospital efficiency has increased, and I'll tell you two examples of what we have done and what is being done all over the world. Is we've actually made a system called iSave. For example, in our hospital, there are 1,000 patients admitted at a time. All are sick patients. Some of them suddenly crash, develop a cardiac arrest, and so we have what is called the Code Blue, which is announced throughout the hospital. The team of Code Blue goes to the particular room of the patient, tries to revive this, and it takes almost half an hour to revive, and only 50% of these patients can be revived. In the hospital, when you have a Code Blue, many of these patients are dying. So we actually decided to make what is called iSave. iSave software is based on the fact that all of these patients' vitals are tracked. There are 7 important vitals, like blood pressure, pulse rate, oxygen saturation, and so on. When critical value of about 5 is reached, the iSave warns us that this patient is likely to go into cardiac arrest in the next few minutes or hours. And before he goes into cardiac arrest, our medical emergency team reaches there and then saves the patient. So we found that using this iSave, our Code Blue, which was 6 per day, has come to 0 per day. And we're able to save large number of patients with this. The second example that we have created AI is a PRISM, which is actually NLP, natural language processing we used, where normally what happens is a doctor and the patient are talking to each other. Unfortunately, the practice of modern medicine is dependent so much on electronic medical records and so on. If I spend 20 minutes with the patient, 18 minutes I'm spending on the computer typing out the patient's data and so on. Only 2 minutes I'm looking at the patient. Now we know from everything that the patient wants us to see him, feel him, talk to him, looking eye to eye. But we can't do this because of but medical records are also important. The old way of practicing medicine changed recently, and one of the reasons for burnout of doctors all over the world is because they're spending so much time with medical records talking to the computer rather than the patient. So what we decided to do is we should stop this. Let's practice the medicine the way it should be practiced. So we created this PRISM. A PRISM is a system where we talk to the patient, and as we are talking to the patient, everything gets recorded by a computer. I don't see the computer at all. And at the end of the interview, everything comes in a segmented form: present history, past history, family history, and so on. And ultimately, I get a printout of everything I've done into the electronic medical records, and not a single moment, all the 20 minutes I'm spending with the patient. And we find with this that the patient satisfaction has improved remarkably, and many of them are happy. And the other important thing of this software is that any gossip with the patient doesn't get fed in, only the medical records get in. So therefore, we find that this is a very important way. So these are examples of, there are many, many more, but these are the examples of what we're doing with AI in healthcare right now.
Brilliant. I think some real-life examples to bring it to life. Excellent. So I guess from one game-changing field to another, Ricardo, if I could come to you, I think you're breaking new ground with regards to drug discovery in silico medicine. So could you walk us through and elaborate, how you have integrated AI into this drug discovery space, and how are you leveraging it in silico medicine?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So, I mean, in silico was founded in 2014. The first set of years were really focused on the algorithms and generative adversarial networks. We have since then created a generative AI platform for multimodal, multi-industry, multi-domain learning. So we have, of course, a lot of applications within the drug discovery, but not exclusively, as well as we're also exploring areas such as sustainable agriculture, new energy chemistry, lubricants, and so on. But now coming back to the life science industry, we have mainly used AI for early drug discovery. So our use cases are spanning across biology, chemistry for new small molecule design and optimization, and also to some degree clinical development, although it's a tough cookie to crack. We have basically platforms working on disease modeling and target discovery overall, where we have more than 60 target discovery philosophies and 25 AI models in place. So our use-based, customer use base is currently big pharma, but also biotechnology companies and academia as well. We have Chemistry 42, which has currently more than 40 generative models and more than 500 predictive models, with a lot of the companies also using that software in place. And additionally, we have also launched last year generative biologics and also a multi-agent, multimodal AI scientist, research assistant, and research paper drafter as well. Now, the last application that we usually use is trying to predict the probability of clinical, technical, and regulatory success between the transition of trials from phase 2 to phase 3. And we have used these same platforms to start shaping the company not only into a technology company, but also into a tech bio or biotech company. So we started doing our own drug discovery around 2019. Since then, we have already nominated 20 preclinical candidate molecules, and 10 of them have already received IND approval. We have our current lead program is for IPF, for a novel target for fibrosis, lung fibrosis, which there's a great unmet need, which we believe could be very promising. We have read out already a phase 2A trial in China. We're running a parallel one currently in the US, and we're actively planning the phase 2B/3 trial for that asset as well, along with other candidates that are already in phase 1. Some we are fully developing ourselves for now. Others we have out-licensed to other partners to maximize the potential to reach the clinic and reaching patients, and many others in preclinical candidate stage across oncology, immunology, inflammation, fibrosis, and CNS. So I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Super. In fact, I mean, I remember a year ago or so when I started delving into use cases, in silico medicine was the first one that I bumped into. Some fascinating work. Right. So we touched upon promise at length. Now let's think about what does it take to turn it into reality. So Olga, if I could come to you. Now you have turned this promise to reality at IAG. So what were the specific use cases you focused on, and how did you set yourself up for success?
Thank you for the question. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So before the drug goes to the hospital and becomes a useful asset to a doctor and a life-saving mechanism for a patient, And straight after it's discovered with AI or by any other means, there is a whole world of clinical development. And clinical development is where majority of drugs fail, as we all know. If you think about clinical development and AI, you can really separate AI into 3 different categories. One to do with operational efficiencies. If we automate labor-intense processes to deliver data or gather data or quality control data, that would be probably a low-hanging fruit, and it's also AI within automation. Second category would be to take data that we generate during clinical development and look into this data using more sophisticated tools. So effectively, by having the same data but better tools, we can get deeper insights, we can make predictive decisions, and we can also potentially discover efficacy or safety components of a drug much earlier. And I'd say this is kind of a second category of AI. The third one, which is much more sophisticated, is when we have to make decisions using big data, so data from a cohort of patients, or data from several cohorts of patients, or multi-country data, and we want to extract certain analytics. I think in our world of medical imaging, so my world, we very often focus on a second category AI. So here is my image, let's say an MRI scan or CT scan, and I can automatically recognize something, a tumor, a tissue, volume of fat or volume of muscle for GLP-1 drugs. And that's, to me, when I was building a company, is sort of like a little hook. And to deliver that hook efficiently to the world, you have to build a bathroom around the hook and the whole house. And then it's starting to shine and starting to make sense. So any AI tool which we have today has to have infrastructure. It can't just survive on its own because it always will remain either a lab or an academic tool or somebody's imagination. So at Image Analysis Group at IAG, I have started by having that one shiny moment. We had an amazing methodology to recognize inflammatory activity in the MRI scans. It was done at the time of Humira, one of the largest and most successful drugs for inflammation, anti-inflammatory drugs. So we came in the right time with the right algorithm to quantify inflammation. However, an algorithm alone, just one methodology, would probably never make it into a company. So to make it into a company, our team created a software platform called Dynamica, and that software platform allowed us to gather imaging data, like MRI scans or CT scans, X-ray, from around the world. We recognized that at the time, prior to cloud, people were sending CDs to each other, and CDs would get to a central location, and somebody would review them, and then make a conclusion. So we were the first company to put cloud-based infrastructure for imaging in clinical trials, which of course was many years ago. Now we don't need to explain to everybody why cloud is better than sending CDs to each other. Now we have to explain why AI is better than perhaps some of the subjective scorings, but that time still to come. We created infrastructure, and we put on top of that infrastructure our own methodology, which was the inflammatory quantification. And then around it, we built a possibility to collaborate with other companies. For instance, in gastroenterology, colonoscopy, histology, and clinical outcomes all form a clinical judgment. But having AI in colonoscopy alone, of course, would not be enough. You need to have histology AI as well. One company would struggle to invent colonoscopy AI and histology AI and connect it to clinical outcomes. So you really, even for the imaging part of this for gastroenterological exam, you need to have 3 types of AI: histology, colonoscopy, patient outcomes. And to make sense out of diseases, out of indications, we really need to power ourselves with technology platforms that allow us to bring innovation into very usable and very practical way, so it could be delivered back to the hospitals and to the patients. And that's what we're doing at IAG. We're building platform, we're creating teams which work in clinical trials, and we're constantly looking for novel, more interesting methodologies to enhance our own proposition to pharmaceutical and biotech clients, as well as to academic institutions.
Super. And I bet there'll be more collaborations here for you, Olga. Excellent. Shyam, so I'm conscious, I think you may have to leave. So I'll ask you a quick one, and then, yeah, we could excuse you. So from a macro perspective, to make this real tangible, what are your views on how could and should AI be used to achieve equitable access to medicine and healthcare as a universal healthcare you talk about? So if you could share your views.
Yes, thanks, Chaitanya. As I mentioned earlier, access is a serious problem. Universal health coverage, we are supposed to, it's an SDG goal by UN, as you know. We are supposed to achieve this universal health coverage goal by 2030. We reviewed it last year during the UN General Assembly time. We are nowhere close to it. So it's a serious challenge. According to WHO, about 4.5 billion people, which is a little more than half the people in the world, don't have access to good health care. So it's a serious challenge. We need to see how AI can help us solve for this challenge. Basically, the problem is supply and demand. The supply on the healthcare side is very constrained. Good quality healthcare supply is very constrained around the world, especially in low and middle income countries. But the demand is unconstrained. You have huge demand coming from all sides. If you look at how we define universal health coverage, it's basically access to good quality health coverage, being able to afford it without going bankrupt, without going through the financial hardship. So how do we use AI to do that, to create better access? That's the challenge that we are all trying to attack, and trying to make sure that we come up with some good solutions. We do believe that AI has the potential from the World Economic Forum, the work that we are doing on the digital healthcare transformation side, that we can help in I mentioned 3 areas: access, outcome, and efficiency. On the access side, certainly there is a huge opportunity here. We can, I mentioned about the demand. The demand is huge. Supply, we need to fix. So the demand is there. How do we fix the supply? Either we put in more money, more funding to create more supply, more health systems, more hospitals, more clinics, or we come up with something, which is a new innovation like AI to solve for that, so that we can create better efficiency. We can create, cost-effective methods here. We can create, we can take advantage of things like telemedicine, which we saw is a kind of preview of that during COVID, how telemedicine and digital health was used, how we use decentralized clinical trials. How can we use AI to accelerate that? That's what we are looking at. Actually, just last month, we launched a report in Davos during our annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. It's called AI-enabled health, AI-enabled future of health and healthcare. If you haven't read it, it's freely available on our website, on the Center for Health and Healthcare page, and you can look at that. We highlighted 4 areas here. How do we make sure that people have access to health and healthcare? What are the 4 key areas that we should target? The first one is paradigm to shift to well-being, so that we move a little bit from healthcare, from sick care to true healthcare. We are looking at prevention. We are looking at well-being. And with AI, with wearables and other programs using AI, I think we can accelerate that. We can come up with better programs on the prevention side. We also believe, now that more and more people have access to internet, more and more people have access to smartphones. Obviously, it's not 100%, but I think it's getting there. We are fixing infrastructure around the world as global community on the digital health side, on the digital side. We can all become doctors. There is a potential that all 8 billion people on the planet will have medical advice They will have medical advice and support readily available through their devices. And that will obviously accelerate access. That will obviously accelerate coverage. The other one I mentioned was operational excellence. We do believe that AI has the potential to create much better operational excellence, much better efficiency. And the final one was our focus on health leapfrog. We saw, especially for low and middle income countries, there is an opportunity to leapfrog what we saw with telecommunications, we saw on the financial side. Even here in India, we use Paytm and other technologies on the financial side. Telecom also, we went without having a landline phone directly to smartphones. Most people made that change. We believe there is an opportunity here for LMICs, for low and middle income countries to do the same, to move from the regular way of doing business on the healthcare side and improve our health system, where we are looking at a complete leapfrog here. And that's what we need to think about. We need to think about transformational change through AI. It's not incremental. If you look at, take the example of light bulb. Light bulb was not invented by improving candles. Most people were quite happy with candles, but somebody has to come and think about the transformational innovation change here, and I believe AI has that opportunity to provide that change and to provide that transformational way of looking at health and healthcare. One last point I would like to make, Chaitanya, and as you said, I believe, is we believe that India is poised to lead the world. We launched a report just a couple of weeks ago saying that India could be a global pathfinder here. I think with your digital infrastructure, Ayushman Bharat digital mission, Ayushman Bharat health accounts, we had COVID during COVID. I think you are poised to use AI here. You have a good infrastructure. Obviously, nothing is perfect. It needs to be further improved. But with the talent, with the health data that you have, access to health data here in this country, with the talent that you have both on the medical side, on the pharmaceutical side, on the overall healthcare side, as well as the health data, I think India is poised to lead the world on the AI side. And especially looking at countries and regions in Africa and Southeast Asia, they have a lot to learn from India here. So all the best to further discussions here, and we wish you all a very good BioAsia, rest of the BioAsia here. Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. Thanks, Shyam. Couldn't agree more with the change, with the transformational impact of AI. And talking about change, so change is never easy, is it? There is resistance, there's fear, there is inertia. So Ken, if I could come to you, now, given your experience of implementing AI and big use cases in Medtronic, the ones that you talked about, what's your advice to companies who are on the fence and they want to get started? How should they go about scaling and embracing AI at an enterprise level?
Thanks for the question. This is such an important question because AI is on everyone's mind, and scaling AI is going to require a strategy at a company. My advice would be to not allow, don't just assume that a strategy is going to naturally happen in the various pockets and distributed locations in your company. Develop an organized framework for how you want to deploy and accelerate the integration of AI into your products, into your practices. How will you actually create new skills on your technical teams? How will you upskill your current employees? How will you train your clinicians and your researchers and your software engineers to be equipped to take this on? At Medtronic, we did this by creating an AI Center of Excellence, as I mentioned in my opening remarks. But this AI Center of Excellence was just the beginning. We use that as an enabler for other areas in our company, in all 15 of our operating units organized in our 4 portfolios, to all have a part in the strategy. And we motivated them by giving them these frameworks and tools upon which they could build new capabilities. This is how we were able to accelerate the development of new technologies that we're very quickly bringing to our customers. For example, here in India, we're partnering with Cure.ai to bring the power of AI to stroke treatment, to be able to use AI to detect and act on potential strokes in patients more quickly and more effectively, because time is everything when it comes to treating stroke patients. That wouldn't have been possible if we hadn't had a platform and a framework for enabling AI solutions to be quickly built and quickly deployed and leveraged in various areas in the company. And then the last thing I'll say about the experiences we've had in scaling and applying AI in a company of our size and complexity is that you need to have a framework and a strategy for ensuring that AI is adopted and used in a responsible and ethically appropriate way. And I would encourage anyone thinking about accelerating their AI journey to be very explicit about that. You know, we call it our AI compass, where we ensure that there's beneficial use. There's a strategy around ensuring that we have adherence to all local and federal and regional rules and laws and regulations. We apply best practices around privacy and security. We ensure that there's transparency associated with the data. And last but not least is we've taken the mindset of AI being a force multiplier for human performance, not a replacement of human performance. I remember all too well the hype in the early days of the autonomous vehicle revolution in the auto sector. I was an executive in the auto industry at the time, and we all fell trapped to the promise of the hype without realizing that the real promise of AI and automation and advanced tech in that industry was making drivers better drivers and preventing accidents and making our cars smarter cars. Sure, there are fully self-autonomous vehicles on the market today, but the vast majority of vehicles on the market today are not autonomous, but they're semi-autonomous. The same thing is happening in healthcare. Doctors that use AI are really better doctors, and they're providing better care and better healthcare. And so this was baked into our AI compass. And so my guidance to scale is to develop your own framework and use it extensively and deploy it across your company. It'll serve you well, and it'll unlock all kinds of potential and applying AI in the right way.
Well, great tips. Excellent. Now that we've covered corporate, so perhaps it's only fair that we talk about startup and scale up. So Olga, what would your guidance be to folks on this journey, especially in the startup world?
Sure, I think Kent said it very well. So there needs to be a framework, there needs to be an infrastructure. Doesn't matter if you're Medtronic or somebody smaller, you have to have some sort of rules and procedures for responsible use of AI. But as any business, it all starts with customers, right? So while you should internally have a lot of processes, infrastructure, and confidence, it also comes down to educating your customers why this solution is better than what they had before. And I think that's a real challenge, because if you're dealing with larger corporations, pharmaceutical organizations, for instance, risk tolerance is very low. And now you're saying that there will be an AI component, which is kind of validated to 70-degree confidence, 70% confidence. It's never good enough. It's never good enough. Like 99, never good enough. So you really need to find a way to explain it to your customers. And I think it's a real challenge for the business, for those of us who build in and run in businesses. Why AI benefits customer? I mean, the answer is very simple. Every pharma company is looking for faster, cheaper, better, right? You can't do all three. You have to take one out. Maybe two is good. So you need to make your AI really work for the customer. We have beautiful examples of collaborations. I would point a couple maybe for your specific case studies. We collaborate in a publicly announced partnership with Takeda Pharmaceuticals. And they have a very interesting drug called Intivia, which induces mucosal inflammation, inflammation reduction, so mucosal healing. And healing of inflammation is only visible in histology images. But there are not enough pathologists out there in the world who are having time and qualified to read those slides. pathology slides. They all train to do oncology very well, but those are very challenging. So our partnership is around building AI tool, which sits on a very reliable infrastructure that allows us, through the infrastructure, collect pathology slides from around the world, anywhere. The sites could be located everywhere and anywhere. Bring those slides on the cloud, do the AI analysis of cell types, recognize the cell types, build a scoring system which tells you if there is mucosal healing or not, and then, if needed, also bring an expert pathologist to verify those results and give them back to the sites. What's interesting in this collaboration, because we're dealing with worldwide sites, in Brazil, they have a problem of lack of pathologists. In India, there are too many patients because there are a lot of gastroenterological issues, and gastroenterology goes into oncology as well as GI tract. So it's very complex patients. In European countries, you have a lot of pathologists, but they're willing to do something at very high cost. So every country would have a different issue. As a pharma sponsor, you would have to address those issues. You want your drug to be understood by the community. And AI here sits as your best tool to explain efficacy of a product in a way that ultimate customers, doctors, hospitals understand. If you can build in your mind a way of bringing your customer on your journey for deployment of AI, preferably early enough, so that you can get maximum benefit at the end, I think it creates business case, which then will lead to building infrastructure which is usable and adequate for the case, because you can also overbuild this infrastructure. And then your business as a business will be very successful. I'm sure AI as part of your business will also be a value add-on and value accelerator, as Ken said.
Now from pharma, if you move to healthcare, Dr. Reddy, given your extensive experience across India, what were some of the barriers that you think to the AI adoption in India, and what would your advice be or your steps or recommendations be to address those barriers?
Because there are several barriers. The most important barrier is that most of the time in India, we're depending on Western data. We don't have large, good quality data that is there to work on for machine learning. And if we actually take this Western data, a lot of biases and hallucinations come to the machine. As a doctor, I only knew about patients hallucinating, but as an AI guy, I'm now starting to know that machines also can hallucinate. So therefore, that creates a lot of problem for us. So what we require to do is build good quality Indian data. All the hospitals now over the country, we've got huge amount of data. The quality of data is suspect. So high quality, large data is very important. The second bias is, because of this, many of the senior doctors, health personnel, nursing staff, they are not trusting AI. They say that maybe you're not getting the right information, and even a single wrong drug dosage can result in catastrophic results. So AI trust is still not there. So we have to educate our doctors about the usefulness of AI. There's also a suspicion. For example, a lot of doctors come to me and tell me that AI is going to replace us. What's the point? Shall we take some other profession? So I tell them, like what Ken has said earlier, that AI is not going to replace doctors, but doctors who know AI are going to replace doctors who do not use AI. That is going to be the future. So every doctor has to be informed about AI. But we also have another problem, the other side. I get many patients from the information technology side who come to me with their smartphones. They'll say, doctor, I've Googled, used AI, I know the diagnosis, and also using AI, this is the treatment. So I ask them, why do you come to me then? They say, just to confirm. So, that's a problem. So Google doctors are becoming a problem with us, with AI now. The other third thing is cyber security. I think this is a big problem for us. As we get more and more data, cyber security is going to become a huge problem for hospitals. On November 23rd last year, the records of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences were hacked into, breached. About 40 million records were transferred. And you know what? In dark web, each record carries a value of $250 compared to a stolen credit card only $10. So medical records are very valuable. And because of this value, we are going to have more and more cybersecurity problems. So all hospitals and hospital sectors which are going to go into this should actually be very careful and adapt this cybersecurity methodology. They're expensive, but there's no other go. We'll have to do it. Otherwise, we're going to face this problem. These are the problems that we face now in health sector.
Yeah, makes sense. And I could so relate to your point about, the Googling of it, because my dad does it. So absolutely with you. Thank you for that. And then Ricardo, just to square off then this topic. So from an in silico medicine point of view, given, you got your own LLM model, pharma.ai, what were some of the challenges that you faced at the initial part of the journey, be it, lack of data or quality of data, or the explainability of outcomes, etc. So could you walk us through some of those challenges and maybe any recommendations for folks on this journey?
Sure. So I think one of the initial kind of bottlenecks that we knew would be crucial to our business model was related with data availability, but not only data availability, but also data quality, right? So since the very inception of In Silico, we have built an in-house data curation team that goes manually through the data to ensure quality assurance, quality control around that. So it's not something that we exclusively just abide by whatever the algorithms are telling us as an outcome. Now, I think on the other side, on the drug discovery and development side, one of the biggest bottlenecks that we found was actually experimental validation, right? So that means we could move to at a lot of speed to reach a specific stage in early drug discovery, but then we needed to do all the experimental validation, ranging from the in vitro cell assays to the in vivo validation in mice or in other type of animals, depending what kind of drug you're trying to develop. So, and that was, of course, one of the biggest roadblocks that was preventing us to move forward. But I think we were also able to accelerate the synthesis of some molecules as much as possible, and then select which ones were moving into full preclinical development and reaching those necessary milestones the regulators would like to see, which are usually very traditional in kind, and hence they don't care if it's going to be enabled by AI or not. They're going to see what data package you have, and the data will speak for itself, right? So that was very important for us to be able to achieve what we have achieved so far.
Got it. Yeah. And in fact, I mean, it is fascinating. I think if you guys read about in silico medicine, the genesis was about longevity and their partnership with NVIDIA. And I think the company and the team have come a long, long way. Right. So we've covered the key theme that we had in mind. So now moving on to, and perhaps Dr. Reddy, this is for you, given your role here. So if we were to talk about, focusing on Asia or India in particular, so what role do you see India playing in driving AI adoption in healthcare? Yeah. And not just domestically, but also being an example. And I think, as we heard, it could potentially leapfrog some of the Western economies. So, yeah, what's your view?
Yeah, I think the advantage India has that we have massive health data. I mean, 1.4 billion people, and the data that's going to come out from that, the type of diseases that we have ranging from the traditional ones, the more Western ones now. So we have a huge amount of data. We also have a strong technology ecosystem. So if we combine both, I think we can produce in AI, at least in healthcare, something which is not only going to power what's going to happen in India, but rest of the world, at least Southeast Asia, which has a similar pattern of disease and so on. The important thing is that we'll have to get good quality data, and that's what I keep emphasizing. Unless we have that, unless we have good data, AI does not mean anything. And if we have this good data, we have strong technology ecosystems, like what Dr. Ken and Dr. Olga said. All these things can be very easily incorporated. We do not have to invest too much money into these systems. I know that United States puts in $500 billion, France puts in $109 billion. We don't have to do that. With just small amount of money, we can actually produce extremely high value systems with this data and technology we have.
Makes sense. And any builds, be it Ken or Olga, Ricardo, to what role could India play going forward? Maybe Ken, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. I'll pile on
on the data comment, but I'll maybe add a little twist to it, which is it's not just about the volume and the quality of the data, but it's about the interconnectivity of the data and data access. And today, data access is a huge challenge. If we find a way to solve the challenge of getting access to the data that's available, it'll unlock a tsunami of innovation. Because, and let me explain what I mean by that. If you go to any, pick a hospital system, they'll have massive amounts of data. And then go to the next hospital system, they'll also have massive amounts of data. And then go to the third, and they'll have the same. But those three systems are not interconnected, and you can't, there's no natural way to have access across those three systems if you want to build a model that would actually treat patients at a better level. Finding a solution to that data access and interoperability issue will unlock value. And if we can find a way to do that, then India is in a real, a high opportunity position because of the massive amount of data and the technology innovation that's available in this ecosystem.
Maybe I think it's a very good point that Ken has made, that one of the things we are lacking is interoperability. But this is a big problem because India healthcare system operates in a very independent fashion.
That's right.
We don't have the same HRS, health record systems. EMR systems are totally different, very independent. And we being a democratic country, it's very difficult to impose rules on the hospitals. In the United States, for example, there are only two HIS systems that are available, EMR systems, and very easily, even they find it difficult to integrate. You can imagine the problem. So this is a major challenge, and of course, I don't know how we're going to solve it, but ultimately, this will make a difference.
I agree completely.
I can make one more observation on India's strengths. So because India was equipped with relatively later, with MRI scanners, for instance, the equipment in the hospitals is top-notch. So it's the latest equipment you have. Probably better sometimes than in European countries. So the data that you're generating is very, very powerful and also of modern quality. So it's not something like a MRI scanner was installed in the 80s and you have strange coils there. You are very much on top. So utilization even of a small quantity of a good quality data could give a great advantage to the country. And it's our observation working with Indian sites. So we run a lot of trials with Indian sites, and education of sites and equipment is very, very good.
And just to add from my end a little observation as well, I think regarding India, I mean, you have already a very prolific ecosystem. I think it's obvious just by witnessing it here in person. And you have also a lot of transferable skills and knowledge, but also the scale, right? So I think that's definitely an important point. And if you want to further transform this industry into, within, of course, drug discovery from generic biosimilars and vaccine production to doing your own innovative medicine development, then you need to find ways to kind of propel that forward by creating infrastructures here in place, which I know is already being created, but at the same time looking externally to interesting potential partners and partner for you to propel that innovation and move faster instead of just doing it yourselves. I think it's like an obvious statement, but at the same time, we still see that there's a lot of lack of strategic partnership mindset across the industry, at least in this area.
Yep, makes sense. Great insights. Thank you all. So we're almost towards the end now. So I think this question is for all of you, and it's a rapid fire, very quick one. So if you had one wish for AI, what would that be? So we'll go in order. So Ken, do you want to start it off?
Sure, I'll start it, and I'll start. My one wish is best explained by describing an analogy. The analogy for AI for me that is instructive here is to compare it to what happened with the internet, more than 20 years ago. When the internet first burst onto the scene, there were not that many people that knew what the potential of it was. And a lot of our computers, in fact, most of our computers were not connected to the internet. And so the value was slow to trickle out. But over time, devices all got connected, people got informed, people got educated, and businesses got redesigned around the potential of the internet. My one wish is for AI to follow a similar evolution where medtech devices get connected, policymakers get educated, businesses redesign themselves around the promise of AI, and I think that will lead to all kinds of new capabilities, and most importantly, it'll lead to amazing new better patient outcomes.
Magic. Right. Dr. Reddy?
Yeah, my dream is that AI in healthcare will enable us to give equitable care, whether the patient is in a village or a city, whether he is rich or poor, whether he has access to healthcare or not. Hopefully using AI, we can give an equitable care to all groups of patients, and I hope that will come in future.
Noble, yeah. Olga?
Yes, very, very good answer. Patience is always the answer. I think for us, we're here because we want to make impact, right? I think anybody who comes and does something in healthcare or drug development is for a reason. You knew somebody who needed care they didn't have, or you think you can really benefit the world. And I think AI has an opportunity to either go into creating collaboration, empowering groups of people to come together, delivering better care and better promise, or creating isolation, because I'm sure it's very pleasant to speak to AI bot about your problems, and that could create a little silo. So I think it's up to us to focus on a bigger impact that AI could make and really pull it into the right direction of collaborations, rather than isolated, very egoistic and centric applications. To me, that's very important in AI world.
Excellent. And Ricardo?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have been able to crack and have some successful use cases in early drug discovery. I mean, to a couple of points also mentioned here, I think there's a couple of companies trying to accelerate as much as possible also clinical development, so there's a lot of promise there. But also a lot of bottlenecks. So I think if we can use AI to kind of understand biology better, phenotypically differences between patients with the same disease, and all of that, we can start doing smarter, more targeted trials as well. And this will hopefully not only expedite the level of recruitment, the level of technologies being applied for that level of patient selection, but also hopefully the speed at which we can move clinical trials globally. So that's my hope.
Super. Very good. That almost draws us to the end. I'm afraid I've been advised we're running out of time. We can't take any audience questions, so we may have to leave it at that. And just if I were to summarize and paraphrase as to what we heard. So a couple of key takeaways for me, and hopefully I think you'll have lots. First of all, promise of AI is real. So don't be on the fence. If you are thinking about it, make it a strategic imperative and a priority. Second, I think there are enough and more challenges, right from quality of data to everything that we talked about. But the important bit is have a governance and a strategy around it with customer and patient at the center. So that's what we picked up. And finally, all I would say is may the force be with AI and be with India. So thank you all for the session, and thank you to the panelists for your excellent insights. Hope you enjoyed it and have a great rest of the summit.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As you rightly said, let force be with AI. I really loved it. We end with that note. I would request you all to just be on the stage for a few more moments. All right, thank you so much, our panelists and our moderator, for the perspective and expertise. To show our appreciation, may I invite our session sponsor, EY Partner representative, Mr. Ashish Nanda, to please join us on stage. Yes, thank you very much, sir, to be over here. Let us first begin with thanking Dr. Ken Washington. Thank you so much, sir, to be a part of. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, sir, to be a part of this panel discussion. We'd like to thank Dr. Nageshwar Reddy. So thank you so much. We'd like to thank Dr. Olga. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Ricardo. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your insights. Last, but of course not the least, for moderating this session so wonderfully, Mr. Chaitanya. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us just have one photograph together with the mementos. Let us just capture this moment. We will now break for lunch and networking. We invite you to explore the exhibition area. Please connect with the industry leaders and enjoy a delightful meal. Please be back in your seats at around 2 p.m. as we have an exciting lineup of power-packed panel discussions waiting for you. Enjoy your meal, and we will reconvene shortly for our next session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you on the other side of the lunch.
itself, which will play out organically, I believe. But if you look at a step further, you look at the pharma industry itself. Pharma industries has gone away from made at home to become an in-licensing powerhouse, development powerhouse. It started with, let me outsource to biotech, let me buy the biotechs later on. And China became an innovation powerhouse because they were doing great science. And they didn't, like I mentioned before, people want solutions. And the CDMOs the last 20 years in China trained people to give solutions to pharma. And they really got very good at science. Eventually, if you look at what happened, even a lot of pharma, just like they're doing in India, started developing development centers in China. And most of the Chinese people who left CROs actually went to start biotechs, not necessarily to pharma. So if you look at the 20 years, what has happened, China has not only become wealthy because of the scale of the business itself, the incubation of new companies has gone to a next level. And if you look at data this year, 30% of all in-licensed molecules came from China. So for pharma, it becomes another source of in-licensing. It values to pharma and to China in general. So whereas scale is small, we're sitting in a relatively small window where pharma is actively looking to diversify their risk, and they want us to be problem solvers. They want to get us involved in more front-end technologies. If we really, as a country, leap on it, make the right investments, I think, one, the scale of the CDMO sector will grow, the quality of people in the CDMO sector will grow, and the natural evolution would be that you would become a discovery engine over a period of time, which will not only benefit India, but it will benefit pharma because the more in-licensing sources, pharma has the resources developed. So the real upside to this is very significant, and it's very hard to quantify, but there's a small window where we really have to show as a country, as companies, as a group, that we really want to take this opportunity. But the numbers are there to show this is really, really a big opportunity at this point.
I fully agree with you, Krishna, and I've also concur with all the panelists here that there is a huge opportunity for India. The industry seems to be at a tipping point, if you will. However, there are also, from a barriers point of view, multiple challenges that all of you must be facing to be able to meet that full potential. And in that context, the next question is more of a rapid fire kind of a round, and maybe Akhil, starting from you. In your view, maybe what's the number one barrier that comes to your mind which could prevent the industry from achieving its full potential? And we can go around, starting with Akhil maybe.
Probably number one would be talent, and ready available talent both within India and people who want to come back, similar to what Krishna said of Chinese entrepreneurs or scientists coming back. So I would probably say focus on talent will be probably one of the top 5 barriers.
Dr. Chandra?
Actually, the major barrier what currently this CRDMO industry look at is, while talent is one requirement, I think the industry is not able to attract the talent. I'm talking from an academic perspective while I represent PI today, is the PhD scholars or the students who are returning from the US as a postdocs. They look at coming to CRDMO space as a third option, not even the second option. They may like to go to an IIT as a professor, for example, or they may like to be in a discovery setup. And their preference of CRDMO is always the third choice. So I think looking at this document, what we made, I do believe that if all these players do an internal brainstorming to see what is that missing which does not attract those young minds. I mean, end of the day, we need to be glamorous to attract someone. And what is that missing? I think if you can do a little bit of that introspection, I think this industry would get the best talent.
Thank you. Peter?
If I answer the question from the top down, I don't think there are any barriers that are insurmountable to prevent this growth opportunity. Talent is clearly something that's going to be required to be scaled and to be evolved to meet those growth objectives. But we need capital. We need a capital market that's going to fuel the growth expansion. If we're going to quadruple or multiply the scale of the business by 5 to 10 times over a 10-year horizon, we're going to need a capital market support to do that, equity and or debt. And I think there are other issues we're going to have to address. We can call them barriers. I think they're all surmountable. If I think about what can slow us down in growth, it's the competitive value proposition that we create in the marketplace. And I think that's up to us collectively and individually to refine and evolve and make sure that we are at the leading edge of the competitive value proposition that our customer base wants.
Yeah, I think I also feel talent is the biggest barrier. And again, I agree with Peter that it's not unsurmountable, but it's a lot of work. And within talent, I will add attitude of delivering. You know, customers come to you and you can't deliver 80% of the time. You have to deliver 99% of the time. And only then the reputation builds that you're a reliable service provider. And that attitude has to change, and it's part of the talent equation. And besides talent, I would also say policies. I think as you started off, Vikas, that India is well known as the pharmacy of the world. Indian policies are very much tuned towards the generic industry. One of the reasons this morning we launched IPSO, Innovation Pharma Services Organizations, which is really all of the members here are members of the IPSO, is to influence governments to change certain policies, and we hope that this sticks and we can really make a difference so that our industry gets some, I would say, greasing of the skids so that we can move faster and smoother. So I would say talent and policies.
I would add to that and say logistics and kind of ease of doing business, importing raw materials, reagents, etc., getting permissions to make new products, and then exporting those. So logistics and import-export regulations that add to those.
Yeah, I want to add to the colleagues another perspective. I think the supply chain robustness is crucial. Yeah? So if I think from European perspective, of American perspective, there is a large portion of dependency from East, mainly from China. Now, I think also India has a tremendous opportunity to really partially fill this gap. When we look at CDMO, you may be engaged to do the final API or even the advanced intermediates, but if you don't have the raw materials and the other building blocks in the same ecosystem, you may struggle. So I think that's the area to really look at to have a long-term sustainability of this industry in India.
Look, I think we've touched upon multiple aspects of regulation and so forth, but I think the important thing now is for people to understand the CRDMO industry, what does it stand for, right? What do we define as? The term we've talked about the last 20 years, but I think nobody has taken the aspect of defining what a CRDMO industry is. The government has to understand that this industry of tremendous potential, if not scale right now. I think it's about time that they recognize the industry, unique needs of the industry. And like we said, we formed the panel, like Mani said, now it's a question of using that panel to be recognized first as industry in Delhi. We've talked about that, so.
Got it. Great. So I picked up talent as one of the themes across many of these discussions. And in the paper also, what we saw was we will need to multiply this talent at least 6 to 7 times to be able to capture the full potential. And along with that, Mani, to your point around attitude, consistency of delivery is also important, right? So if you were to unpeel this a little bit further in terms of talent, what would be some of the underlying, say, themes or issues that you would be seeing which causes this particular to become the number one issue, for example?
Yeah, certainly. I think, from a talent perspective, the report talks about scaling up 6 to 7 times. So if all the CRDMOs together, if I just take chemistry as an example, we are about 10,000 chemists right now. And we've done some analysis that this may need to go to about, we need to add another 12 to 15,000 chemists in the next 5 years. And over the last 20 years, we've been able to get 10,000. Now, how do we find these, right? So I think fundamentally, there are issues at the 12th standard level where we lose a lot of people to engineering, not enough people are going into basic sciences, so that's where I think we need to start influencing. But these are long-term strategies that you have to start influencing people going into sciences. We want more women in sciences. I think that's another area we have to influence. Chandra just spoke about scholars coming back from the West. This mostly what's happening today is scholars are coming back voluntarily because of various personal reasons. But is there a policy that we could work with either the central government or the state government to encourage, scientists and scholars to come back to India? I know China had done a program like this, which was very successful in China. Is that something we could emulate? So this could create some talent that is already experienced in the West, and that can bring that talent. So you have to address it from both ends. We need experienced talent, also, and you need the junior talent that we can get from colleges and schools, and so it's the good news is the raw material is there in India. You have 1.5 billion people. You have, and since I was talking about chemistry, you have about 50,000 people graduating with a master's in chemistry across India every year. So there's enough people out there. We have to train them right, think about innovation, because that's the industry we are in. And then, I can get into solutions, but these are the fundamental issues that I see of the raw talent has to be directed in this direction, more women in the sciences, scholars coming back, and then, for each of these you have different solutions, and some of these we are implementing, some of these the IPSO will implement over time. But again, not unsurmountable, but not easy either. We need all of us to work together to make this happen.
Thank you, Mani. And I think one of the other areas that we picked up was in some of these nascent capabilities that India is building right now, like new modalities, for example. It's not just quantity, but also quality of talent that is seeming kind of a challenge that we picked up when we spoke to a lot of customers, right? So in your view, Krishna, how could India really leapfrog and transform this whole ecosystem? And the second question within that is also about unleashing the scientific curiosity, right, in the minds of people that we have. And so from your vantage point and having been one of the pioneers in this new modalities, how do you see this panning out?
Look, I think if you look at all of the people that have touched upon the talent part to a certain extent, we talked about why Express don't come back, and what Mani touched on is a very important point, right? Deliver all the time. So what has happened to us as industry over time? We kind of are hyper-focused on execution delivery processes. But net-net, what it has done is taken the fun out of business for people working, the working environment, scientific curiosity. End of the day, if you have to go in the next stage, people have to be scientifically curious to adopt new technologies, new techniques. Only then are you going to systematically be able to be more effective. So unless you get them to start better experimentation, using different tools, flow chemistry, unless you get there, your overall efficiency will not go up. And to do that, you need to capture the minds of people, and that becomes self-infectious, right? Why would Express come back if they come back to a monotonous environment? They want to come back where they can add value. So I think before we go further, I think we have to make a significant leap where we are really getting our teams excited about science again. If it's only about execution, I think long-term we will lose out, but we're walking a fine line. Because if we don't deliver on time, customers will walk away. So this is a delicate balance industry we have to play, and there's no magic bullet. We have to all tighter how to do it. But if you get that formula right, that's when you're going to get the opportunity to work this out.
Got it. Understood. Actually, another area that we picked up during the discussion was like vis-a-vis China, the productivity in India still is lagging, right? And one of the root causes there was around greater automation, use of AI that we see versus in India. And I know that all of you are already working a lot on that area. And So Akhil, if you were to paint, say, a picture 5 years, 10 years down the line versus where is India today, what do you see on this dimension, the industry doing and transforming?
So I think multiple angles of productivity, right? One, if I look at capital productivity, it is more about first lower cost of capital, which structurally we cannot change. Second is on utilization, right? So better contracts. So I think that as all the industry grow, we'll be able to design our plants and design our contracts so that utilization improves. Second is productivity in R&D. Right, doing more experiments with less time, or doing more effective experiments in less time. Or what I have actually seen is things will go wrong. How quickly can you resolve issues in less time is actually the biggest, for me, driver of productivity. And there it is a combination of speed and attitude and willingness, and sometimes regulatory policy of getting samples around that causes us to go slow down. The third element is, can you do those experiments faster with robotic automation, etc., etc. I think those will happen, and we are seeing this happen across the board. I think there are multiple World Economic Forum digital lighthouses in India at a GMP scale, and I'm sure it will trickle down to the lab scale. We are seeing preliminary uses of machine learning and AI from as basic as how do you what is the most probable kappa for this topic, for this issue, right? You're already seeing that. Is it at scale? Not yet. Will it happen in 5-10 years? Probably yes, right? So that will reduce time to turnaround time and therefore improve productivity. Typically in pharma, what I've seen is whenever everything stops because of an issue, because of something else, that is when you lose productivity. It is not when things go right. When things go right, everyone will be on equal page.
Right. No. Thank you, Akhil. Nandini, you spoke about ease of doing business, right? And understand that you have a large footprint in India and outside as well, right? And you would be seeing this firsthand from how things happen in other countries versus India. From your vantage point, what are the key areas where India is lagging and could learn from some of the other global examples?
I think India definitely has the talent in things like manufacturing as well as quality talent. As we said, it does, for some of the research talent, we do need more experience and more exposure. But in terms of even just the ease of doing business in a day-to-day setting, as I said a little bit, is permissions in the CDMO industry, the number of products, the type of products that you do change on a monthly basis, whether it's quantities, batch sizes, all of those. And every time that changes, you need to almost get new permissions. So that's just kind of one example of, just it adds more friction. Or similarly, if you want to import something, it'll take you 10 days. Do you have the cold storage? Do you have the customs warehouse in the right place? Can that come to an SEZ? All of those, I think, add more friction to the ease of doing business.
Got it. No, thank you, Nandini. Giuliano, you've been associated with European Commission. You've seen the CRDMO industry as well as the fine chemicals industry in Europe at very close quarters, right? And one of the things that we were picking up in the report was the lack of a solid tier 1 ecosystem to support all of you in India, right? Is there something from your vantage point of having worked across Europe and India where there could be a greater, deeper partnership between Indian companies and European companies to kind of de-risk each other?
Yeah. So I think we can look at many cases where European companies invested in India and also vice versa, as we are doing and others are doing. But I think looking at the higher level, European bloc has the need to find an alternative to China. This is very clear. So this is, to me, is open up space for collaboration, which can be also discussed at the different level, facilitating the process, instead of duplicating effort on the same areas of activities or technologies. Maybe we can find some opportunity to be more complementary and trying to really open up a bilateral discussion between Europe and India. which I think from European perspective, the only request I can sense is to respect the level playing field, so the quality standard, HSC standard, which we are discussing in our association here in India. This is mandatory, not more optional. So I think there are good perspectives we can look at.
Got it. Thank you, Julian. Peter, you mentioned capital concerned areas, and when we were doing the analysis, we found that in China, one CRDMO deploys more capital per year versus a large part of our industry. And if you were to use our Indian and international benchmarks, you would see that the rate of capital deployment in India is to go up 4 to 5x to realize the full potential that we envisage in the next 10 years. So in this context, like what kind of challenges do you see, also including some of the investor expectations around capital returns in India?
Yeah, so it's very clear that if the CRDMO business scales to the nature of the market opportunity, it will scale 5 to 10 times bigger than it is today. It's a capital-intensive industry where you have to deploy a lot of capital to build capacities and equip them with instrumentation and technological capabilities. So it is a high capital-intensive industry, and I think we all hope that we're going to have to look at higher levels of capex to invest to grow into this very significant market opportunity. We are also in an industry where the life cycles can be long, and therefore return on capital expectations need to be set against that. This isn't a 2-year cycle. This is a 5 to 10-year cycle in many cases through the molecule and through the development of capabilities. So that needs to be factored into the thinking in the development of a capital market. Obviously, the cost of capital is high at the moment, and it's higher in India than it is in some other jurisdictions. So that's going to be a challenge and an issue that we'll all have to address. And that may require some evolution and creativity in the capital markets here in India, if that's where the capital is going to be sourced. So I do see capital being something that we're all going to have to look at figuring out, individually and maybe collectively, the ways to facilitate and catalyze a more efficient capital market that's going to be required for the industry if it's to achieve the growth potential that I think exists.
Thank you, Peter. And as I hear all of you speak about challenges, at least one theme that comes to mind is while challenges are there, they're not insurmountable, as one of you also mentioned. And therefore now maybe shifting gears to some kind of solution themes. Akhil, from your perspective, if you look at this whole sector, in my view, there'll be multiple stakeholders who will need to come together: industry, academia, customers, government, right? From your vantage point, what could industry do on its own, as you heard about all these challenges? Which of these could be solved within the industry, and what could industry do to solve those?
So I think one of the reasons actually why some of the industry leaders got together for the association was to solve some of the problems ourselves. Right? We have to solve it ourselves. Nobody is going to spoon feed that solution, right? And I think the first agenda topic which we wanted to solve ourselves was the talent problem. And I think when we got together, we realized the base is there. As Mani mentioned, there are 50,000+ chemists, but our industry needs only 10,000 a year. Why is it so difficult, right? And the reason, then we teamed up with the government, set up that finishing school, and that is the first step, right? So I think setting up those academies, and we sort of learned it, at least I learned it from, Wuxi. They have a whole university within their campus to train chemists by the dozen, right? Or by the thousand, not even by the dozen. So those are things you can do ourselves, and we can set it up ourselves. Second is, if you think about what do we source from, what are the raw materials we are not getting in India, right? Let's say some of the raw materials are because of certain chemistries, certain types of things which we cannot do, or we historically could not do. We need to find technology solutions for those because of the hazardous chemistry or whatever it was. We need to find those solutions within India and make it happen over here, right? Because the fundamental building block comes from the oil and gas industry, which is reasonably abundant here in India. So I think those are 2-3 solutions we can do. Of course, we will, what gets accelerated in some of those things is you get the support, grants and so on from the government, which we have, at least I have seen a lot, which happens especially in China, which, obviously that structure does not happen here yet, but I was encouraged to see that, the government allocating capital to the biotech sector, so hopefully things will improve. But yeah, we'll have to work with the government, educate them on policies, but there are certain things we can do ourselves.
Got it. Dr. Chandra, you have looked at this sector from multiple angles, right? In the government, in academia, in industry. So from your perspective, having seen all the three sides, what could academia do to basically help solve, for example, the talent challenge, which many of the panelists have mentioned today?
Actually, whatever CRDMO space we are talking, at least in India, all the talent pool has come from the academic setups. I think undoubtedly, whether you go to Arjun or Sci Life or Anthem, I think 70% of the people have done their PhDs in academic schools and universities. But today, one set which is not explored is the private university space. India has now more private universities than the state-run universities, which of course we know state universities don't run well. So whether our industry will now start partnering with the private universities where talent is available, and then we could go and get them into the system. While government has done reasonably well today, instead of 5 traditional IITs, every state has one IIT now, and every state has one central university. And as I said, private university permissions are left and right. I think we are now more graduates than the jobs available in the market, which again is supply is more and demand is less in some sectors. The best way to get the talent, of course, from the setup, from the academic setup today, which they've done reasonably well according to me. But one challenge which academicians encounter is if you look at, I think, the 12+4 model, which has come up now, but traditionally it has been 12+3+2 for a postgraduate to join one of these companies. So what is that entry-level package which attracts a student whether to join a CRDMO space or go to some other sector, which gives him little more financial support? I think that should be addressed when this IPSO comes in. And also, if the CRDMO space demands or earmarks, what are the areas in which they want talent to come in? I think these academic institutes will have finished schools, which I know Arjun Sai does with IICT and few other institutes. I think you have 3 months, 6 months of a finished school, and I think talent would come in. So I think one is a good, decent package, which is, for example, a 12+4 BTech graduate, for example, gets a 5 lakh rupees package in Hyderabad today. And same 12+3+2 would get a 3 lakh package. I think he would like to go to 12+4 BTech rather than 12+3+2. And also a little bit of research mind in the CRDMO space. I think that's very essential while we are all driven by the demand of the contractor who gives your project to us. But I think innovation is something which any young mind would like to take a chance. I think that freedom and liberty should be built in. I think things get better. Thanks.
Got it. Thanks, Dr. Chandra. The next question, another rapid fire round. This is basically if you had just one thing on your mind which you would want the government to do, either center or state, what would that be? And maybe we can start, Peter, with you and go down.
Oh boy. One thing for the government to do, I think it's ease of doing business. I pick up on Nandini. I just think that is a point of friction and delay that costs time, that is compressible. We don't need to do it this way, and it's a disadvantage that India has against other jurisdictions, and it comes up again and again. So an easy one to fix. I think most of them are very easily surmountable, but this one to me is very easy, low-hanging fruit. Get rid of some of these friction points, red tape that forces regulation and time to be chewed up that's unnecessary.
I would really pitch for a CRDMO park, like an SEZ park or something like this, but it is designed for CRDMOs, where we have policies where we don't have to go and get permissions from the local drug controller for making changes in batch sizes or things like this, where there is easy export capability out of that park, easy import capabilities from into that park from outside, and streamline some of the friction points Nandini mentioned. But a park that a government takes an initiative just for the CRDMO industry, I think would be my one ask. And I've been pushing this for the last 10 years, but nobody has listened yet. But hopefully, if I keep saying it for the next 10, some government will pick it up.
I think ability to attract international talent to live and work in India.
Got it. Thank you, Nandini. Juliano?
I think if I need to pitch one, probably set of incentive for reshoring critical technology for sustain the industry on the CDMO side.
Krishna?
I'm just going to echo which Mani, Nandini and those said is the friction points come from regulation, right? The low-hanging fruit. There's so many regulations which make no sense in our industry. Somebody just sitting down for a day can sit down and change those. And it's sad, but we still have not got anybody to do that. It's really, really simple to understand the needs of the industry and fix it over very quickly.
Yeah, I think import and export logistics for innovative assets need to be thought slightly differently from well-established approved molecules. Especially importing of a lot of biological reagents, entry barrier, very, very complicated, which puts the industry at a structural disadvantage. That would be my number one request.
Dr. Chandra?
While there are barriers, challenges for whatever we have all spoken so far, my understanding is the government officials are not tuned to the CRDMO space yet, unlike the manufacturing APIs, which has become beaten to death. Everyone knows what is the requirement, and as Mani said, batch size and all that. I think the drug inspectors and the officials are not aware of the system, and maybe educating them would make a lot of these things easier. They're not resistant to change, but they don't know that we have problems. So I think if you could really explain the problem well, I think we get the solution. So.
Great. So lots of, I would say, insightful takeaways and points from this amazing discussions. And I'm seeing that there is a lot of questions from the audience also, which is coming up on the stream. And I would now maybe love to take that opportunity to get in a few audience questions. As I see the feed, maybe the first question is for you, Nandini, which is, do you see biosecure happening, and how is this likely to... Biosecure Act, do you see that happening, and what's the impact likely on the industry?
So I think the BioSecure Act so far hasn't reached Congress yet.
Yeah.
I do not know when it will come. So I think it's hard to comment at this point. I will say that one of the things our company does is work on being geography agnostic. So if there are people who want to reshore to the US, we do have capabilities and capacities available. Whereas also if they want to be in India, we also have capacities and capabilities available. So we try and solve our customers' problems rather than sell a geography.
Thank you, Nandini. I hope that answers the question. Krishna, next question's for you. Congratulations on a very successful IPO. In your view, how realistic and sustainable are investor expectations?
What the question again?
From companies in the sector, not just from...
Look, I think investor expectation is very interesting, right? I think it depends which investors that you talk to. When we talk to investors who invest in China, they're very clear that they're saying, look, we want you to invest because they've seen the Chinese model, they know it's capital driven, capital intensive. You talk to Indian investors, they tell me how do I get 45% margin. So there are two dichotomic areas we talk to, I think. But by and large, I think most investors are very pragmatic that this is a long-term play. And so I think investors like this sector. But I think there's a lot of education which needs to happen in terms of what it really means, because all of us come in different flavors. None of us have the same flavor, so it's very hard for them to decipher the industry yet to this point.
Thank you, Krishna. I think no conversation nowadays will be completed without discussing tariffs, and I see a lot of questions on that come up. So Giuliano, maybe over to you. How do you think this whole tariff situation is going to impact the industry?
Thank you for reserving to me the most easy question. And of course, nobody knows how the tariff game will play in the next coming months. What I can add to that is that probably it's above the pharmaceutical level, so it's a more country games. And this is making also the modeling for predict impact more difficult. However, if I come back to the point of who is buying pharmaceutical services and drugs, if you consider a scenario where China is with tariff, Europe is with tariff, Korea is with tariff, and India is with tariff, I don't think the problem of tariff would really have a real impact in the midterm. Probably in the short term, but at a certain point, the system should realign to a sustainability level.
Thank you, Giuliano. Mani, the next question's coming from the audience for you. Congratulations on a successful round that you raised recently. If you were to step back and looking at deploying capital over the next 5 years, 10 years, what would be, from an industry point of view, not just from the company point of view, but from an industry point of view, how should one think about the capital deployment question?
I think, Peter addressed it, that it's a very capital-intensive industry. The opportunity is huge. I think, luckily, I think there's enough investors who understand this sector and are willing to invest. And we should not shy away from making investments. At Allergen, in the last 3 years, we've made about 2,000 crores of investments, and we will continue because it's a very capital-intensive business. And unless you have those investments in capacities, in new modalities, in backup plans, etc., the large customers will not move towards India. So I think. So we did a capital raise, but there are other ways of doing it through the public markets, etc. But I think the market is sensitive enough, and there are enough investors who are wanting to invest in the CRDMO industry. They've seen the success in other geographies like in the US, Europe, China, and they see India as a future potential, and they would like to invest here.
Thank you, Mani. Peter, the next question is coming for you. Congratulations on the new role. If India were to make something like a Samsung Biologics, what would it take for us to do that?
Everything that I think the panel's spoken about would have to evolve as we've described. I mean, for India to generate a world-leading position in the CRDMO market, then we individually and collectively have to scale significantly in order to achieve that. So the aspiration of a world-leading CRDMO company coming out of India, or a group of world-leading enterprises, I think is attractive. I think it's realistic in the mid to long term. I think the fundamentals are in place and the opportunity exists. But it would need everything we've spoken about to happen. I mean, that's ourselves as enterprises, to commit to that kind of vision, to back it, and then we would need to take that capital and put it to work and take those risks, and we'd need enabling and facilitatory support from academia in India to create a flow of talent over a 10 to 20 year period that meets the demand profile of the talent that would be required, existing talent and future talent. If we want 20 peptide chemists today in India, I don't think we can get them. We'd have to go outside, but we should not have that answer in a few years' time. We should have them coming out of India. We'll need all the government support for enabling facilitation that has been described, take away these friction points, enable faster, more effective and more efficient logistics. We can cut time points and increase competitiveness there easily. And then, of course, you know, the ideas of a park or further economic support to build a sectoral enterprise platform that can be worth tens and hundreds of billions going forward in a 10 to 20 year period. Doesn't happen by accident. It's happened by design in China. It's happening by design in Korea. You know, we need some more design support for it to happen in the way that you've described, to an aspiration of a leading position in the market.
Thank you, Peter. Akhil, next question is for you. Supply chain diversification by Big Pharma had started some time back. And it's continuing, probably will get accelerated because of some of these regulation change, which may or may not happen. How long do you think this window of opportunity will last from an India perspective?
So on the topic of supply chain, right, we have seen two segments. One is existing supply chains which are already validated in some parts of the world, China, US, Europe, those shifting potentially to India. Second is new supply chains being formed. So I think on the former, which is changing existing supply chains, in the report also we said between 3 to 5% may move. That will happen very, very gradually. Right, you know, in pharma it takes years before that entire thing gets shifted, even to a small extent, and gets stabilized. I think the new projects, right, which are then coming to India, that is more sustainable and that will continue. If you look at the number of new molecular entities or new chemical entities entering the clinic, it is growing year on year. So that is not declining. So that means the total market is expanding, and I'm hoping that, you know, that will continue for India. So that I see as a long-term sustainable opportunity, and it'll benefit the entire industry.
Yeah. Dr. Chandra, next question's coming for you. This is from one of the aspiring startups in the audience, saying that as you, as PI industry is also looking to get into this field, and you've seen the sector from all three vantage points, what are the key lessons that you can share with some of the new entrants and startups in this space who can build a CRDMO business successfully in India?
But just by the way, he's the founder of Sai.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I think the entry barriers for today's CRDMO is very complicated, unlike 20 years ago when Arajan and Sai Life have come into picture. And it's difficult to get into those entry barriers. I strongly believe if any startup would like to get in, I think they should get into some innovative ideas which can be absorbed by CRDMOs rather than they starting a CRO by themselves. So there are enough project problems with all of us. For example, in flow chemistry, or for example, fluorine chemistry, or for example, high throughput screening. I think they should develop a platform technology using Atal Innovation Center kind of stuff, which has been well built across the last 10 years. And I think these CRDMOs will take those knowledge and then convert into commercial value by giving a small equity for them. I think that's a better model rather than starting a CRDO.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. I think I'll just take one last question from the audience, and this question is coming for you, Nandini. Like, if you look at the overall capacity in India and the opportunity that's coming, do you see those are balanced from a D and an M perspective or not?
I think we are still a very small share of the overall market. If we want to take advantage of the opportunity that is there, as Peter said, I think we will have to invest a lot more capex into India.
Thank you, Nandini. I think we are almost nearing the end, and it was a great discussion. Personally, I take away three things from this conversation. The first thought that comes to my mind is some words from William Blake, which is tiger, tiger, burning bright, which is this sector is at the tipping point right now, and not only contributing a lot to India, but it has the potential to put India on the global map for sure. The second thought that comes to mind is again another poem, Invictus, which is, I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. Which basically, at least to me, the translation of that is that a lot of the challenges and barriers that we spoke about, this industry has it in control, and if we all come together, it could be easily solved. And the third one is a Sanskrit two words, Sangha Chadvam Samvadadvam. So it can't be just done by the industry, but you need academia, government, and everyone to come together to be able to solve this challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for joining this panel, and many thanks for all the insights and inspiration to us. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well, that was an incredibly engaging session. A huge thank you to our esteemed panelists and our moderator for the insights into the future of India's CRDMO sector. Thank you so much. And to express our gratitude, I invite our session sponsor, Factories representative Sevasi's Das, Head of Sales India, to please join us on stage. I request our panelists and our moderators to please rise up. Thank you so much for that engaging session. So please. Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank them with a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. This was very interesting. A small token of thank you from the sponsors. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a keynote address by a leader who has been instrumental in shaping India's economic policies and global positioning. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity and welcome on stage for our keynote address, Mr. Amitabh Kant, IAS India's G20 Sherpa Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome him with a huge round of applause to deliver his keynote address.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jayesh, Ranjan, let me first compliment the government of Telangana for hosting BioAsia for many, many years and in a very efficient, successful, and making it bigger and bigger every year, and for making Hyderabad the center of all innovation and all investments in this sphere. I'm truly delighted because of this unique and very ambitious theme of catalysts of change, expanding global healthcare frontiers. This summit serves as a proof of our collective resolve to redefine the landscape of healthcare through innovation, collaboration, and progress, to embrace the advantages of this technology-forward era in a way that benefits the last person in mile. As a nation, India has made tremendous progress in the realm of healthcare. India is the largest provider of generic drugs globally, earning the title of pharmacy of the world. This sector stands for affordability, access, agility, and quality in providing medicines. It supplies over 50% of the global demand for various vaccines, 40% of the generic demand in the US, and 25% of all medicines in the UK. Ranking third in pharmaceutical production by volume, and close to about 12th or 13th by value globally, India has demonstrated world-class capabilities in manufacturing bulk drugs or active pharmaceutical ingredients. The industry has evolved from simple to complex molecules, incorporating higher entry barriers and cutting-edge technology platforms. India significantly impacts global healthcare by providing cost-effective medicines to millions worldwide. Approximately 1 in 3 pills consumed in the US and 1 in 4 in the UK are produced in India. India's success in delivering accessible HIV treatment and low-cost vaccines has had a huge impact globally. In terms of exports, India's pharmaceutical exports have increased from about 19 billion in financial year 19 to close to about 28 billion in 24. The COVID-19 pandemic put India's capability to the ultimate test, and we rose to the occasion. The pandemic highlighted India's leadership in pharmaceuticals manufacturing on a global scale. Voluntary licenses granted to Indian pharma companies during the pandemic ensured worldwide access to treatment solutions. Looking ahead, the Indian pharmaceutical sector stands at a pivotal junction. To realize our full potential and grow from close to about 50 billion today to a potential of 150 billion by 2030 and 500 billion by 2047, we need to strategically focus on several key areas. Let me highlight a few of them. First and foremost, research and development and innovation. International trends show that research and development and innovation are highly diffused as innovative pharma companies increasingly source their portfolio from external partners. Interestingly, the share of the top 10 pharma companies in the global biopharma pipeline has actually decreased from 18.4% in 2011 to just 4.1% in 2023. Platform biotech companies that are now producing new drugs are doing it at scale. Here, there is potential for India to become a discovery innovation hub. It's time to shift our focus from being just manufacturers to innovators, and my belief is that we need to transition from make in India to discover and make in India for the world. To do this, we need to foster a culture of innovation through long-term vision and investment in science science-driven research and development. Further, we need to address the costs and risks associated with discovery-based innovation by creating an enabling ecosystem. This ecosystem should rest on funding and enabling regulatory landscape, and we need to scrap a lot of rules, regulation procedures, so as to push the regulatory landscape into far more easier and simple landscape. We need to support for clinical trials and collaborate between government, industry, and academia, and capability in terms of talent and skilling. In tandem, India needs to encourage various forms of innovation, including better access, new categories, new ways of doing business, and deploying artificial intelligence in a very cost-effective, less energy-consuming manner, and machine learning and using data and many other technologies. To my mind, the government should consider incentives such as weighted deductions and digital transformation spending or GST exemptions to encourage corporate investment in Industry 4.0 tools. Ladies and gentlemen, as we need now to focus on biologics and biosimilars, as non-communicable diseases become major health challenges globally, there's a rapidly emerging opportunity in biologics. To capitalize on this, we need to invest in developing biosimilars for the global market, which is projected to rise significantly by 2030. It is important to address unmet needs for affordable access to complex biologics to replicate the success of the generic industry. Recognizing that developing and manufacturing biosimilars is complex and costly, research-linked incentives can encourage the industry to boost R&D investment, offering higher incentives as products progress through development stages. Ladies and gentlemen, discovery-based innovation involves risk. It means incurring the cost of technology, new capabilities being developed with timelines and a high chance of failure. Such risk-taking can happen only within an enabling ecosystem. It's crucial to ensure that funding is the central driver of innovative R&D involving stakeholders like the government, regulators, academia, startup, tech entrepreneurs, and private funders. We should recognize the Indian government establishing of a financial pool to spur private sector-driven research and innovation as a welcome step, and the government has laid out close to 20,000 crore in this budget for innovation, including announcing a fund for deep tech, and many new innovations should take place through the fund of funds for deep tech. Currently, all major capital still flows from foreign venture capitalists, and the new 10,000 crore fund of funds for startups proposed in India's 2025 budget will attract more domestic capital into the startup ecosystem and enable risk sharing with venture capitalists. This promises to energize the entrepreneurial landscape and should diversify pump funding into the development of innovative healthcare solutions that can address very pressing medical challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, parallelly, we need to promote R&D investments by pushing for products advanced through stages of development. The other point I want to make is about the regulatory landscape and collaboration. It is necessary for India to create an enabling regulatory landscape to support innovation and critical trials. And I look forward to this BioAsia making specific recommendations in this regard so that we can push them at the Government of India level so that we can ensure better innovation and easier clinical trials. We also need to promote collaboration between industry and academia in this regard. The last point I want to make is about regulatory landscape and about the quality manufacturing and infrastructure standards and about digital transformation. To maintain our reputation, we need to adopt a unified standard of global excellence, ensuring the highest quality for all markets. This is critical because in recent times, we've heard of some reports coming in from African markets. And it's important that the brands of Indian products are not impacted. It is also important to improve quality standards and compliance with good manufacturing practices, and this needs to be supported by robust infrastructure which facilitates the production of world-class products. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, to stay competitive, we need to leverage artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics to revolutionize drug discovery, development, manufacturing, and distribution. And this would require us not only to do clever engineering, but to converge good software with computing power. And to my mind, open source is the way forward. India has over 420,000 tech engineers. We ranked very high in the GitHub, and ladies and gentlemen, the adoption of AI in our enterprises is 92%. And therefore, India has a great capability. The AI race has just begun and is wide open. And the Indian industry must really push for a lot of disruption through better and clever engineering in the field of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, the last point I want to make is that it is our responsibility to ensure our growth in an environmentally sustainable, socially impactful, and in keeping with the highest government standards. We need to prioritize patient safety and quality, and the Indian pharmaceutical industry has the potential to become a global leader in high-value pharmaceutical exports by prioritizing value over volume. By focusing on R&D, quality, and sustainability, the industry can achieve its ambitious targets and make a significant contribution to global healthcare. Not only in pharma, but in medtech, we pushed for the production-linked incentive, which hopefully should yield dividends in the years to come. The strategic shift will enhance India's global standing and reinforce its role as a trusted provider of affordable, high-quality medicines to the rest of the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be here.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring words and your vision for India's role in global innovation. I would take this opportunity and I invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS Special Chief Secretary to Government of Telangana, to please join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank him with a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next insightful discussion, innovations shaping the future of global life sciences, that will explore the future of R&D, regulatory advancements, and how these innovations will shape the global healthcare landscape. Now, to moderate this interesting topic, I please invite on stage and welcome Mr. Pete Lyons, Vice Chair and U.S. National Life Sciences Leader, Deloitte, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen. Now let us call upon our esteemed panelists who will be joining us on stage. Dr. Shekhar Mande, former Director General, CSIR India. Let us welcome him. Dr. Boris Stoffel, Managing Director, Miltenyi Biotech, Germany. Dr. Christian Jones, Chief Commercial Officer, Nanoform, Finland. Mr. Nitin Dharmadhikari, Chief Operating Officer, SPARC, India. Ms. Sandhya Sripati, Novartis Biomedical Research Head, India, along with Dr. Anil Kaul, VPN Health, Global Public Health Discovery, J&J Belgium. Before we begin the discussion, we're excited to unveil the POV by Deloitte titled 2025 Global Life Sciences and Healthcare Outlook. And to do the honors, I may invite on stage Mr. Todd Konsman, Global Life Sciences Sector Leader from Deloitte. Can we have Mr. Todd please joining us on stage? He's right here. Let us do the honors of unveiling the POV by Deloitte titled 2025 Global Life Sciences and Healthcare Outlook. Where is Team Deloitte? Better. If Mr. Todd would want to speak a few words on it, yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are absolutely delighted to be here with you today and to unveil our 2025 Life Sciences Outlook. The Outlook was developed by having conversations and working with many of the leaders in this room and have spoken today, as well as across the industry, over 160 individuals. While many themes were brought up, and we hope and encourage you to read the paper, today's panel is going to be focused on a component that continued to come up around access and pricing, and the implication of these issues on our industry to generating growth and revenue, and looking forward how technologies such as generative AI, such as IoT, Lab of the Future, and others are going to be instrumental in changing research and development, supply chain, and other functions across our industry to make the world a better place and to help health across the world. So with that, we encourage you to have a wonderful panel. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate the opening remarks, and it's great to be here with all of you, and an honor to be moderating this panel of our esteemed guests here. As Todd mentioned, our panel today will really focus around innovation, an innovation focus on research and development. I think the keynote from Robert Bradway this morning was an interesting setup for this, as he talked about the hinge moment of the confluence of technology and how technology is changing life sciences broadly, but specifically research and development. So we'll delve deeper into some of those innovations, the use of emerging technologies with the guests that we have today. Before we get started, I'd love each of you to just briefly introduce yourself. So Nitin?
My name is Nitin Dharmadhikari. I work as a COO of a Spark, what is Sun Pharma Advanced Research Company. We do drug discovery, actually. We are the first company which was listed in the Indian stock market as a research company.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandhya Sripati, and I'm the head of biomedical research here in India. As you have heard from my colleague, Sadhna, today, Novartis has made a huge commitment to India, and we are about 8,500 people strong. And we are happy to report to you that we no longer see ourselves as a GCC, but we see ourselves as a company, as a site, as another site, Novartis site in India, and we are here to innovate, not just be a GCC.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Jones, and I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Nanoform Finland. I'm a chemist by training, and I lead the commercial activities for our public listed company on NASDAQ, Helsinki, and Stockholm. We are a drug delivery company using proprietary technology to create nanoparticles of both small and large molecules to create novel formulations to create better medicines for patients. And I'm delighted to be here to discuss how we believe innovations should be fostered for the benefit of patients.
Thank you. Boris?
Yeah, my name is Boris Stoffel. I'm the CEO of Milteny Biotech, a German-based private health company near Cologne. Milteny Biotech, 35 years in the game of cells, I would call this. We consider ourselves as the #1 company if it comes to providing solutions for autologous cell and gene therapy. And this is what we are trying also to discuss here in India, because with the 1.5 billion people, 100,000 in need, the question is it possible to deliver these life-saving therapies in a broader sense to the market? And yes, we do believe that it is possible.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anil Kaul, and I'm a scientist by training. I'm ex-CSIR, Government of India, and I'm currently J&J. And my research as a scientist has always been focused on delivering solutions for diseases, what we call neglected diseases. And that's where I spent the last 20, 25 years of my life trying to discover new drugs, molecules. And one of the drugs which me and my team have discovered is bedaquiline, which is a drug for the treatment of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, and is available in more than 170 countries across the globe, and part of WHO's list of essential medication.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shekhar Mande. I am a computational biologist by training, and currently I am professor of bioinformatics at the Savitribai Phule Pune University, formerly University of Pune. And in my previous avatar, I was the Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, one of the largest chain of laboratories across the country.
Thank you. Thank you all. So all of us who are focused on the life sciences industry recognize the rapid transformation that the industry is undergoing, particularly in the area of research and development. What I'd love to hear from each of you is, what is the groundbreaking innovation in the past year that's been most exciting to you, in how it's changed the focus area for you and your organizations? Shekhar, maybe we'll start with you.
Well, what I believe is that we are passing through a very, very exciting time at this moment. We are seeing progress on multiple different fronts. Everyone is aware of what artificial intelligence is doing. We have seen the impact of DeepSeek on the world. What we believed would require large power and multiple processors may not really be as large as what we might have believed it would be. In the life sciences, the revolution that CRISPR-Cas has unleashed is absolutely unbelievable. And we are going to see multiple innovations in this particular front in gene editing and other things using these particular technologies. So I believe the current time is like no other time in the past, where we are seeing multiple developments on multiple different fronts in different areas and so on.
Excellent.
Yeah, from my perspective, if I look at it, of course, in terms of, let me talk about drug discovery. So in discovery, I think one of the game changers, those of you are chemists here will understand it, is called what we call generative chemistry. So I'm very excited about it because I feel that this technology or this AI-driven chemistry will drive the future drug discovery. And why I feel excited? Because that in this platform, what you need or don't need is no data sets. So for any target, for any protein, anybody who has this algorithm may be able to generate or design the next in silico molecules. And we have recently published a paper in Nature where we try to discover molecules for COVID, for pandemic preparedness, using some of these tools. So very, very exciting. I think, as Mr. Kant said, that this gives us an opportunity to leverage and be at the right playing field for discovering drugs for India and for low and middle income countries.
Great, thanks Neil. Boris, what is the most groundbreaking?
Yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, when we are talking as Military Biotech about cell and gene therapies, maybe just the beginning. It's a very young discipline, but I'm delighted that I have two colleagues here on the stage where at least these companies with Novartis and Kymriah starting this about 8 years ago, and maybe one of the best sell products in the world with Carvykti in J&J for multiple myeloma. It has shown and proven that these therapeutic options are life-saving. The question is, of course, how do you bring this to the globe? Colleagues are smiling. They know about the challenges with the supply and the manufacturing and delivering of these products, because when we are talking about autologous cell and gene therapy, obviously, this is a patient individualized therapy where you collect a leukapheresis from a patient, and you need to manufacture and process these cells, manipulate them, make them smarter, and re-deliver it. These are long processes, different logistics than what classically pharma was used to. And so the question for me is really, and this is something we are discussing because Milton is involved in all these therapeutics, how can that happen in the rest of the world? And our deepest belief, in one word, is that maybe you need to bring these options closer to the patients. And you know that in the world there are discussions about point of care and in hospital solutions, whether this from a more pharmaceutical standpoint is realistic. I think if you have a platform like ours, where this is a complete and closed system, it can be done, and it should be done. Obviously, this is a paradigm shift. Maybe colleagues to the left and right, they would not like that so much. But yeah, also some openness maybe is needed, because if you go back just on the diagnostic side, I mean, in the days when there were no automation, everything was done manual with all the circumstances to overcome. It was also not thought that one day, you have this fully automated and everywhere in the world, and we are measuring more or less the same endpoints. So why on earth it should not be possible to provide the same cell product with the same safety and quality in a more decentralized manner, closer to the patient? And this is something, there are many regions in the world where countries, physicians, thought leaders, regulators, politicians are interested and at least to exploit this. And since we all know that this is just on the beginning, I think we should be so open to discuss these things better. This is a combination of what was said before. A lot of these more genetic technologies will be bound more and more into these therapies. So it is really just in the beginning. And my pledge is also here in India that in high-tech centers, a lot of researchers, whether they are immunologists, oncologists, or from other disciplines, we should pay more attention to it. Because it started in oncology. We know now the potential in autoimmune diseases. There are already first trials in Parkinson, in epilepsy. So I think the broadness of possibilities is big. But we have to overcome all the technical issues, how you supply this safer and better to patients.
Thanks, Boris.
Yeah.
Christian, from your perspective, most groundbreaking innovation?
So from my perspective, there's so much invention that takes place right across the pharma industry, but for something to be an innovation, it needs to be an invention that's actually commercialized. And when I think about the greatest commercialization successes last year, we can't not mention GLP-1s. I think this is it is a really interesting area. It's a hot topic. It's a buzzword for pharma. It's a buzzword for investors, and it's also a buzzword for patients. There is such a huge demand that this has now created in the global population, that as an industry, we now need to serve a patient population of over 1 billion patients, and this is only going to grow. But the challenge exists with an innovation like this is trying to treat all of those patients, trying to deliver the medicine in the right way to those patients. And many of those will be needle phobic. Many of those will have issues and tolerability issues with certain medications. And once a patient goes onto some of these medicines, they may never come off them. And we have to think about this type of innovation from a supply chain perspective. How are we going to deliver this type of innovation sustainably in a cost-effective way for the industry and for the patient population. But we need to also consider, how are we going to innovate within this innovation? How are we going to deliver these medicines in the best possible way for patients, to make them more convenient, to make them less intrusive? And that's something that Nanoform are doing. We're looking at creating novel nanoformulations of peptides, monoclonal antibodies, and other such molecules to increase drug loads in the formulations, to mean that, for example, you can have long-acting formulations of these drugs. You could potentially open up oral bioavailability increases for some of these drugs. And I think that's the responsibility of all of us in this room, is to really try to take innovation to the patient, but to try to create best-in-class medicines for patients. Because all too often, it's a race to get a product on the market. And we forget sometimes that good enough actually shouldn't be just good enough. It should be best in class. And I think it's all our responsibility to adopt innovation to ensure that we deliver best in class medicines for patients.
Great. Thanks, Christian. Yeah. Sandhya, what's groundbreaking innovation?
I guess from my perspective, last year was very, very exciting because we were able to apply artificial intelligence, to real-world problems. So, especially in the drug discovery space, companies like Isomorphic, Generate Biosciences, and Schrödinger, they're able to bring their technology, their solutions to really help generate new molecules, as Anil was talking about with generative chemistry, and we are able to find different targets. So I'm really excited. This is just the beginning. I'm hoping by applying these technologies, like you said, we are at the hinge moment, right? By applying these technologies, how can we bring medicines to the patients faster and more efficiently, right? I think that would be, that is what excites me. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Sandhya. And Nitin?
Yeah, thanks. When I look at it and a theme which we have, actually I'm really excited about use of AI, particularly in the area of biomarkers, because if you look at the all discovery happening and successful discovery happening for the diseases where there are biomarkers, I think we are more successful. So AI is able to predict those biomarkers with the mining of all huge databases, because if you don't have a biomarker, you see a lot of difficulties in really doing discovery in that particular area. Another important point, which is I think the technology which is slightly older, but I see use of this CRISPR-Cas9 in a drug discovery particularly. You see lots of animal models, you can make, I think you can really do good discovery using that technology. And you may remember that few years back, that Nobel Prize was given for that. But if you look at it today, it is almost becoming the important aspect of our drug discovery programs, right? Particularly preclinical research. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Nitin. So I'd like to stay on the topic of AI with you, if I could. And Spark has been actively involved in innovative therapeutics in immunology and oncology. And you've also done some collaborations with 1-3 Biotech. Can you talk a little bit about how you're leveraging AI-driven platforms like this in drug discovery and how these collaborations are helping you at Spark?
Sure. So this 1-3 Biotech collaboration, which we did in the immediate past. Okay, it was about a novel target. It was first in class, and not much was known about that target. It was for the cellular energy regulation in this one. So no crystal structure was known. No, we didn't know any inhibitors there. So it was more like you are trying to work on a target which is totally new for you. So since you don't know anything about this particular target, it is the enzyme. So we selected a very close another enzyme which is in the same family. And we looked at the crystal structure of that. We could, I will say, synthesize few ligands. We worked on those. And when once we did that, we went to 13 Biotech. 13 Biotech is a good platform. Almost they have, I think, they have almost 40 data sets in all chemical, biological, clinical, and then they have lots of, I will say, almost coming from 200 sources. Our objective was to find one, of course, understand the biology because it's a new target. Second point was that we were thinking about certain indication. We also wanted to validate that indication, whether that indication is really good to work upon for this particular, I will say, target. What surprisingly happened is that what we were thinking was totally wrong. Actually, it was not right, I will say. I will not call it wrong, but it was not right. They could come out with a very different indication, okay, in oncology space, because we were also looking at an oncology space. They looked at oncology space. They came out with a different indication. Particularly that indication was not my business. People didn't like that indication from the point of view of this. But what I see a lot of inputs from them is how do you understand it, and how, if you really, because drug discovery is always a game where 97% molecules fail, right? And then very few become successful. So it was a very good input for us because we didn't really pursue that target, but of course closing a project earlier is also a big gain for a company like us, right? Because otherwise you are just working on a target which will fail going forward, right? So I think that was a very interesting collaboration which we learned a lot from that, and we also learned how do you look at it differently, right? So I think that was interesting.
Excellent. You've also had some collaboration with Area Matrix around AI in drug development. Can you talk about how that's informed the strategy at Spark and also?
So the 13 Biotech which we talked about was towards more a drug discovery side, right? So how do you identify the target, what you work upon, what you don't work? That's very important from the point of view of drug discovery. This particular collaboration which we have is more towards how do you improve the productivity. Okay, so one is of course discovery, another is the productivity. So this is a group company. We belong to a Sun group of companies. So Sun Pharma, Spark is also a part of a Sun Pharma group. It's one of the group companies. So this Ira Matrix is also a group company of ours. So we worked with them for a certain amount of time now, and we also help them being a drug discovery company. So they have a very interesting platform. What they do is that they can scan the images using artificial intelligence. So what happens in a preclinical study, when you do preclinical, particularly tox studies, lot of slides are generated. So when you do a tox study, almost a simple one single tox study of, let's say, a month or 3 months will generate something like 6,000, 700,000 slides for a pathologist to look at, right? And then because you are looking at toxicology, you are looking in the slides saying that, okay, what's wrong, what is normal and what is abnormal, right? So challenge for a pathologist is to look at all those slides and separate what is normal from abnormal. This particular platform is good to identify the normal slides. And our experience is that out of 100 slides our pathologists look at, almost 80 slides are normal and 20 slides are either abnormal or it has an indication that, okay, there is something wrong there. So what it does is that it separates abnormal from the normal. Now you only have 20 slides for pathologists to look at, right? And then now pathologist or a team of pathologists which is looking at, they can look at those 20 slides closely, because that's also very important, right? Saying that, okay, what's wrong here? What is that? How do you interpret it? So I think it gives you a lot of productivity. So we saw that we could save sometimes months, sometimes weeks during the our toxicity studies, and usually toxicity studies, they come in the end of the, so I will say IND, right? So you are having a pressure to file IND, right? And then those are the people who are really taking time. So I think this is a good platform where they help us to improve the productivity. Another important, I will say, aspect, one thing which they are developing, which I am very excited about, is they are trying to do accelerated toxicity testing. So if you can really do a 1 month toxicity, they are trying to predict how it will look like on a longer terms, right? Usually we do it on a CMC side, accelerated testing, right? Accelerated stability. So that kind of a concept they are trying to apply, which we had a very good experience with. So I think it's a very useful collaboration for us.
Great. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate you sharing how it's driving productivity. So we're going to stay on the theme of AI, Sandhya,
yes.
and move to Novartis. Novartis has obviously been pioneering the use of AI and data and how you're thinking about drug discovery and development. Can you talk about how Novartis is leveraging the technologies in your space and the impact it's having?
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot give you specific examples, but at the end of the day, I think every pharma and biotech is trying to bring medicines to the patients faster. It's all about how do we accelerate innovation. And one of the many ways that Novartis is looking to accelerate innovation is by using artificial intelligence and machine learning in various ways. We not only use it to enhance our drug discovery efforts, but we are also looking at enhancing our productivity. How do we incorporate AI into our day-to-day lives? So something that took us 2 hours, we are able to do it in less than a minute. So we are looking to democratize AI into every day of working, as well as also solve more complex problems, like making the next, medicine NME, finding the next target, and finding ways of inhibiting that target. So we are covering the entire space, and we are using a very systematic approach towards the application of AI and ML in Novartis. So.
Great. And as we talked about earlier, you've been here building the organization in India. Can you talk anything about specific innovative technologies that you've been using here as you built the capabilities for Novartis in India?
So one of the things, we have been doing since last year is we have been expanding our biomedical research footprint here in India. And here we are mostly focused on doing early drug discovery efforts. And here we are trying to innovate new ways of working. And then we're also looking into doing early phase clinical research and development. And as you know, India is a hotbed of talent when it comes to data science. So we are also trying to leverage the talent and skills in this ecosystem and see how we can leverage these talents to advance our global initiatives. And as I said, for us, Novartis is just another site, just like Basel and Cambridge. So our colleagues here are working on the global portfolio. So we don't have a separate portfolio. We are all working on the global portfolio, and our remit is to advance our global portfolio and priorities.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Sandhya. So Christian, you talked a little bit in the opening about what Nanoform has been doing in driving productivity and R&D. I'd love to go a little bit deeper into StarMap and some of the capabilities that platform provides and the impact that it's having.
Yeah, sure, Pete. So StarMap Online is our digital twin to our small molecule nanoform technology. And maybe if I just explain a little bit what our technology is first, to set the scene. We take recycled carbon dioxide that's given off as a waste product in road salt manufacture in Finland, and it comes into our facility as clinical GMP grade. And we dissolve a small molecule up in that CO2 in a supercritical state. And then we precipitate that in a controlled way to form nanoparticles of the API as pure drug substance. But that process is not applicable to all molecules. All molecules have different solubilities in supercritical CO2, and the end result of the particle will be dependent on the molecule. And so for some molecules, we might form amorphous nanoparticles. For other molecules, we might form crystalline. Or for some molecules, we might form either crystalline or amorphous, depending on the processing conditions. So for Nanoform and for our partners, it's really critical at the very early stages of interaction to understand, is our technology a good fit for our partner? And we want to save time and expense for them and for us as a company. So we developed a digital platform, a digital twin called StarMap, and that predicts, based on pretty much the chemical structure, maybe a few other factors will increase the accuracy, like melting point and enthalpy of fusion, etc. But that will predict the solubility in supercritical carbon dioxide and the propensity to crystallize by using our process. Now, what does that mean? That means that if somebody comes to us and says, hey, we have a high potent molecule, we're only ever going to make 10 kilos a year for this product, and it has a very low solubility in CO2, might still be a viable candidate to look at from a throughput perspective. But if somebody comes to us and says, well, we've got a 100-ton product and it has a low solubility in CO2, might not be the best candidate. So we're able to filter out the right molecules for our technology, and it saves our customers time and saves us resources in really trying to pick the winners. And we've made that tool available online for our partners. AstraZeneca have a public relationship with us, have a global license to StarMap, and it's used as a screening tool to identify those molecules that could increase the solubility and their bioavailability by making a nanoformed version, and hence increase the possibilities of success in preclinical development and increase the probability of success in transitioning into clinical development. And then we can, of course, further optimize those formulations as we go on.
Great, thanks. Shifting a little bit to personalized medicine, can you talk a little bit about how the challenges and opportunities you see with AI and nanotechnology related to personalized medicine?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that one of the biggest challenges is that personalized medicine depends upon the patient, and we're all different. And I think from an AI perspective, you know, we don't always have access to data. We don't always have access to big data. And I think that's one of the greatest challenges around personalized medicine. From our perspective as a company, when we developed the StarMap tool, we actually developed it based on a sparse data AI approach. So being able to pull individual results from different parameters and be able to draw conclusions in an effective way. And one of the inventors of the AI tool was Professor Jukka Karanda, who is professor at Oslo University and also at the Cambridge Sanger Institute. And he partnered with us to develop the StarMap AI tool. The opportunities are immense if we can get it right. If we can develop medicines for the patients in the right way, if we can develop personalized medicines, the opportunities are huge. The challenge is understanding the patient population and being able to titrate the right formulation for them. But if we can improve the bioavailability of medicines that we're developing, then we can effectively tailor lower doses of medicines, perhaps for pediatric populations. We can make smaller tablets possible and reduce pill burden for older populations. And we've done just that actually recently. If anyone's familiar with the drug Xtandi from Astellas and Pfizer, Nanoform has worked on enzalutamide, and we've made a 160 milligram nanocrystalline tablet that has a similar bioavailability to 4 40 milligram amorphous solid dispersion tablets. And we're doing that to enable our pharma partners to not launch multiple tablets, but to launch a single pill with their medicine, to be competitive in the marketplace, to provide patient convenience and patient compliance, and ultimately deliver medicines that patients want to take. And that's our motto.
Great. Thanks, Christian. So Boris, let's talk a little bit about cell and gene therapy. And as you mentioned, Miltenyi has been advancing cell and gene therapy in a dramatic way. Can you talk a little bit about how you're using emerging technologies like AI and digital twins to advance cell and gene therapy?
Maybe the first good message is that AI will not replace your immune cell. No, all kidding aside, it can help, of course, in multiple ways. This is a very complex manufacturing process, where, of course, the starting material from patient to patient, and depending in which stage they are, is very different. Then these cells go into the selection step. From the selection step, you need to cultivate and manipulate these cells. And of course, AI will play a crucial role in optimize the parameters of all the biologics, the media, and vectors and everything you need. So this is one area. The other area is certainly, 10 years ago or 8 years ago, when people stepped in larger scale into the game, everyone talked about the manufacturing process. And suddenly, after a few years, everyone talked about the QC and parameters and about a lot of assays you need to utilize in order to describe your final product, ranging up to potency assays and others. The question is also here, first of all, is that needed? This is more a regulatory aspect, and now we learned so much. I think what we are doing, or what we sometimes have to do, maybe put it this way, a message to the regulators here in the room. I think everyone being in the field knows that this is not needed. It doesn't create more value to the final product. And also here, obviously, these technologies can help. What we are going to do is, because we are also providing, last year, the technology of the year was spatial biology. That was voted by all the scientists around the world. And we are providing a device platform for spatial biology in a way really amazingly can create 2D, 3D dimensional insights into these on a protein and DNA, RNA level. And of course, this is massive data. And what eventually in the next years we want to do, this is all standalone for R&D purposes. But first of all, we think that in future a lot of trial designs, patient stratification will be based upon these technologies. It will replace vast parts of the classical pathology that is, I think, given. And here also AI will play a major role with these tera and giga and whatever byte data which need to be analyzed. So a big area. And what we're trying to do is that we bring these two tools together. We are working at the moment on a next generation platform where the analytical part will be in parallel into the manufacturing part, embedded into the same platform. And then, of course, data analytics in time will play a fundamental role.
Okay, excellent. You talked in a recent interview around decentralized trials, anticipation of that in India, and how it helps with, obviously, proximity to treatment facilities and patients. Can you talk a little bit about use of technology there in terms of Internet of Things and other technologies that allow you to work in a decentralized model?
Sorry, just for acoustic reasons, I didn't.
Decentralized trials and use of emerging technologies like IoT and supporting that.
Yeah, this is one of the critical questions, how that will be executed. But on the other hand, let's go one step back. Also, when I look to my colleagues here to the right and the left, they are producing these cells in multiple locations. That is, of course, not really called decentralized because, at least for J&J, this is a big site in the US and a big site in the Benelux. Novartis has a few sites more. But at the end of the day, whether you do this 2 times, 20 times, or 2,000 times, the question is there really at the end a difference if you are able to manage the process? And here we believe, no, it is not. If this process is fully optimized, the analytical, the QC data is there. And of course, a company needs to find mechanisms. How do you do the release of the product at the end? Yeah? Embed it in a regulatory environment who is going to accept this. But as mentioned, we are a firm believer technology-wise that can be overcome. And certainly also here, AI will play a role in bringing these data together, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah? But yeah, so this is what we are working on. This is what we believe in a lot of countries is key to success.
Thanks, Boris. So, Anil, I'd like to get a bit of a global health perspective from you. And as you mentioned, you're one of the key scientists in development of tuberculosis therapy. As you think about technologies, advanced technologies in AI, how do you think about that helping to address some of the global health issues and diseases that are prevalent in emerging markets?
Yeah, I think that's a very nice question in a sense that what we have seen or what the data out of the whole Bedeclin, the TB drug story is that if you look at currently, Bedeclin is more than 1 million doses of the drug have been used in more than 170 countries across the world. And it has really changed the treatment paradigm for treatment of drug-resistant tuberculosis, not only in India, but across the world. In India, it's cornerstone of any hospital you go in India or anywhere in the world. Bedeclin for treatment of MDR TB is out there in every pharmacy. And the government of India is giving it for free to all the patients, drug-resistant patients. So that's the power of public health, the outreach. We tend to forget that TB kills 1.6 million, 1.7 million people globally, and 30% of the burden is in this country. So we can talk about all the technologies, we can talk about all the innovation, but in the end, we need to address some of the major public health issues. And in that regard, think about dengue. You have the entire crowd here, and they can tell you that during the rainy season, how much scare is about outbreak of a dengue pandemic. Think about, of course, we know future pandemics coming out of whether it is flu or other viral species, that's also a problem. Think about antimicrobial resistance, the antibiotic resistance, which is so prevalent in all the countries, especially low and middle income countries and developing countries. It's really a big, big challenge. The question is, I always ask myself, how do you use these tools? Like we claim that AI is there, machine learning is there, but still we have 400 million people globally getting dengue infections, symptomatic or asymptomatic, every year. And then we say that we will have next drug coming through AI, but where is AI being applied in disease like dengue? Where is AI being used in discovery of new drugs for antibiotic resistance? I think my biggest worry here is that unless and until we make technologies accessible to treat the health inequality across the world, I think then we are failing somewhere. We can talk about till the middle of the night, we can talk about the applications of AI and all those things, but for me, if we don't address the health inequality, I think we are failing somewhere. But definitely, from a technology perspective, I hope that next dengue drug comes via application of AI.
Excellent. You've highlighted the importance of ecosystems and local communities as you develop drugs for diseases like tuberculosis. Can you talk a little bit about how J&J uses technologies to improve clinical trial efficiency in underserved communities?
Now, of course, there are several stages where whether it is patient stratification, site enrollment, patient recruitment, and as was said, that biomarker identification. I think there are so many touch points in terms of the clinical development, but bigger question coming back to the global public health is that Africa accounts for 18% of the global population of the world. And when you say we have 0.2% of the trials being conducted in Africa. In India, we have less than 5% of the global trials happening in India. So I think we really need to address these gaps, not as companies, but as a society, to see how we bring the clinical sciences closer to the patient population where the diseases are there. We should not superimpose data from other places on different diverse population sets unless and until we have done those clinical studies. So for me, I think it's very, very important, both from the discovery perspective as well as the clinical data perspective, to do the right discoveries for diseases which are impacting millions and millions and millions of people, and at the same time to do the clinical studies in population where you have the real disease. So I think these are the two main considerations from a public health perspective I will speak about.
Great, thank you.
And one thing more is that no drug till now has reached patients using AI. So as Amitabh Kant was saying, Mr. Amitabh Kant was saying that this is a equal leverage playing field for India, that we can be the forefront, we can be the fathers of AI discovery for whether it is TB, dengue, antibiotic resistance, because the field is open for us, so let's jump into it.
Great. So let's get a government perspective, Shekhar. In your tenure at CSIR, you were focused on advancing science and technology in India. I'd love to hear your views on some of the things that you did there, the initiatives that you put in place, or the organization put in place to drive, use of innovation technology in the space of R&D.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. We all recognize the fact that most of the data on human health has actually come from a very small population, either in US or in the Western Europe. Most of the data on health, if you look at the genomics or microbiomics or whatever, has not been created on a very large set of population in the world. And this gap, when I was in Delhi, we recognized this. And at that time, we thought that we should have some programs to generate data, the primary data on human health across India. So multiple initiatives were taken. So just before I moved to Delhi, we began this 10,000 genome sequence project. As you can even see in genome sequencing, the data on Indian population is very sparse indeed. So that's one thing, that aspect that we realized that we should do. We also undertook Indian Human Microbiome Initiative, once again with the same perspective. And we know that microbiomes are very different in different geographies because of different conditions and different food habits. And eventually when drugs are designed and the effectiveness of drug is tested on any population, microbiome does play a very important role. And therefore, to understand our population, we started this Indian Human Microbiome Initiative that you will hear very soon about the first results of that. But more importantly, we also started in CSIR. CSIR has a presence pan-India with both urban and semi-urban areas. And we decided that we will monitor parameters, health parameters of all the CSIR present and past employees. And we'll do it annually, and we'll measure something like 250 different parameters for each of them. And we began that, and the first result of that is just coming out as we speak. So these are the kind of gaps that we had thought that we should address, that to understand the well-being of an average individual in this part of the world might be actually slightly different than anywhere else in the world. And therefore, to measure effectiveness of drugs or vaccines or whatever interventions that we do, we must understand how this particular population reacts to that. So they are the kind of initiatives that we had taken, and the results of that are just coming out. You probably heard that the 10,000 genomes were announced about 15 days ago in Delhi. Indian Human Microbiome will be announced very soon, and so is the what we call as the health cohort that we have generated, the Phenome India project. Their first results also will be out pretty soon. So they're the kind of thing that we thought we'll do from the health perspective.
Excellent. So we've heard a lot of interesting use of technology here in the focus of this panel. Can you talk a little bit about the role of government and government policy and regulation in accelerating some of this, or is it hindering it?
So governments actually around the world play a very important role in all of this, right? They have multiple roles. One of the first things that government does is create infrastructure that is accessible to everyone so that anyone can go and use that. Government creates regulatory processes. There's a very, very important aspect, and it's one of the pain points probably in India. The Indian pharmaceutical company faces that. And the current government, of course, is addressing that very aggressively, that how we can remove those pain points so that we can actually undertake trials and all much more easily. Government also tries to make sure that there is a fair play amongst everyone, right? So government cannot prefer one entity over another, and government has to actually maintain fair play. Whether these companies may be based elsewhere in the geography, but have they set up their businesses in India, or the companies which are owned by people who reside in India. So there has to be a particular fair play. So all these things actually government does, and we may not agree or disagree with everything that the government does, but government has to take a much larger view, and it actually acts on that particular larger view.
Great, thank you. So we've talked a lot about really interesting innovations. Would love to get perspectives on some of the hurdles that you see in scaling, right? Because as I think it's been pointed out, innovation is great, but it's not great unless you can actually scale it to make an impact. So maybe Sandhya, do you have perspectives on scaling innovation?
I was just like, what Anil said did resonate with me, right? I mean, we're talking about application of technology, we are talking about innovation, but at the end of the day, how do we democratize some of these technologies so we can make it accessible to solve not only problems which, that could be monetized, but also, like, by democratizing, you're also solving some of these public health problems, right? I think that's where, again, to Anil's point, India can play a crucial role. I actually read an article almost like every week in Indian newspapers about the startups or the companies trying to democratize AI and how India is set up to really play a very crucial role in this particular space. So I'm really looking forward to how the brilliant minds in India can play like a really principal role here. Because also, again, one of the keynote speakers, Mr. Kant, was talking about we need to change the mindset. I think quite a few people were talking about we need to move from a CRDMO mindset to an innovation mindset. And I would say for India, this would be one area where they could really bring their innovative mindset to play. And there's not a lot of CapEx investment for this. With DeepSeek, it's been clear that you could do this at much lower cost. I wouldn't say it's that cheap, but you could do it at much cheaper. So I would say this would be a challenge to all those innovative, young, brilliant minds in India and to do something meaningful here.
Excellent. Other views on scaling?
Yeah,
Neil?
maybe I can add. Yeah, I agree with you fully. I think next generation, maybe I'm sounding too optimistic, but next generation is going to be the generation of India. And because why? I see a lot of aspiration here. I see a lot of young talent wanting to do good. I see the hunger to do something good in our lives, and particularly with the young, very, very young generation. So I think in that regard, I think scaling up is important because, as you rightly said, it's a country of 1.5 billion people. And the scale up is the most critical thing. In order to achieve the scale up, we do need the support of technology, the policies. I can give you an example. The the overall, the total global trials on CAR-T, which country does it the most? 50% of the global CAR-T trials are done in China, and there was zero trial. It's more than what US does. It's more than what Europe does. It's more than what all the other nations combined together do. And how did they do it? In the last 5 years, it's just a matter of scaling it up. It's a matter of building up those processes where everybody is rushing for all the CAR-T phenomena to China. So it's just a matter that there is a possibility of scaling these innovations. And India is on the cusp of doing biologics, CAR-Ts, cell and gene therapies. But at the same time, as Shekhar said earlier, I think we need to understand from an Indian patient perspective, what is like UK Biobank. You heard about it. The fantastic presentation, I don't know, from the guy from Singapore, he talked about this SG100K biobank kind of initiative where they are measuring 2,000 markers on one patient, and they have 100,000 of patients. So all combined together, the biobank, Indian Biobank Initiative, the scale up of what Sandhya was talking about, I think this is feasible as we move into the next decade. Maybe by next BioAsia, you will see a different India emerging.
You're painting an exciting picture.
Can I just add one?
Yeah, of course.
Thing, because this example, the comparison to China is very interesting, very interesting one. And in my view, what happened 15, 20 years ago in China? China got all his best talent back from North America and from Europe. And they provided an infrastructure in China which was really in favor of science, also in our field, in biomedical and pharmaceutical science. So a lot of these people took the opportunity to go back and started their university careers and prolonged it, and they got very entrepreneurial. And you are right, this is just one field, what he was mentioning in relation to the cell and gene therapy. But this is also, if you really look into the details, I mean, Carvykti is a collaboration with the Chinese biotech company Novartis, has taken a lot of assets which were created and evaluated in China and developing this further. They're making it better and further. And this is something really, little Germany now losing its third place to India in the next couple of years, I guess, in terms of economics. We are not here to give any advice, but the suggestion is, if you are smart now, you would do almost the same. There is an atmosphere at the moment on the other side of the world, which might also drive some people back home. But I think there is really this opportunity. There are so many brilliant minds in the country, but they're also everywhere in the world. So if you combine this and drive this into India, I think you can learn a lot from the approach which was taken by China. Hopefully India is finding its own way to do it and to combine other things. But this is something, to be honest, I think in Europe we are missing the boat here. And from a European perspective, that might be also concerning somehow, but it opens up also a lot of opportunities. And what we feel here, I mean, you are all here for decades. We are just very new here. The excitement, the willingness to discuss, to cooperate, to exchange ideas and to drive it forward, and always in mind the people's need. It's amazing. It's really amazing. It reminds me very much of what I experienced 15 years ago, 20 years ago in China. So, I think it will be a bright future.
I think just to add on that, it's not about Germany or India, it's about the patients in the end.
Yes.
So long as a patient anywhere is served, everybody of us benefits.
Yeah. Excellent. Christian, you had something to add?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, when I think about scalability and some of the challenges associated, I look back to what we achieved as an industry in COVID, the pandemic, and what we were able to do by collaborating and coming together. We effectively developed medicines for the population, the global population, in a very challenging time, but in a very, very fast way. And that was done and that was achieved, and people, if you'd asked them, you know, a couple of years before COVID, would this be possible? They would have said, no way, right? No way. It takes 10 to 12 years to put a product on the market. We have all these regulatory hurdles. We have all these challenges to scale. We need supply chain. We need all of these technologies to be implemented and to be reviewed, et cetera, et cetera. But look what we did, or look what the industry did. You know, fantastic science that was developed, scaled, that went through regulatory review processes, that went onto the market and helped benefit all of us across the globe. So it's amazing what we can achieve when we adapt as an industry. And I think when we think about scaling innovation, we need to sometimes take away some of the conservatism that exists within the pharma industry and really be open to adopting innovation. Because if we do that, we're going to create much better medicines for patients in a faster way. And, you know, that's what we're all here to do, right?
It is. So as we wrap up, I'd love to just do a speed round and go down the line here and end on a positive note. So as you look out to the future, what excites you most about what you see?
From a perspective of a company doing drug discovery in India for last, I will say, 1.5 decades, I see lots of changes, right? So what, and more important from the point of view of a cost, if you look at it, general impression is that, okay, cost in India is lesser. I will say that it is not so less, okay? So when you do really an innovative drug discovery in India, it is not cheap. That's one point. But what I see, and then most of the cost is also coming from the clinical trials, the way we are seeing, because if you look at it, drug discovery and the development cost you much bigger. So what I see now is that, okay, I can leverage, at least in a global trial, I can leverage India as a clinical trial country, right? So it's not only I will do a trial it will be a global trial, but I can also leverage India into that, right? And probably if I can counsel my patients, because see, it's not easy to bring patients in India to a clinical trial. There is no culture of clinical trials in India, particularly when you look at it, the indications other than oncology. Oncology is a little different story, but other indications, when you look at it, it's still quite, I will say, it's not easy. So from the patient perspective, or from the, I will say, we need to look at our patients, we need to train them, we need to bring them to the clinical trial, and they should participate as a part of a pharmaceutical research, right? When you do that, and I am hopeful, I am seeing lots of changes now. Okay, so from the patient perspective, I am seeing it from the investigator's perspective, I am seeing from the clinical sites perspective. We could do a really good global clinical trial in India which could match with any other country. So that's a very bright lining, and I really see a good future for India in a drug discovery.
Excellent. Thank you. Sandy, what excites you most?
Yeah, I would say like it would be really interesting to see if the promise of AI can indeed be realized to bring medicines to the patients faster. And I am, from an India perspective, I'm really curious to see and excited also to see like what kind of role India would play in democratizing AI. You know, so those are the two things I'm super excited about. Yeah.
Thanks. Christian?
For me, I'm most interested in the advancements in the field of oncology. I think we have some fantastic medicines being developed in that space. And now many oncology or cancer sufferers are perhaps not being treated as a sort of immediate disease profile, but actually as chronic disease because of the medicines that are available. And so I think the innovations for both the molecules that are being developed and the way that we can deliver them to patients, that really excites me.
Thanks. Boris?
in order to save some time, most excited to be here. Thank you very much for this warm welcome here into India. That was really exciting, but on the more biomedical level, and I think this is now really the turning point, where we are bringing all these technologies together. When the human genome was sequenced, one day later, everyone thought, now we are knowing it all, and everything is solved. And then we had to learn the hard way how much more complicated it is. But now, my feeling is, that really things are coming together. Now we can really build upon everything we learned the past 40, 50 years. And what I think, we were talking about gigantic infectious diseases and others, but these technologies will also serve rare diseases. And also these patients, they deserve that someone is looking into it. And if you combine a lot of these technologies, this may be the first time where a lot of rare diseases will also be tackled either by biotech or by pharma. It doesn't matter. At the end, the patient should be in focus.
Thanks, Boris.
I think from my perspective, what really, really excites me, if I get inside me, is the use of these technologies or outcome of these technologies to a patient somewhere in Bihar or Kerala, somewhere in remote corner of India, and who can or can really benefit from the outcome of these technologies. Where we can bring access, where we can bring medicines, where we can either it's biologics or either it's biotherapeutics or any complex technology to those people somewhere in the nooks and corners of this country or anywhere in the world who don't have access. And that really excites me. How to do it, I don't know, but I think if we can do it as a team, that will be wonderful.
Great. Thanks,
and of course, being here.
Great. And to wrap us up,
I think I'm quite excited by the way, at least India as a country has been making progress on multiple fronts. We are aware that the communicable diseases in India are going down very rapidly. In fact, what we have seen in the last about 5 years, the number of cases of malaria, for example, have dramatically gone down. The number of new HIV cases have dramatically gone down. So India is making rapid progress in communicable diseases, which means we need to focus more on non-communicable diseases as the other part of the world does. This is number one. Number two, today we have heard Ms. Amitabh Khan and also from other panelists, the manner in which AI is actually going to play a role, and there's a real opportunity for India to leverage that particular thing in general human health. And number three, globally, AI is also now making new kind of different proteins and biologicals, and it will not be very far that we actually start seeing therapeutic molecules being designed by AI. That day is not very far from now. So these are all very exciting things right now.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank each of you for the perspectives and insight you shared, and collectively I think you've all painted a great picture of what the future holds. So thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much for such an engaging session, making this panel discussion quite interesting. Thank you very much. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this opportunity to express our gratitude. I may request Mr. Pete Leon to do the honors of giving away a small token of memento to Dr. Boris Stoffel. Can we have him? Thank you. There is going to be a little bit of exchange. Now I request Dr. Boris to please hand over a memento to Mr. Pete Leons, please. Thank you, Mr. Pete, to moderate this session so wonderfully. Thank you. I would also request Dr. Boris to thank Dr. Shekhar Mandi for his time. Thank you very much, sir, to be a part of this discussion. Dr. Christian Jones. Mr. Nitin Dharmadhikari, thank you very much. Ms. Sandhya Sripati. And Dr. Anil Kaur. Let us have one photograph together. Let us capture this moment. Thank you very much. While the photograph is being clicked, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next discussion, which is going to revolve around strengthening the global bioeconomy and transforming human health through generative biology. So it's going to be a very interesting session, panel discussion. Biotechnology is evolving rapidly with generative biology and biomanufacturing revolutionizing healthcare, drug development, and sustainability. While opportunities are vast, challenges like resource constraints, regulations, and knowledge gaps persist. As India rises as a global biotech leader, this session will explore how collaboration can drive progress and position biotechnology as a key force in healthcare transformation. So it's going to be a very interesting session, and to moderate it, I would request Brian Stanton, Bioeconomy Lead, World Economic Forum, to please join us on stage, the moderator for this session. Can we have you on stage, sir? Mr. Brian Stanton. I beg your pardon, Ms. Brian Stanton is here to moderate the session. Now let us invite our esteemed panelist, Dr. Marina Madrid, co-founder and Chief Product Officer, Celino Biotech USA. Our next panelist who's going to join us is going to be Dr. K. Anand Kumar, Managing Director, Indian Immunologicals Limited, India. I would also request Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Managing Director and CEO, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, India, to please join us for this panel discussion. Along with Dr. G. Taru Sharma, Director, National Institute of International Biotechnology. Last but not the least, Mr. Sai Prasad, Executive Director, Bharat Biotech International Limited, India. Over to our moderator.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to our session, Strengthening the Global Bioeconomy and Transforming Human Health through Generative Biology. As mentioned, my name is Bryn Stanton. I am the Bioeconomy Lead at the World Economic Forum, and also your moderator for this exciting panel discussion today. As we dive deep into the realm of generative biology and hear firsthand how technological breakthroughs are transforming human healthcare, we'll really hear from our panelists on really the technological breakthroughs and really help us to understand in a very practical way how this is transforming lives and will continue to do so. Now, some of you in the audience, even though the last panel really dove heavily into innovation and technology, this term generative biology might be new to you. And so you might be wondering, what does it mean? How will it impact my life as a patient? How will things change for me as a result of this evolving and fast-moving technology? Well, if we turn to the scientific literature, generative biology is defined as the integration of modern artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches with advanced life science technologies to design and generate new biological structures things like proteins, DNA sequences, even at the level of entire cells. In a very practical terms, what generative biology means is really designing biomolecules to precisely carry out designated functions. What you, the patient, stand to gain from these groundbreaking, this suite of groundbreaking technologies is really the promise of delivering biotherapeutics, cutting-edge biotherapeutics on drastically reduced timescales with drastically reduced costs. But this idea is nothing new. This idea of designing biomolecules, designing biomedicine is really nothing new. It's been around since we discovered the structure of DNA in the 1950s. But what has changed, and what has changed significantly, is the rapidly evolving technology landscape. We are entering an era of programmable biology where frontier technologies are converging to unlock the potential of generative biology and make the promise of generative biology much more of a reality today than it ever has been before. Now, of course, we're here to talk about healthcare, but the impacts of generative biology will span far beyond human health. Things like designer materials, climate-conscious industrial alternatives, really more sustainably feeding our growing population, and so much more. The applications of generative biology are pervasive, so much so that according to a recent study, 68% of executives plan to increase their investment in bioinnovation within the next 2 to 5 years. So really, the possibilities when it comes to programming biology are limitless. But it should also be stated, and this was covered in the last panel, the possibilities come along with very significant and complex societal and ethical considerations. We'll hear from our panelists firsthand on the barriers, the challenges, the opportunities, and how, together with their institutions and organizations, they are innovating to deliver better outcomes through generative biology. We'll also hear a bit more in a very specific examples of how these powerful technologies are coming together to really shape the biotech landscape for human health, not only here in India, but beyond. And so before we kick off this exciting panel discussion, I'd like to have each of the panelists introduce themselves by sharing their name, their host institution, as well as their position. From there, we'll dive into some really specific questions about the panelists and the work that they're doing. And so let's go ahead and start directly to my left. And so I will hand it over to Marina to introduce herself.
Thank you so much, and I just want to say thank you. This is an incredible honor. Very grateful to be here. It's actually my first time in India. The food is amazing. Really, really grateful to be here. My name is Marina Madrid. I'm a co-founder and chief product officer at Celino. My background's in physics. I did my PhD in applied physics in a femtosecond laser lab at Harvard, where I co-invented a laser technology that Celino is based on. And so essentially what we are doing at Celino is we are building an autonomous biomanufacturing platform to scale the production of living medicines. And when I say living medicines, what I mean is that we're entering this new era of medicine. We are going beyond the traditional small molecules and biologics, which you see in pill form, and focusing more on cells and tissues and organs. And the reason why is related to what was brought up in the last panel, which is, thinking beyond some of these diseases that we've traditionally focused on. Now that humans are living longer lifespans, they are encountering more age-related diseases, such as chronic degenerative diseases. And essentially what that means is, as you age, there are certain diseases that take place because the cells in your body die off and they don't regenerate or replace themselves. And so the idea is that you could treat yourself with your own cells. So Parkinson's is a really great example of this. In Parkinson's, many of the symptoms that arise are due to the fact that dopaminergic neurons are lost and not replaced. And so if you could create dopaminergic neurons in the lab and transplant those into a patient, that could treat their symptoms and potentially cure the disease. And that's something that's ongoing in clinical trials right now. The challenge with these diseases, or with these treatments, which have a ton of promise, is that they are extremely difficult and cumbersome to manufacture. They are currently manufactured one dose at a time, by highly skilled individuals in a clean room with magic eyes and magic hands, and you might have a team of 10 highly skilled individuals, but still one of those people just happens to be the best at making the highest quality cells. And that's fine for the early stages of a clinical trial. It does not scale to meet global patient need and demand. And so what we are doing is we are automating that manufacturing process. So instead of a highly skilled expert looking at cells, deciding on their own, based on their own experience, do these look good, do these look bad, we have AI-based image analysis algorithms that automatically characterize cells in process. And instead of a highly skilled human scraping away, for example, unwanted cells, to purify the population, we use the laser technology that I mentioned to very precisely remove individual cells. And so by using AI, robotics, and this laser technology, we are able to manufacture cell therapies in a manner that is significantly more scalable than what we are doing today.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anand Kumar. I am the Managing Director of Indian Immunologicals Limited. We are based out of Hyderabad. We are a One Health company with significant interest in both animal health and human health. We are one of the largest producers of vaccines, and we supply to both Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and to the Ministry of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries. We also export our vaccines to more than 60 countries, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Good afternoon. I'm Sanjeev Navangal, Managing Director and CEO of Bharat Serums and Vaccines. We are situated out of Mumbai and partially out of Germany, and we basically are into recombinant products, hormones, and immunoglobulins. This is the three big areas that we have focused on women's health, fertility, and cancers, and oncology, and emergency medicines such as bites and other portfolio.
Good evening, everyone. This is G. Taru Sharma. Thank you very much for having us here, the BioAsia and you to have to be with us as our moderator. So I'm the director of National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. It's DBT's Autonomous Institute. It's at Gachibowli, the only institute in the country which works exclusively on animal biotechnology. We are 13 years old as an institution. Span is less, but the institute is known for a bunch of things. To highlight the three, if I say, the first one, it's the country's first SNP-based chip to identify the indigenous cattle. It's a globally largest first and country's first. So you can identify the crossbreds and the indigenous animal. That's one. Another one, it was the time of second wave of COVID, and everybody was realizing that, let's not stay in silos, and unless until you have the animal scientists, veterinary scientists with you and flanking them. So we started the country's first One Health project. It's continuing, and it is having a larger consortia. A while ago, we were hearing that, collaboration. So a very simple thing, I think we all understand. It's very simple, two terms: collaborate or collapse. That's it. So it's a highly collaborative project. We have 117 partners with 28 centers or institutions across the country, AIMS or veterinary institutes, and so on. And to move on with the other third one, it has a big basket. So I believe as we move on, I'll touch upon that. And above all, the very forum and the very focus, which is, the biomanufacturing, bioeconomy, circular economy. So how could we really complete that circle of economy unless until involving the animals? Thank you. So I believe read me as Taru and read him as Sai Prasad. So let's do that. Thank you.
I was also confused because... good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sai Prasad. I'm Executive Director of Bharat Biotech. Similar to what the doctor mentioned, Bharat Biotech as a group of companies, we are operating in 5 states of our country.
We have about 4,000 people under management. We do follow the One Health principles, and we've operationalized this into our business. We're in human vaccines, veterinary vaccines, food processing and plant protection, and also into contract research and testing facilities. And a recent addition to our group company activities is an asset management company that we're focused on, that we are investing in India and other parts of the world. I'm a biochemist and a molecular biologist, studied at University of Wisconsin and University of Iowa, and also an MBA in finance. Fully confused between business and science. Half the time I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm here to take some questions and try to give you feedback on what we are trying to do in terms of AI, ML, and generative biology. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for introducing yourselves. And so it's so exciting to be here in India and in Hyderabad in particular because of all of the biosciences innovation that's happening. And so I'd like to kick off the panel. We already heard a bit from Marina on this idea of biomanufacturing and creating more personalized medicines in a much more efficient manner. I'd love to turn it over now to Dr. Sharma to hear a bit more about how generative biology is really pushing the boundaries for stem cell therapies and reproductive biotechnology. So if you take a step back and reflect on your work, if you could share with us and the audience what advances in particular have enabled your research to achieve what it's achieved today that wasn't possible 5 years ago.
Thank you for that. So stem cell biology, as she told, that's my core area, the labs, and Institute also works in a very many different areas. And again, we collaborate. So we got a material scientist, we got an organoid person. So your question, I would be very precise to answer. What it was not there 5 years ago, you asked. So stem cells are the same whether you work into animal sector or human sector. Rather an advantage when you want to work in animal sector, so you have much more the experimental models with you, which the advantage eventually it should go for the human welfare. So we have been working into different patients, into our mandated things, focusing the livestock and the pets to be precise. Well, equine is also an untouched area where ligament rupture, cartilage, as well as bone fracture is equally important. So what we do is we use them for various therapies, and right now we are scaffolding. So the idea is if this scaffold should be available not only for the livestock and pets, and what the surface correction we do for the deep wounds and all, it should really get translated to the human side, particularly for the surface repair, say for example, class 2, class 3 degree burn patients. So what is there is now much more collaboration with the people who have been scaffolding in silos are really shaking hands with the biologist, and that's how we can truly say it's an era of biological revolution. And that's how it is happening. And I'm very enthusiastic and pretty sure that the way it's moving on with this collaboration should be good not only for the animal sector, but also for its translative know-how to take it further for human sector.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that response with us. I'd like to now turn to Sanjeev. One of the things that India is well known for across the biotech scene globally is its really uncanny ability to commercialize and scale production of biosimilars. And so, Sanjeev, it would be great if you could help us understand, generative biology is already receiving so much attention for its ability to identify new targets and develop new treatments, but also has the ability to transform the biopharmaceutical landscape across the value chain, not just new treatments, but so much more. So help us understand how BSV is applying these powerful advances, these powerful technological breakthroughs to really create value in the commercialization of biosimilars.
I think if we knew all the answers to that, we might make a very different world. But coming to, I think, things that we have tried, which tells us how this works is, I'll give you 2-3 examples that we have tried which works for us. For example, I think the Rh negative immunoglobulin for Rh negative women during pregnancy was always available through the human cell extraction of blood and sensitization. So from a polyclonal human-derived product, how do we make it monoclonal? How do you make it recombinant? So we had to go through a much longer route to find a way to get through this for nearly 10, 12 years. And I'll tell you, this has worked well for us. Now the product is out in the market. We are selling it all over. We're the only people in the world now having the recombinant version. So clearly it worked for us, but the time it took for us was nearly 12 years to get there. So it just shows the time it took for us to select the right clone. And now that we are trying to transform all the fertility hormones, highly glycosylated products, into recombinants. At that time, while we get into mini pools and try to select the clones, generative biology actually helps. At that time, the selection of clones, getting to a much faster way of finding a way to get there, makes the life so much easier that you can really curtail and shorten the time substantially. So that process took us from starting to creating a cell line maybe 1.5 years. Yeah, when you compare that with it took 6 to 8 years to do the same thing, and now to do it in 1.5 to 2 years, just shows how much this technology changed. Yeah, so it's just fascinating world, and we are now trying to see how there are many medicines that are, or immunoglobulins that are through polyclonal route. We make anti-snake venoms. Yeah, we make the immunoglobulins required for aplastic anemia, the thymocyte immunoglobulins for aplastic anemia for transplant. How do we ensure that in future we are able to translate them into a form which is much more acceptable and quicken the process? Because ultimately when you move that direction into recombinants or you into monoclonals, then you're making it much safer, much easier to produce. You are getting away from human or animal derived sources. So you get away from a lot of issues that you can have otherwise and make life easy for everybody. So as we are trying many of these things, we also realize it's not easy. But for generative biology, but for having the newer versions of how to use AI and find a way to really select the right clone, select the right thing to do, ensuring that what could be the peaks that are causing the side effects and how do you manage those. So if you look at all that spectrum, I think the new science that we are trying to work through, we do feel that we might be able to come to solutions much quicker than before. And many of the dreaded diseases that we find around, we might be able to find an answer which might be more acceptable to the human mankind. So we have done a few experiments. We have succeeded in about 4 or 5 experiments, but there are at least another 10 or 15 experiments we are on the way. Hopefully by another 4 or 5 years, we might be able to say a lot for how generative biology really helped us achieve what we wanted to do.
Certainly, but to go from 6 to 8 years down to 1.5 to 2 is transformational, and I think we can all envision a world where those timelines collapse even further. Thank you so much for sharing those insights. One of the things that's so exciting about this suite of technologies is that we've been sitting, collecting mounds of data over the last several decades, but now with these new algorithms, new tools, we have an ability to make sense of these data, make it comprehensible in a way that's much faster than we could even wrap our hands around even 3 years ago. But it's also opening up access. And so now I'd like to turn the question over to Dr. Kumar. Dr. Kumar, it would be great if you could walk us through how these technological advances are really laying the groundwork to secure greater vaccine access in developing countries.
I'll just throw some numbers, and everybody knows here that vaccination is the most cost-effective thing to control diseases. And 4.4 million deaths every year are averted because of vaccination. And one would expect that almost every child in the world is vaccinated. Unfortunately, 14.5 million children, especially in the developing countries, have 0-dose vaccination. So when you look at that what are the reasons why these many children are not vaccinated? There are four main reasons. One is availability of the vaccines, then affordability of the vaccines, then you have accessibility of the vaccines, and then the fourth one is acceptability of vaccines. So India, as you know, has the largest birth cohort in the world, with 23 million children being born every year. And we are very fortunate as a country to have a universal immunization program where the government procures vaccines for the entire country and provides it free of charge. Now, in terms of the problem that I mentioned about availability, we as a country are very self-sufficient. We don't have the necessity to import any vaccine into our country. We have a very, very stable vaccine industry, and in fact, other than catering to our own population, we are also one of the largest exporters of vaccines to the developing world. So availability is not a problem. Affordability, vaccines that are sold in India are the lowest price anywhere in the world. A child, from the time it's born till it attains 1 year of age, 17 doses of vaccine are administered in our country, which addresses 12 diseases. And the cost that the government pays to procure these vaccines is only 1,450 rupees. So this is much, much less than the vaccine prices that other countries pay. Now, if you look at, so affordability is also not a problem in our country. So acceptability, because some of the developed countries have a problem of acceptability of vaccines, which we saw during the COVID pandemic. We are very fortunate that in India, generally, most of the people accept vaccine as a good source of control of diseases. So the main problem that we have is accessibility. That's where a lot of technologies come into play to ensure that vaccines are accessible to majority of the population who live in the rural areas. So now, artificial intelligence is predominantly being used by the government in some of their programs. So the multifaceted capabilities that AI have, that not only helps in disease prediction, but also helps proactively prepare for situations where vaccines can be made available. So AI is also helpful in logistics and distribution, because through AI we can find the shortest route for delivery, and also we can determine the stock positions in each stock points, because the government itself has about 32,000 stock points across the country. So AI also helps identify vulnerable population within the country who we can give a priority for and make vaccines available to them. Other thing is, AI is being used regularly for real-time monitoring, and this helps understand the stock positions within each of these primary health centers within the country, and also ensure supplies are met. So India, the government of India, along with the UNDP and Gavi, developed a cloud-based technology platform, even. And this is a cloud-based platform, and it's used widely, and it's accessible. It's a platform accessible by our phones, and it's implemented across India. And the benefit of implementing this cloud-based technological platform is that it reduced vaccine stockouts by 45%, it reduced wastage by 25%, and also decreased the replenishment time by 57%. So the success of this model has now started, it's now being replicated in other developing countries, including Indonesia and other neighboring countries like Myanmar. So the second version of this even was the COVID, which everybody in India are familiar, which was widely used to have the entire nation covered with COVID-19 vaccine. So another area where accessibility and technology can help accessibility is, majority of the population live in the rural areas where there are infrastructure inadequacies, including power. So as you all know, majority of the vaccines require storage at 2 to 8 degrees, and the last mile delivery to ensure that cold chain is maintained is sometimes a very, very difficult task. So fortunately, there's been a lot of innovation in that space, where now in rural areas, now we are talking about solar direct drive refrigerators, where you don't require any power at all, And also there are these ice-line refrigerators where even if you have power for just 8 hours, then it will keep the refrigerator cool for the next 20 hours. So in terms of storage, we are seeing significant improvements. And the other thing is that drone delivery of vaccines. The first drone delivery happened in 2016. There are some very big companies outside India which are doing extremely well. Drone delivery has certain advantages such as speed, and it doesn't use any fossil fuel, whether it be like a local road transport or an airplane. And also it's much more faster. So there are companies like which have done extremely well. For example, the company called Zipline in Ghana has already done more than 1 million drone deliveries. This included, of course, blood and anti-venom, which is very important because when a person in a rural area is bitten by a snake, it's very important that we deliver medicine at a very, very quick time. We also had, as a company, we have attempted drone delivery of animal vaccines. We did that in Arunachal Pradesh. Normally, by road transport, it would take 6 hours. And we used a drone which went and delivered the vaccine and came back in 19 minutes. So this is significant advantage of time. Other areas where we have used AI is we developed India's first digital medical representatives, where they have doctors have direct access to our company's products and needs, and they can directly interact with the help of a mobile phone. So these are all the various technological initiatives that we have taken to enable access in our country.
It's exciting to hear how even non-biological innovations are sort of converging around the bio-innovations themselves to really expand access. So thank you so much for sharing there, Dr. Kumar. I'd like to now turn it back to Marina. So Marina, we kicked off the panel hearing a bit more from you about this idea of the Celino's autonomous biomanufacturing platform. But for Celino to really deliver on its process of, or deliver on its promise of making your cells, your cure, a reality for millions of patients, what are those areas where further technological advances are needed? Or put another way, what technological advances from a Gen Bio perspective will really be catalytic in enhancing health span and delivering on the promise of personalized regenerative cells, tissues, and organs from a patient's own cells?
Yeah, this is a really great question. There are so many areas that would benefit from the use of AI when it comes to the drug product life cycle. I'll touch on 3 that are top of mind for me. So one is the recipe to generate the cells themselves. So with autonomous biomanufacturing, what you have the power to do is to scale the manufacturing process. So for a given manufacturing process, you can run through that manufacturing process through more patients at higher throughput so that you can actually meet global demand. However, the recipe to generate the cells can still be months long. It's not necessarily a problem for chronic degenerative disease. A patient can afford to wait 3 to 6 months to receive their treatment, but still, every patient would prefer to receive their treatment as quickly as possible. That process of generating the cells can also be reduced from a time perspective by using transcription factors and synthetic biology approaches to manufacture the cells, as opposed to the traditional developmental biology approaches that we've used in the past. And so that's one area where AI is playing a significant role in helping to advance how cell therapies are manufactured. A second area, and this is really critical, is how we characterize the cells. So currently, Celino is using AI in process to improve how we make decisions during the manufacturing process. At the end of the process, we are still characterizing the cells using the same standard traditional assays that everyone else in the industry is using. And that's important for this phase of the industry because what it ensures is that the use of AI in this manufacturing process remains low risk. We can say with certainty that these cells that are manufactured using this novel process meets the same quality criteria that all of the other cells that have thus far been manufactured using the traditional processes have met. However, if we want to get these therapies to more patients more quickly with less cost, we will also need to innovate eventually on the QC, on the quality control that happens at the end of the process. The way we characterize these cells today is traditionally a burdensome and time-consuming process. Some of these assays are performed on the cells themselves and can be very costly and require a lot of time. Everyone who is in the clinical development practice is familiar with the process of using animal models to characterize these cells. Some of these animal studies can take years long and involve working with hundreds of animals. It's very costly, very time-consuming, very burdensome, and what's more, the animal is not a perfect model of the human system, so they are not even perfectly predictive of what you will see in the clinic. What I'd like to see is the use of AI to develop assays that are more predictive and can be run at lower cost in shorter amounts of time. I think eventually, not in the near future, this will require significant advancement, but eventually we can move from these really lengthy, burdensome animal-based assays to in silico-based measurements to accurately predict and model safety and efficiency of a given drug in a certain human population. And last, the therapies that I've been talking about, these living medicines, are cells or tissues or organs that get transplanted into the body. That is dependent on a surgical technique. And there are many types of surgeries where there is significant variability in the patient outcome, not because of the quality of the drug product, but because of the surgical procedure. And in this way, there are areas of medicine where surgery can be more of an art than a science. And so using AI and computational techniques and automation to enhance these surgical procedures so that they're more consistent and also more scalable will be very important, because there are certain surgical procedures that can currently only be carried out by a very small number of surgeons. And so what we don't want is we don't want for the manufacturing process of these drugs to be extremely scalable to the point where they can meet global demand, but then they are bottlenecked at the delivery process because we don't have enough surgeons that are able to transplant or administer these medicines the way they need to be.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we've talked a lot about R&D, we've talked about access, but now I'd like to turn it back over to Sai to talk a bit more about clinical trials. So a bit of background information. In 2020, India's first indigenous COVID-19 vaccine, Covaxin, successfully completed preclinical testing, phases 1 and 2 of clinical trials, and commenced the largest ever phase 3 clinical trial across India. How is this suite of new technologies disrupting the process of clinical trials? And how will this impact outcomes for patients in emerging markets?
Sure. I can give you an overview of what we did for Covaxin, except the audience will not be impressed that we used a lot of AI and generative biology, but I can also tell you what we are doing today from those, learning agenda to if something, a similar pandemic happens again, how we will react to it in a different manner. So just to give you an idea, when the pandemic hit, we commissioned, once we decided on which platform technology that we're going to deploy, we accessed 4 different platform technologies at the beginning of the pandemic. And then once we decided which technology was going to be our lead platform, it was literally a brute force approach of designing hundreds and hundreds of experiments, not waiting for those results and designing the next set of 100 experiments, not the classical empirical research that many of the people on the dais and on the room follow, wasted a lot of money, didn't really understand outcomes, were not able to deploy, I would say, AI or ML into our data analytics, I would say. So that was the pandemic. That was the pandemic. So eventually we had about 500 or so people in all aspects of our project for Covaxin, whether it was clinical trials or QC testing, manufacturing, different aspects. But it was a core team of about less than 10 people that were driving all of these outcomes. And how were these outcomes driven? They were driven based on prior recollection of what kind of experiments that were done, what were the hypotheses, what were the results, how to analyze that data, how to predict outcomes exactly. So what we are thinking now in the organization is that if that core team doesn't exist in the future, how will we respond to a problem like that? So I think that's I think the core fundamental hypothesis that we are grappling with. It's not about succession planning, it's about collective organizational knowledge and intelligence and how an organization does these things. So we are trying to see if, based on all the kinds of hypotheses that we did or experiments that we did, the statistics, the analytics, which part of those can be, where we can bring in AI or ML into those aspects. So that's a big body of work. We have a small team of people working on that. It's different than what I see and hear from other companies and other entities. But for us, that's real. Because for us, the fear is the next vaccine or biologic that we develop, if a knowledgeable team is not there, or if a team doesn't remember what kind of experiments that have been done in the past, how will a new team do these things? The focus of research can go off in a different direction. So having said that, we are deploying, I wouldn't say we're using a complete generative biology approach to design a new novel protein or a novel antigen. That's not what we're doing. We're looking at existing infectious diseases, we're looking at existing antigens, and we're seeing if using predictive models, if minor tweaks of those antigens can help us with better immune responses. Again, most of the generative biology has been in the space of protein modeling and that science. When it comes to immunology, I still think that we're a little bit behind. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm not on the cutting edge. So I think we're looking at those kinds of things. In QC, for example, like my colleague mentioned, there are a lot of predictive mechanisms when it comes to reading TCID50 plates or titers and cells and things like that. We're also using machine learning algorithms for predicting certain statistical outcomes in QC results and in manufacturing activities also. So I think we're going into a space where what was done based on knowledge and expertise and recollection of prior information can 50% or 60% of that be driven by machines through automation or through robotics or different aspects. We're moving in that direction. So it's more of a certain amount for R&D and product development, a certain amount of AI and ML for clinical trial outcomes. We are doing quite a bit of that to predict what kind of patient population should we actually do our clinical trials in, whether we can role play our clinical trial design in different patient populations and look for predictive outcomes. And also into manufacturing and operations, we're slowly getting into using AI and ML into different areas. In manufacturing, if we have, for example, bioreactors and filling lines, trying to get data out of failure modes from those equipment to predict when that equipment is logically going to fail again the next time, a few months from now or a few years from now. Not that it's perfect today, it's all based on what data is going in, but those are the avenues we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you for walking us through some very practical examples of not only clinical trials, but also across the R&D value chain. One of the things you mentioned was wasting money not that long ago. And so I'd like to now turn it back over to Dr. Kumar. If you remember at the beginning of the panel, I mentioned one of the promises of applying these technologies to drug discovery in particular is that we can reduce costs. And so it'd be great to hear from you, Dr. Kumar. When you think about the production and manufacturing of biopharmaceuticals at Indian Immunologicals, how are technological advances being applied across the manufacturing process to derive better value for your customers?
So as I said before, you cannot find vaccines any cheaper than what you can buy in India. So we are always under a lot of pressure to keep the cost low, and this cannot be done without application of technology. So I'll start with the R&D side. We use a lot of AI yet in the R&D side, but I'm very familiar with what's happening in that space where antigen targets are being identified using AI, and also AI helps determine whether a particular antigen type can stimulate both humoral and cell-mediated responses. So we are very familiar with companies like Evion Biotech, which have different platforms, whether it be a bacterial or a viral antigen, where they can identify targets in less than 48 hours. So that's the R&D side of things, which we are planning to get into the AI side of things. We are looking at signing up with some companies. Predominantly, we want to increase the duration of immunity aspect, especially in the veterinary side of things. Because it's very difficult to vaccinate, especially most of the vaccination programs in the animal side are sponsored by the government, done by the government, and it's very difficult to get these animals every time to a place to get them vaccinated. And if the duration of immunity is very less, then it means repeated vaccinations, which the farmers at some time just are fed up and they don't even want to vaccinate their animals. So coming to the manufacturing side, as I said, we operate one of the largest manufacturing plants for both animal and human vaccines. In the upstream, we use a lot of modern technology to grow cells. This include tight cell bioreactors, and we also have been working with Emerson to automate a lot of manufacturing activities that we do, so that every intervention is precise and every intervention is timely. And as a result of automation of some of our manufacturing plants, we see that the yields have increased by 30%. So this offers a tremendous cost advantage to us. Similarly, in terms of packaging, earlier a batch of rabies vaccine that we would make, 50 people would pack it for 5 days. So we imported 4 robots from Italy, and today the whole thing is done in 8 hours. So we employ a lot of automation in the packaging side of things as well. So early delivery to the customer, especially for vaccines like rabies, is very, very important. So in supply chain also, we have employed quite a lot of technological changes in such a manner that it makes our vaccines accessible to our customers. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for again walking us through a number of very practical examples. I'd like to now turn it over to Sanjeev. I think, Sanjeev, one of the things that was surprising to learn is just how active BSV is outside of biosimilars, so highly active in cell culture process development, downstream purification capabilities, analytical development, and even development of new medical devices. Help us understand, what is the role of innovation at BSV, and how does this play into development across your entire portfolio of products?
Yeah, I think, let me take a couple of areas where I feel that we might be able to use technology in a much better way to progress. Over a period of time, and this is no longer crystal gazing, but over a period of time, we should be able to do characterization data in such a fashion that we really are able to convince the regulators, and the regulator make those changes, that we don't have toxicological studies and phase 1 studies required. Why should those we spend so much time and money over something which we can probably prove a little bit better through characterization data? If we're able to do that, I think we can shorten time. But on the other hand, and we need to get those new tech biologists, I would call them, to frame the right questions. And I'll give you an example of where we sometimes struggle, and a very simple scientific explanation. Look, one of the biggest hazards in India in diseases is dengue. Yeah, dengue is really prevalent, and it's quite lethal in a way, because you get your first infection, you might get cured, but in the second infection, it could be quite devastating. And why does that happen? Because, you can have two ways of doing it. One is to find a vaccine, which I think people are trying a lot. I think you are also trying. So there is a lot of work happening there. But we still worry about the effectiveness and what could be the coverage and all because of the kind of species and so that is one area to cover on technology. But on the other hand, can we look at the therapeutic solution? So what do we want to prevent ultimately in dengue? Get an infection, what you don't want is IgE to convert to IgG. Because once it is converted to IgG, then second time you get infected, it's going to be quite bad. So how do you intervene at that level? So how do you find those antibodies? How do you find a way to select those antibodies to intervene at the right time? What is that antigen to antibody gap that we need to fulfill to ensure that you really are able to select the right strains and intervene at a point where you don't allow IgE to convert to IgG, and you have solved the problem for most of the patients. Now, how do you use technology to find a way to really make it simpler to find the right strains to go after, and therefore find the right antigen or find the right antibody to work with? That is the solution that we need to work with. And we're trying many of these common diseases that are debilitating in society. In our labs, we're trying a lot of experiments to solve for this through technology now. Are we reaching somewhere? Probably. I think our use of technology still needs to improve dramatically more than what we do. Whatever we say about generative biology, what we said yesterday is not true. Today something more has happened. But we also lack, in a way, still the experts, biology experts who understand tech well. And therefore, the framing of the questions need to be solid. So that is probably another area. So there is a capability issue that we are solving for, and there is a technology issue we are solving for, and therefore, the real issue of the threat of the disease. So how do you manage to solve for all these three through technology is something we're looking for. I just gave you one example of what we are trying, but there are many more examples that we are trying right now. Let's hope that literally the technology helps us achieve some of those in a quicker time.
Excellent. Thank you so much. One of the angles that we haven't touched on up to this point in the panel is the really critical role of policy in really accelerating these emerging technologies. As many of you are aware, India has some very progressive policies as it relates to accelerating and enabling the bioeconomy, in particular, DBT's BioE3 policy. And so I'd like to turn this last question over to Dr. Sharma. You've spoken publicly about catalyzing bioinnovation through DBT's bioinnovation policy. What is the role of your organization as it relates to the policy, and how will generative biology help NIAB to deliver progress on the main objectives for this important policy?
Yeah. Great. So tomorrow, interestingly, tomorrow, the 26th of February, DBT would be celebrating its 39th Foundation Day. So, yeah, but, we are supposed to be there, but we feel biotechnology, whether we sit here and talk about it and do it, we'll be missing, but we'll be joining online. So, I'm not telling that it's a Foundation Day. The point I'm trying to make is 39th Foundation of the Department of Biotechnology, meaning that's the youngest technology, not even 4 decades old. But look, we are all sitting and talking about it, and friend on the left and friends on right, and people are talking about it. It was August 2024 when the Union Cabinet approved this BioE3 policy. It's a Department of Biotechnology's policy. It's bio, the biological, and E3, it has 3 arms, that is economy. So we're all talking about bioeconomy, bio-based economy, and I think a bunch of us, the young lady all spoke about the cells and use of cells, and it's all bioeconomy. And the second arm is actually about the environment. So there are a couple of things, like a while ago I said, One Health. It It cannot happen sitting in one part of Asia, we talk about One Health, impossible. Likewise, if sitting in one part of Africa or Europe, we talk about the environment, not possible. It has to be a very holistic approach. So we all felt, and that's how the policy matter was written by a bunch of people together. So environment. And the third one, and the most important, that is the employment. So that employment, it could be into many things. The moment we talk about doing this biological revolutions, and people spoke about, inserting the AML to vaccine delivery. So the point is, it's all happening in a flanked mode. The moment high-end equipments, you name cryo-EM, you name SEM, whatever, it's true inside of the biological work. So that's the policy about. I'll take a bunch of points which are linked with it and which are linked with the whole discussion. And I'll focus mainly, there are many things. It has 6 subsectors into it, wherein smart protein-based, be it plant-based, animal-based, or, Department of Biotechnology is also planning to go for start leaving the marine sector untouched. So there is aqua biotechnology, it's going on in a big way. There is already MOU signed with ISRO, and we are also part of it, and they want us to make a specific animal organoid and just see what exactly it happens. But if I come back to the animal biotechnology sector, which is linked with this bioeconomy, again I'll flank it in such a way, eventually our purpose is human welfare and, taking care of the food feed. And as we say, as the government of India says, 2047 Vikasit Bharat. So it's all flanking with that. I come to the animal sector, and I talk few things linked with this from my institute, the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. So say, for example, people are there, and we're also thankful that vaccine is being produced. But what this R&D is doing, so we are working on a bunch of, new generation vaccine candidates, multi-epitope vaccine candidates, bacterial origin, viral origin, and some of the parasitic infestation. And I would just talk about some of the zoonotic ones. For example, if I talk about a pathogen which is Toxoplasma gondii, right? It is highly zoonotic pathogen, and I'll talk in a general way. I mean, majority of the guys are staying in flat system, and most of us are pet lovers. So we do have, canines and felines with us, and this particular pathogen is flanking with the dogs and cats both. So this is the intermediate host, and if you can take care of this intermediate host by many ways, you could have a point of care diagnostics, you could have a vaccine candidates, and then reach out to friends who will upscale and bring it, or else. Like we also have another zoonotic bacterial pathogen, if I talk, that is Brucella. So the institute has generated the DIVA capable ELISAs for proteins and peptides both. It can differentiate between the infected and the vaccinated animals. It is all linked with this policy, with the bioeconomy, eventually to really focus. Why should we really be very careful about it? Or else, if I talk about JEV, the Japanese encephalitis, see, if you can control the porcine population getting infected with this particular virus, and if you've got a way, then eventually you can really save a big population of human beings, so the pathogen is not reaching out to them. is also one way. So the sector, all the sectors are going to play an important role. And I repeat, as I said in the beginning, this is an era which has already started, the biological revolution era, and the policy is linked with that. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Dr. Kumar. So in our last few minutes, I'd actually like to pose a general question to all of the panelists and ask you each to weigh in. So my question is, it was just at a recent meeting where we were covering this very same topic, and one of the executives pulled me aside and said, Bryn, we missed the boat on generative biology. We're going to have to acquire assets to bring this technology and make best use of it across our value chain. And so I'd love to turn to each of you and ask you, what key considerations should leaders keep in mind as they look to harness this revolutionary technology? Would anyone like, Marina, please.
Happy to start. I think for us, what's been the most important to making sure that we can use AI in a way that is beneficial for us is having the right team in place. We have an extremely multidisciplinary team at Celino. My background's in physics. We have a team of stem cell biologists. We have folks from the medical device industry. We have folks from the gas and oil industry working on our fluidic devices. The leader of our data and ML team comes from the drone industry, because that's an area where they've had to analyze images to search for gas and oil fields, and so highly accomplished in using neural networks to analyze images. I think the most important aspect, if you're planning to pull these technologies into your team, is to make sure that your team is equipped to use them to their fullest, and that requires having a very multidisciplinary team.
Thank you for that. Any other panelists care to weigh in? Yes, please.
No, I think, to be honest with you, for people in the biological sciences, AI and ML and all of this stuff doesn't come naturally to us, right? We're all used to lab coats and experiments on, on the shop floor and on the bench. So my guidance would be is that please don't think of this, please don't think as generative biology or AI or ML as a panacea. It's not going to solve all our problems. But please look at it with very specific lens for a specific equipment or a specific research assay or a data analysis tool or something like that, not as an overarching thing that's going to just give you a product in your hands and you can run with it. I think that's what most people think it is, and I exactly think it's not that.
Thank you so much for that, Sai. I think we also want to be careful not to feed into the hype machine and be very specific. What is transformational? What are the benefits? What is it actually doing? Because, you could turn a corner and someone's, talking on and on about how great AI is, but what is the actual benefit here? And so that's another, I think, a key piece of information I'd like to share. Any other panelists would like to weigh in on how leaders can really embrace these technologies?
So I believe I concur what he said. In addition, well, I come from a core animal biotechnology sector, so I would be very specific in making a mention of it, that this group of scientists is very important. And I agree, we work with the cell and molecular level, but believe me, when it comes on One Health, it's not a buzzword. When it comes on a One Health, or important things, because not only we live with them, not only we are agrarian society, we eat them as well, and none of our 4 meals are completed without animal products. So this sector is very important. And when I said then, we start with tea, coffee, finish with curd rice. So every time you have animal products. So this sector is very important. The moment we talk about, especially in the healthcare sector, if we can have the collaboration with this particular group of people or team, it'll really amplify the doing of science together in a rapid mode. This is what I feel. Thank you.
We are unfortunately, so thank you, Dr. Kumar. We are unfortunately running out of time, and so we'll need to bring this exciting panel to a close now. I wish we had more time. And so we've heard very clear examples of how generative biology is really taking steps to revolutionize manufacturing of biopharmaceuticals, the development of new vaccines, and securing greater access in developing countries, to enhancing health span, stem cell therapies, reproductive biology, scaling and production of biosimilars. And so I'd like to take a moment to really thank our panelists and you, the audience, for this lively and exciting panel, and looking forward to so much more to come. Thank you to each of you, and thank you, audience, and most importantly, thank you to the organizers, the government of Telangana, for bringing us together and for putting together a truly inspirational event. Thank you again.
Well, that was an insightful discussion. A huge thank you to our esteemed panelists and moderator for sharing their perspective on bioeconomy and generative biology. Thank you very much. And to express our appreciation, may I invite our session sponsor, Concepo representative T. Chandra, Lead Business Development and Strategic Advisory, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our panelists and moderator. I humbly request Ms. Brian Stanton to please step forward. Thank you very much for moderating this session so wonderfully. And now our panelist, Dr. Marina Madrid. Dr. K. Anand Kumar, thank you very much. Mr. Sanjeev Bhavangul, thank you very much, sir, for your time. Dr. G. Taru Sharma. And Mr. Sai Prasad. Let us capture this moment. I request you all to please step forward. Let us have one photograph together. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a short break and recharge. We invite you to enjoy some refreshing tea and coffee while you network and connect with your fellow attendees. Please reconvene here at 5:55 strictly, as we have an exciting panel discussion coming up featuring some of the most prominent leaders in the industry, leaders you won't want to miss hearing from. Just to have that excitement in place, our first talk is going to be from none other than Dr. S. Somnath, former chairman ISRO, who is going to be here to share his insight. I'm sure you do not want to miss this. We'll see you at 5:55 for the speakers and the panel discussion to reconvene. Thank you. See you on the other side of the break.
That's a lovely compliment. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request you all to settle down, and if your colleagues have just gone to pick up a coffee or tea, I request you all to just tell them to come and join us back. We're just about to start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you had a refreshing break and some great conversation over tea and coffee. Well, I'll take a few moments and a minute over here, take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for supporting BioAsia 2025. Our principal industry host, Amgen, Deloitte, Dr. Reddy's, Novartis, Sai Life Sciences Limited, and Loris Labs Limited. Thank you very much. Our event partners, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Thank you very much. Our industry co-host, Origin, Life Sciences, Aurobindo, CuraTech, Pi Health, Syngene and Medtronic. Our CEO Conclave sponsor, Takeda. Our international partner region, Flanders Investment and Trade. Our state partner, Government of Karnataka. Our corporate sponsors, Bharat Biotech International, Gland Granules, Neovantage, Saptagir Laboratories Private Limited, and Sartorius. Session sponsors, Agilicious, BCG, Ernst & Young, Concepo, Milton Yee, MSN Labs, Sartorius, and Virtuo. Our global sponsors, Trade and Investment Queensland, and our associate sponsors, Biological E, Bharat Serums and Vaccines, Ferring Pharmaceuticals, Indian Immunologicals Limited, NATCO, Roche and Sanofi. Thank you very much to our sponsors. This event would have never been possible without your support. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to one of the most anticipated sessions of BioAsia 2025, the CEO Conclave. To set the stage for this discussion, we are honored to first invite a distinguished leader whose leadership has propelled India onto the global stage in aerospace and research. He needs no introduction. Please put your hands together for Dr. S. Somnath, former Chairman ISRO, to share his insight today.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak in a forum quite different from mine. I have been an aerospace engineer, building rockets and spacecrafts, doing space missions, then what I had to do with the bioscience. But then you will wonder that there are connects. Of course, while we make missions to the moon, of course we make connections to life. And our programs are very strongly linked to the nation, where we look at various facts that are important for us and how space can help the nation. Has always been the agenda. I am not going into each of these topics, but we know as a country where the space domain can really help. And this has been the topic all the time, building systems for rockets, satellites, and applications. But today I thought that I will speak to you about not the technology side of it, but more of the application side of it and how it has been beneficial for the country. Some of the issues that we deal with are the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, how we can address some of them through the space-based approaches, looking at mapping, looking at measurements, and building the technological capability in building sensors, satellites, and putting them up in space has been so important for us. And I will go through a little bit of them to tell you how it has been very phenomenal for a nation like us. Another important point is about the cost effectiveness, or rather return of investments that we have made in space sector. A recent study that has been done on the space investment that you have put in India over the last so many years. We have been working in space for the last 60 years. And cumulatively, for every $1 that you invested, the return of investment has been really $2.54, direct, indirect, and other forms of returns, induced ones. And for a nation where we are investing very small money in space program, this is something really huge. And look at the infrastructure that it has created in terms of the centers, the excellence, the people, and as well as the domains that it supports. For example, the communication, Earth observation, strategic services, and navigation, and the launcher capability that we have built for our own use. The space application itself differs in various fields that we serve. It looks at sustainable development goals. It serves the economy in very many ways. It helps the governance. It sells disaster risk reduction. And we provide the services through various platforms, which looks at in each of them I am not going to explain, but each of these are important, and we connect to the governmental departments, state as well as central government, and deliver these services in various areas. Some of them involves natural resources mapping, for example, the cartographic data, the forest cover, the water resources, and look at agriculture, utilization of various resources, and of course, medical and healthcare aspects also. Possibly you know about moon missions much more than all that we do in applications. The missions that we've sent to the moon, the Chandrayaan 1, 2, and 3, and the successful landing on the southern pole of moon has really created such a news, and of course the fame that is associated with it. But more than that, I would like to stress today that though we do missions like this, the Chandrayaan 3, the Aditya, the Exposat, to look at various scientific aspects of it and to measure the parameters which will, to give deeper understanding of the universe. Equally important is to look at how this sector has been helping in an application side in many ways. Looking at this, the government was very, very happy to expand our space program recently. I think the vision for 2047 has been recently unveiled, building space stations, creating more and more moon missions, and finally making an Indian to land on the moon by 2040. For this, various development goals have been set for ourselves, building heavier rockets, reusable rockets, and capabilities over a period of time. And what is very, very important for me is to tell you that the space station that we are trying to develop, the Bharati Antariksha Station, which will be developed from 2028 to 2035, is going to help top-end research to happen in microgravity environment and space environment. Possibly, you know that when you go to microgravity environment, you can actually do better molecule synthesis, you can do material research better, you can look at accelerated behavior of many of the biological and physiological aspects that will happen in space. Possibly these are the domains that you will be happy to explore. And we are opening up this sector to each one of you one day to come and do research in such platforms. And this is something that we have started now working on very seriously. The human spaceflight program is equally important for us. The human being going and working in space in such environments, really long-term stay in space, really create the right type of atmosphere for you to do that front-end research. We do also work in various services which I mentioned. For example, the agriculture is a very important domain. We help in terms of understanding crop production, its yield. Similarly, we work on domains like fishing, for example. Based on satellite data, we can understand where the fish schools are there and help fishermen go and catch fish at substantially lower travel time and exploration that need to go around. And you understand all these are core technologies, the sensors, the instrumentation, the data analytics, all go into it in building this capability. And this is something very phenomenal, phenomenal capability that you have built, really helping a lot of people who own their livelihoods. The water, for example, for a country like India, the water quality, the water availability, sustainability is an important issue. You know that for the entire country, we have a map today which looks at how much is the water really buried deep in the earth. We have that type of mapping possible and understand where you actually drill, you will be able to get water. And this is possible from space. And equally important is to find out what is the surface water availability. For this nation, there are lakhs of water bodies and how it changes with the time, and what are the quality of the water availability, and what are the seasonal variations, and how you can improve water preservation is another area that we work with space to understand. Irrigation infrastructure is another equally important with water, connected with water. You know how important it is for each one of us for survival, the control and regulation of water knowledge. Similarly, energy, you know, the solar energy, the wind energy, there is a huge amount of satellite-related mapping. Possibly the wind turbines that we install in the coastal areas of the country is based on our input, where exactly you should put so as to generate maximum power. Where exactly you should put the solar power plants to generate maximum power, looking at the seasonal variation, temporal variation of sun, wind, etc. And this is also acquired from space. We also monitor natural resources in various ways. The forests, the mineral resources are mapped using satellite data, and this is provided for decision makers to look at how they can be better utilized. And many of the geospatial data services that we worked during COVID time, for example, where the disease is spreading and how its extent of spread, etc., were mapped, and all of this geospatial data was provided to decision makers at that point in time, looking at hospitals, the infrastructure available for treatment, and how people can be moved, etc., were handled very, very successfully, not across the country, but very, very few pockets, they were very extremely successful. We can use satellite data for this purpose. We also work on disaster reduction. For example, now many disasters happen in this country. One area that you have huge drought, and we have a flooding. Yet another place, we have cyclones happening more across the Indian Ocean regions. And all these are being monitored using satellites, and this database comes to the Ministry of Home Affairs dashboard on a regular basis. And this data is very useful for governance, administration of during disasters, post-disaster mitigation measures, etc. And this is very important capability that you have developed so as to mitigate the issues of disasters. Let me also tell you a few points before I close my presentation to tell you the technology that you have developed in space has its own spin-offs. Many of them, which includes some of the medical capability that you have developed in terms of orthopedics capabilities. We also developing heart valves, left ventricular assist devices, materials, manufacturing processes. For even a prosthetic knee that came out of some of the work that we did in microcontrollers and robotics. And this area continues, and we are able to give some of these technologies to industries to develop faster. We also engage with healthcare in a very small manner. For example, some of the engagement that we recently had is with the AHPI, the Association of the Healthcare Providers of India, and similarly the critical care medicine team to create some policies and approaches to minimize reducing mortality. And this actually helped in bringing down such rates at critical care areas. And we are also working with some of these agencies to look at how we can do a quality upgradation of the skills in medical side using the space technology. Possibly you know that the space domain is an unforgiving domain where you make a little bit of mistakes that you are bound to have huge issues. We also have created the early application of telemedicine and telehealthcare. Much before the internet started in India, that we were having satellite-based healthcare system where the telemedicine was applied in many, many hospitals successfully in the domain of ophthalmology, cardiology, radiology, and diabetology, and many others. And we were successful in establishing these facilities across the nation using a plan and action which was very successful. Even now, our telemedicine nodes are working in remote areas and also to help the defense people. The satellite communication continues to be the backbone of telemedicine networks, but with the advent of the internet, I think possibly this sector has really moving away from the satellites to direct cable connection and other internet connectivity. But many other capabilities that you have created, for example, the tele-education, mobile medical kits, trauma stations, emergency video help, etc., has been helping this sector, not only in India, but also there are examples of successful telemedicine capability developed across the globe. On global approaches, space technology can really help global healthcare areas. For example, in terms of sustainable development goals, a study done recently by the United Nations gave that the health sector can really be supported by the capability that we have in space in communication, Earth observation, navigation capability. For example, looking at the association between diseases in remotely sensing those parameters where the vector-borne diseases can happen. Look at the spatial temporal variations of climate parameters and its association with the disease spreading. Similarly, monitoring some microorganisms over a larger global level. And navigation system, GNSS, can help in terms of proximity studies, exposure to environmental contaminants, etc., in terms of positioning services. And also use GNSS transmitters for linking, for example, flu outbreaks in human hosts, travel patterns, how this can control. For example, many of these studies could be linked to the space-based technologies. Globally, if you look at the space-derived medical technologies have made really impact. I think some of you may be knowing about it, like how the space-based robotic studies really helped in developing robotic treatment, robotic investigation. Sensors that we developed in space technology went into medical diagnostics. For example, like the nitric oxide measurements, the core plasma. I mentioned about the geospatial capability that was already developed. Isolation techniques for people that go to space and the physiological and biological changes that happens in space, how they link to the medical issues. We also work in data analytics, which is very, very critically linked to the genomics and the technologies like the imaging, spectroscopy, nanotechnology, etc., comes from the space domain where we very critically work in these domains. I think all of you work with genomics and the related medicine area, and space are very, very closely linked. We are also equally linked in the domain of AI and machine learning. I think you know that, for example, the space domain, we use huge amount of imaging, X-ray, and CT scans and MRIs are not alien to space as well. We also take lakhs of X-ray images for every rocket that are being launched, and defects identification using AI tools as we use X-rays here in medical technologies are used in space as well. And similarly, CT scanning is one of the very commonly used technologies for us in space-based complex mechanisms and machines. But the CT system that we use are much more powerful than what we use in medical technology. Drones becomes very important. For example, recently some of the medical ambulance services that are developed for drones and the space are very strongly linked, because we are now going to have spacecrafts and space-based control of drones, looking at organ transportation, medical services delivery, medicine delivery, etc., will be strongly connected to the space sector in coming days. And let me conclude that the point which I want to tell you, that the work in space and the work in healthcare are in some way connected, because both of us are working in core scientific and technological domains. What services that we can give are through communication, earth observation, timing services, and for experience from human spaceflight missions where we develop technology related to microgravity, long-term exposure to space, radiation, etc. And the practice that we have in space sector will definitely help the health sector as well. So thank you so much for this opportunity to give you a brief outline of what we do in space and how it can inspire and make some headway in associating the healthcare sector with the space as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Somnath, for your enlightening and informative presentation there. Thank you very much. Now it is a privilege to welcome a globally renowned business strategist, thought leader, and mentor to some of the world's most influential CEOs. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ram Charan, business consultant, author, and a CEO coach. Sir, can we have you on stage, please?
Are you ready? How many of you believe that we will double the GDP of this nation in less than 7 years? We are committed. We make it. We deliver it. It's us. The government has given the context, the land, the help. We deliver that. This is our motto. Only people make the nation. It's up to us. So when I heard all this, I was very persuaded that I have conviction of the Telangana government, they're going to deliver it. I do. Do you have a conviction? All of us must have a conviction. Conviction and belief deliver things. So I have here 7 points I'd like you to take home, reflect them, work with your colleagues, work with your associates. We have a strategy. We have money coming in. We have 70 or 80 companies coming in here. We have all that. But the winning is done through execution. Clear? Yes. Competition, we beat via execution. If the execution is superb, we figure out if we had a wrong strategy. Clear? So point number 1. I sit on the other side of the table in the United States. In China, I'm on the board of a Chinese company. In Brazil, in Japan. Point number 1, our quality has to be better than anybody. No good quality, no good execution. Make sense? Quality gives you brand. Quality gives you better price. Quality attracts better talent. You look at Apple, quality still wins, despite the Chinese. Am I clear? Learn it. Get into our DNA. You don't have to be quality expert. All of us do the quality work. Number one. Number two, how fast the technology changing. Our decisions have to have quality and speed. Poor speed will never get us there. Learn how we have speed and not in any way fumble and have the quality issue. These are execution pillars. Number three is service. We got to deliver what we promise. If the service is poor, we don't show up, we lose a lot. These are execution issues. You work that one through. Number four, the world calculates cost. We need to have competitive costs without the subsidies. Correct? Without subsidies. Now to do that, I really want all of you to think this one through. Use the digitization. Take costs out, improve the process, increase the speed. The digitization actually has changed the money-making formula. We were trained in diminishing returns. We now have a new principle called the increasing returns. That's how Apple, that's how Amazon, that's how the Meta, all these native digital companies are on the principle of increasing returns. That is why they have a $3 trillion market value. You too can be. Learn it, go at it, figure this out. I see this in India. I'm not here very often, and I'm beginning to come. I see in all those countries, there is a big room for us to improve marketing and selling. Marketing and selling is very critical, and I see the companies, some are very good, fantastic, Dr. Reddy's, all those, Lupins, Cipla. We have more companies here, and we need to put the attention on selling and marketing. I have small companies in my work here in India, and it's very difficult for them to have the selling and marketing. We are not trained, we don't get help here. If we can't sell, we can't market, we're not going to get very fair. So I'll make that point as number 5. Now, I have here 2 more points. Many of you do a great job to assume ownership and accountability. But there are some who don't. Deal with it. Deal with it. Coach them, train them, show them how to do that. If you have a team of 10 people and 2 are not doing it, the team very ineffective. Think of coaches, think of football, think of hockey, think of volleyball, think of the basketball. You only need 1 player who's not taking accountability. Put that in the execution. And the last part, no company can have speed without cross-functional teams working effectively. Look into your own companies. How good are you? You have them. You don't have them. How do you build them? And the last part of that is, don't do too many things. Focus, focus, focus. Am I clear? Yes. Can you practice this? Yes. Can you teach your people to do that? It's not simple. It requires a practice of an athlete, like we do in the Olympics. Our people are the ones who are running world's largest pharmaceutical companies. Clear? Novartis. Correct? Google. Microsoft, I know all of them. They were born here. They were. They were educated here, just like you and I. They drink the same water, same ingredients of food. We can do it here too, couldn't we? Let's do it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramcharan, for your valuable insight. I'm sure it was a pleasure to witness him. And now I would like all our panelists and moderators to join us as we are here for the most awaited panel discussion revolving around the topic India's Century Leading the Global Innovation Change in Life Sciences. So I would humbly request our moderator for the session, Mr. Govind Raj Etiraj, founder and editor, thecore.in. Along with our panelists, I once again would request Mr. Ramcharan sir to join us as he is going to be one of our panelists, along with Dr. S. Somnath, former chairman ISRO India. I would also request Mr. G.V. Prasad, co-chairman and MD, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories India, Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, founder and CEO, Laurus Labs India, Mr. Caesar, CCO, Novartis Singapore, along with Mr. Tucker, President and GM, Eli Lilly India, USA, to please join us on, yes, they are right here. So over to our moderator, Mr. Govind Raj, you can take it over.
No, not later. Do it later. Okay, they wanted a group photograph. I said, let's first finish what we are here to do satisfactorily. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. You know, I've had a very interesting journey in the last 3 weeks. I was exactly 3 weeks ago, or 2.5 weeks ago, I was interviewing the chairman of the Oil and Natural Gas Commission, India's largest oil exploration company, Arun Kumar Singh. And he was talking to me about the challenges of finding oil or discovering oil. And he said it's a 10-year process. And he was talking about deep water drilling. And then he said that while we may take 10 years, and this was in the context of patience, I mean, how long does it take to find oil? What is the effort that's required, the technological innovation, and so on. And then he said that British Petroleum, or BP as it is called, spent 20 to 30 years drilling for oil in Guyana and then found it. So he's saying that's the kind of patience it requires when you want to pursue something really big. And we are talking about oil here, which India needs because India imports almost 80% of its crude oil needs. And yesterday, I was on a discussion at NASSCOM, that's the technology forum. It was a similar CEO panel, and we were talking about artificial intelligence and agentics. And there was someone from Accenture, there was someone from a company called Fractal Analytics, Indian born, and they were saying how in many functions now, the number of people doing those functions, in some functions, has reduced by almost 20-30%. At the same time, the output has increased because people are able to parallel process. So to bring all of this to our discussion today, and you know, deep water drilling is interesting because you've just heard about space and setting a 2040 target of putting a man on the moon or a woman. And today, we were talking about the challenges of deep water drilling. So innovation is the consistent theme there. And I just wanted to mention, you know, purely by way of anecdotal history, I was in a panel on, you know, where can India go in terms of innovation and growth. This was more than 2 decades ago. But the two people who were on that panel, along with another gentleman, were Dr. Anji Reddy, founder of Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and Dr. K. Kasturirangan, predecessor to Mr. Somnath. So at that time too, we were talking about what could we take away from space and what could India Inc. or corporate India learn from space. And Dr. Kasturirangan at that time gave an amazing overview. And it was not just about life sciences, there was also finance. KV Kamath was also there on that panel, and so on. So that was the background. So what we're going to do now is, I'm going to ask each of our speakers to speak for about 5 minutes on the theme of leading innovation change. The original theme was global. I have been told by Mr. Prasad that we shouldn't talk about global right now. Let's first talk about where we are right now. So 5 minutes each to all of you to talk about how do we lead the innovation charge in life sciences, sitting here. And maybe the first thing you could do as you talk about this in the next 5 minutes is, in your 5 minutes, is to talk about how do we set the target? What does innovation mean and what does it not mean? And when we talk about innovation, we're talking about exponential innovation. We're not talking about incremental innovation. For many people, for example, artificial intelligence or ChatGPT or DeepSeek is exponential change in computing. Similarly, what is the exponential leap in drug discovery or products? So I'll pause here. Let's start this way and come back. So Dr. Shava, over to you.
I think it's not on.
No,
it's not on.
Is it audible now?
Yeah.
Yes. The disruptive innovation in pharmaceutical industry is very capital and human intensive. It's not like artificial intelligence. In the Indian context, are you investing resources in the market? Nobody needs the product. Or are you investing in money and resources where people can afford? In the pharmaceutical industry, the drug discovery is very, very challenging. If you look at the big pharma, they have R&D centers across many locations across the globe. Not every center produced a drug. So they still run the centers for gaining knowledge. And they utilize that knowledge across other locations. But in Indian context, if you see, we want to do drug discovery and we have limited resources and we put all eggs in one basket. And if we fail in that, and it is a very disappointing move. Whereas the basic sciences elsewhere in the globe are well funded. Whereas in India, the basic sciences are not well funded. So it is a very challenging for any company to invest in disruptive technologies. But time has come for us to think disruptive. So as our Dr. Somnath mentioned, to escape orbit, you need escape velocity. Otherwise, if you don't have escape velocity, you will run in the same orbit, not go to a newer orbit. But I think India has come to a place to take that quantum leap because the value of innovation doesn't change with the location where it was generated. If you provide a service, it all depends on where you provide. If you have a cab from this place to airport, it costs you $10. From JFK to Manhattan costs $50. So service is region dependent, whereas innovation is not. It is very visible, the innovation people who do in China, they are selling that at the same price what other companies are innovating in US and selling in US. So I think if you want to grow the economy faster, I think it has to be knowledge based. If you think it's only manufacturing based, I think it will take very long time for us to become a $20-30 trillion economy. I think we have to change our games, change our gear as well, speed, and think about invent rather than only manufacture. I think if you club innovation, scale, and multiply that, that's where the real value for any economy comes. I think unless we do that math, innovate and also manufacture at scale, then the economy will benefit. And also, it will, if you look at Indian healthcare system, whatever rare disease or genetic diseases, in India, no disease is rare. If you look at the 1.4 billion people, every disease is much bigger than what a rare disease elsewhere in the globe. So Indian diseases or Indian rare diseases, genetic disorders, need definite solutions, which has to be Indian born. Because if there are several diseases, for example, SMA by Novartis, it is a $3 million. No Indian patient can afford to give $3 million. So we need to put efforts to find solutions for Indian market. I think if you find a solution, money will come. So I think that a drastic change we need to think. We need to do a quantum leap, not incremental thing.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to thank BioAsia for inviting me to this panel, particularly as I am new to India. I just recently took on a role leading across our sites for Lilly. And this is the first time that we've actually had someone across our sites, and it speaks to the importance of India as a market for us, and it is because of the innovation that is here. As I think about pharmaceuticals and how exciting and dynamic this marketplace has been in India, from what I understand, growing from $4 billion in 2000 to more than tenfold to $50 billion by 2023. And if India wants to double that in the next 5 years, then I think it's important that we move from just volume-based growth to more of a value-based innovation. And as I think about innovation, it has to impact patients. And so at Lilly, we have a portfolio of innovative products. But what I'm most excited about is those products that can impact chronic diseases. Because innovation has to be, as we've talked about, not incremental, but exponential, a step forward. But if it doesn't impact the population, then it's hard for people to hold on to that. The other I would say is, as we think about the pharmaceutical industry and what has been happening, it's clear that we need to pivot to where the healthcare will be in the future. And that's going to be more cutting edge, maybe precision medicine products, but they're going to be coming at a much faster pace. So as we talk about innovation, we also have to talk about the ecosystem for it. And where I think about that, I think about we have to have a robust ecosystem there. And it has to be a connected research ecosystem as well. I am excited about all of the investments that are happening for India for research and development. And unless we can connect those together, and coming to Hyderabad my first time, I am impressed by all of the global capability centers. We have had global capability centers in Bangalore for over 10 years. And we're opening another one here, which is focused specifically on tech and AI, because it's that tech and AI connected to our innovation that will actually impact patients. And that's what I'm most excited about. And I hope our discussion will be how do we actually deliver innovation to patients.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prasad.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. So I represent Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited here. I want to give you a little bit of history of our drug discovery efforts. We started drug discovery in 1994 for the first time in India by an Indian company. We went on that journey for about 15 years. We tasted a lot of success. We out-licensed compounds with MNCs for clinical development. But in the end, we spent about $150 million and realized that we were not going anywhere in the research that we were doing, and then we kind of wound it down around 2009-10. And after that, we looked at incremental innovation, actually taking existing molecules, making them better through formulation innovation. We got 6 products approved, and we launched them in the US. Unfortunately, we had to struggle to get reimbursement, and that whole financing was not adding up, and then we had to sell that business. And after that, we started a services company around 2000 called Origin Discovery Technologies. And that somehow morphed into a oncology research company with a fairly deep pipeline of about 10 small molecules in immuno-oncology in the clinic at various phases. And we still don't have visibility to a drug. Now, this is almost 30 years of effort. So I just want to highlight how difficult it is to innovate and innovate in a system which is very nascent in its evolution for drug discovery. And that's the reason I said it's a little presumptuous to say leading the global charge on innovation from India. It's going to happen, but not today. The other part is you asked for what could be the moonshot goal for innovation. The government has already declared this. They want to invent or discover 100 NCEs, NMEs by the year 2047. This is a stated goal now. So that itself should spur a lot of innovation. Having said that, as a industry, we are very good in process innovation, process development. We actually are leaders in API development, in generic product development, biosimilars, services, and we've really become a force in that. And we shouldn't discount that. Of course, innovation is a much bigger challenge, but I think we should be proud of what the industry has achieved in the last few decades. And certainly we are globally competitive. India is known as a reliable source for all these areas. And that is something we all should justifiably feel proud. Now, going to innovation. Innovation is not a linear journey from API to generics to innovation. People say moving up the value chain, but this is not a continuous value chain. It's a very different business. The risk profile is very different. Generics, you have a large number of small bets. Each application maybe 3 million, 4 million, maybe 5 million. But for a drug to see the market, it's hundreds of millions of dollars, $1 billion plus. So it's a very different game. We can do some initial discovery, then partner, then develop. There are many ways to, get there. But no Indian company has the wherewithal financially to take a drug, discover it, and take it global across all phases of development. It's just very large financially. And a company which is, most of our companies are valued on the profits they make. And the valuation is a multiple of your earnings per share. So if you look at that from that perspective, the more you spend on research, the less you'll be valued. Because nobody gives value to the pipeline in this country. So there are so many such obstacles. But again, the price is worthwhile. The price is worthwhile. If you have a successful drug in the market at a global level, not at the Indian level, the payoff is amazing. It can transform the company from where it is to multiples of where it should be, where it is. So it's a difficult challenge. It requires a lot of effort. Like Professor Ramcharan said, focus, tenacity, persistence, ability to take intelligent risks. And in spite of all that, there is a lot of uncertainty. In spite of all the artificial intelligence people are talking about, the human body is not well understood. Routinely clinical trials fail. That's why they're called trials. And how many companies have the wherewithal to absorb the failure of a phase 3 drug? And that, I think, is a defining challenge for us. It's a great aspiration to have. It's certainly the right time to do it. India is on the rise. Financially, we are much stronger. There's a lot of risk capital available. Talent is coming back, and we do need it to come back. So with all this, I think, it's a worthy challenge. It's a moonshot, certainly like landing some moon. And if you say what is success, it is discovering a drug in the labs in India and launching it globally. That should be the moonshot we should take. And the government said we should discover 100 drugs. But the challenge is not in discovery, it's in development. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and a global trial.
So, let me interject a quick question before I come to Dr. Somnath. So what would Dr. Ranji Reddy have been thinking in '94 when he took on that challenge?
Well, he's written his biography, his whole story of his life. He was so passionate about drug discovery. He was a scientist. He was an entrepreneur. He had that, passion for science. The biography is called The Unfinished Agenda. Yeah. And I'm here. I'm also 64 now, and I'm still struggling to complete that unfinished agenda.
So are you saying that he did not have the same sense of concern about, let's say, quarterly results and such pressures as you have today?
No, for him, it was his life story, the passion, that he wanted to do this, take a drug from discovery to global launch. He didn't need it to be done internally. He would partner, he would do all that. Unfortunately, he didn't see it in his lifetime, and I hope I can see it.
Dr. Somnath?
No, I just had a presentation, but then what was missing is precisely this aspect, which I said is very important for me to tell here. The journey in space is as same as Mr. Prasad just now mentioned. Innovation, bringing it something new, looking at the failures, and then making it success is not an easy thing at all. It's never an easy thing. For us to go and land on the moon was never easy. Okay, so it takes great amount of resilience to handle the possibility of a failure. And possibility of the failure for us, it's very evident and very, very big. You all see it, when we fail to land. And you can always criticize us and then say, yes, you did something that should not have been done. This is a huge issue. Keeping the motivation of the organization at a very peak level to do that once again is again a challenge. Come out of failure is always a big issue because many a times you don't really understand what really went wrong. For us, possibly, I do not know about the molecule discoveries. But then it's in such situations to come up and then succeed requires leadership, knowledge at the fundamental level, the ability to conduct research, and then keep it connected to institutions that will do support research. I will tell you that if you really want to innovate and do, maybe I'll just maybe a little bit differ from the view that is expressed that manufacturing is not very important, but innovation is important. I tell you, manufacturing is a key to help you to do innovation. Unless you create strong manufacturing base, you will not understand the trick of the trade. You need to create that strength in every sector. Let it not be in bio, but in every other domains, you need to have that strength. Many a times you need to borrow and collaborate. From our experience, I can tell you that borrowing and collaborating is a good thing to create the right type of talent and capability at home. Don't think that you will always start from the fundamentals. Don't try to do from fundamentals. You need to come on equal level with others at some point. And for us, I tell you, ability to know about the liquid engines, doing cryogenics. We worked with others, even building satellites, we work with others to create that capability here, then make it better and cost effective at a later point in time. For I believe in these sectors which you are also dealing with it, bring in talents, bring in capability from wherever it is available into our society, then look at how to scale and innovate from that point onwards. Possibly that could be a step maybe to accelerate the process. You will help.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. Well, first of all,
I'll take non-pharma.
Good. First of all, I'm really honored, and to be part of this panel. Just being here, it's a bit of a, touch yourself. It's real, right? Because it's, to be, be part of this distinguished panel is something that it's the first time in my career. So I really appreciate it, for the invitation, and I'm humbled by the opportunity. We need the pharmaceutical industry, we live and die by innovation. If we don't bring, new medicines to the market, that's it. So, in Novartis, we are approximately, just to give you a round number, we sell around, $50 billion in sales around the world, and we invest approximately 25% of that in research and development, right, in innovation, to bring that into the market. And the reason that I want to say this, because this is a lot, it's a lot of money, right? It's a big investment, and it also takes a long time. In some examples, we may even invest around $2.5 billion over an extended period of time without knowing if this asset will actually come to the market or not. So it's huge. And the reason that I want to share this is, how does this link to India? How does this link to the GCC here in Hyderabad, right? And it's very important because we want to find ways to first shorten the way clinical trial programs are actually, how long they take, and also how can we reduce the investment that takes over time. What we have been doing here in Hyderabad for the last 20 years is to build a platform and an organization which actually now is exactly doing this. Through AI, we are now, the team has actually developed more efficient, and designed more efficient clinical trials so that we could actually operationalize them in a more efficient way. When we do that, we actually shorten the time, and we save so that we can reallocate those savings into what I do. I sell them. I bring them to the market. So it's kind of like it's all an ecosystem to actually innovation then brings in more resources that then we can bring this asset to the market, because innovation without bringing this asset to the market to the patients who need it, it doesn't make an impact. And this is actually, what I feel that innovation plays a key role in the whole spectrum and environment. So, okay.
Thank you very much. I like to think outside the pharmaceutical industry, biotech, because I don't have much knowledge. So what is exponential innovation? I want you to think this way. It could be a simple idea that has exponential outcome. Otherwise, the exponential innovation will not be sustainable. It could be in the same way, Dr. Somnath. It has some exponential outcome. So here, it could be a simple idea. It may look very simple. It could create an exponential outcome. So when I look at the world, Steve Jobs' iPhone, in fact, had been done before. It's in the museum. It created an exponential demand. And it changes industry. And what I say, has it changed our lives a little bit? I'm going off the record here, but it doesn't matter. I am with the CEO of Nokia, who does not see the same way. You see what happened. I'm not giving you any details of this. Shale gas, individuals' effort for years. It has changed the global disorder. It will change more as Trump is emphasizing. Somebody figured out for this space, you can have a reusable capsule that changes the whole economics of the space travel. Somebody had a simple idea to get there. Moderna makes the decision faster. I couldn't tell you I'm right, but it is doing on the digital basis. But I couldn't tell you that I'm right. I want to tell you, your point was very important, Dr. Somnath, because I get to see companies that have exponential growth and what is their organization engine. So I want to give you 3 ideas of those engines. The first one and the best one between 2001 and 2016 is the Amazon, 25% per annum growth annually, sustaining. It had a very disciplined organization approach to do that. I just leave you one title, tell you what it is. They created what they call single-threaded separable teams, full-time, focusing on the task of the exponential growth. I've tried in India, one company is doing that. You can see the difference. So they have a very disciplined way to do this. Each company will have its own way to do that. And it is repetitive, repetitive, repetitive. And their part is they look at the future, work backwards. That's what I see in those companies.
Okay, let me pick up on a couple of points. So you talked about spending in research and development, and that's a big debate in India across industry, and I've been on a couple of discussions on that. So let me start with Dr. Chava, and then I'll come to Mr. Prasad as well. Why do Indian companies not spend as much on R&D as their counterparts elsewhere?
Simple answer is they don't have money. So I'll give you one simple
in
example.
relative terms, not in absolute terms.
Yeah, I'll give a simple example. We supported a IIT Bombay startup doing immuno-oncology. They had an asset CAR-T, CD19, about to go to phase 1. When we did diligence, they have filed patent only in India. They haven't filed patent anywhere else. So your value is diminished because they don't have money to file PCT in various other countries. Just they had IP production only in India. Imagine a company, pharmaceutical company, developed from lab to commercialization of CAR-T with all the global IP production. It could have been valued at $3-4 billion. Successful CAR-T CD19. Because this startup doesn't have money or ideas or visualization of the value of the asset. They didn't file anywhere else. But they were successful. We supported them in phase 1, we supported in phase 2. They got the approval of DCJ and they launched in India. And they already have 300 treatments done. Could you imagine what is the value of that company now? €1 is gone. Probably it would have valued $300 million. So unless you think globally, the value is diminished. So you should have a lot of deep pockets and somebody who visualizes global market and help them. So we don't have that ecosystem. Even in the universities, IITs and all, great startups. But the academic environment lacks commercial thoughts. That's the difference between Europe and US versus India.
Okay. Mr. Prasad, just for the audience's information, we decided or we spoke about not talking about the government as much as possible because all the previous discussions did. So, Mr. Prasad.
I won't talk about the government, but I just see a parallel from China.
Yeah.
I'll talk about the Chinese government, so not the Indian government. So China created a very robust ecosystem for innovation. And part of that was to create a domestic market for innovative products, reimbursement, premium pricing, a certain period of patent protection, exclusivity. And that spurred a lot of innovation. And of course, they had many other things like getting talent, US trained talent back, financing, equity, risk capital, all of those. And today, I think China is number 2 in the world in innovation in a short period of a decade and a half. There are lessons to learn from that. And, I certainly agree with what Satya told about innovation and how do you maximize the value of innovation. The other thing you said about R&D spent by Indian companies, it's not low by global standards. As a percentage of revenue, most generic companies don't spend more than us. Actually, we do more than global generic companies. If you compare it to the innovators like Novartis, yes, we are nothing. But that's a different business. Yeah. You can't finance innovation from a generic business's profits. It's not there. And especially today with the pricing pressures in US and Europe, there's not much money left to fund our own R&D for our own core business. Now to go and fund very risky development of discovery products is a little too ambitious. This is where we need an ecosystem for financing innovation, financing long clinical trials, which can go wrong, which can fail, and that's part of the game. Clinical trials fail, and it's like the rocket engine which didn't go. The same thing happens in this thing. So in some ways, we have to be accepting of failure. You have a very, digital kind of a response to a failure, and the stock market thrashes you. It will be difficult to continue to invest in innovation. So that is where I think the system needs to encourage innovation.
But you say we don't treat failure well. Are you referring only to the stock market, or is it more attitudinal?
In general, bankers, investors, owners.
And you feel we've not changed over the years?
They're a little more tolerant. but not adequate.
Okay. Dr. Somnath, let me come to you. You know, when 1957, Russia launched its first satellite. And in India, Vikram Sarabhai was one of the people who said that we should also do something like this. And that's how the space mission started. But a lot of India's space objectives have been self-set and self-created and then self-invested in terms of R&D. So tell us about that. I mean, how do we, I mean, you know, we're talking here about saying, okay, we can't invest because we don't have, and there are pressures. If I'm a listed company, how do I plow back my money? But of course, India's space mission has always been supported by the government. At the same time, it has to justify what it is investing, because a lot of it is maybe, you know, literally going to land up in the Indian Ocean.
See, possibly the similarity between your domain, bio domain, and space domain ends here. The investment for R&D necessarily come from governments in case of space, wherever it is. You just heard that there is a reusable rocket that came out of innovation in the US.
Yeah.
But do you know that the money for that actually came from the government?
Government, yeah.
It's not from the private investors.
Yeah.
And this is very important for core technology areas. Unless government comes in pictures for supporting R&D and innovation, it won't take off. So at least even for space, for my sector, even the markets are governments. Okay, even up to 60-70% of the market for space is actually government usage.
Yeah.
So and even possibly for sectors otherwise also. So moving away from many of this is not good. So government should understand that, though we decided no, we will not speak about government, but then we need to speak because some of these sectors requires that support continuously to encourage innovation and to take you to the next level. And possibly you would be seeing this in other sectors other than space. You are seeing now it in electronics. Now you are seeing it in quantum. Now you are seeing it in artificial intelligence. Now the interventions of the government is taking place in this country. So the space sector was benefited by the approach because of there was leadership, which showed that it is very important for government to invest in it. Unfortunately, for sectors like electronics, chip manufacturing, there were no leadership to give you the direction to do that in this country. So we are lacking in that area. Possibly similar other sectors, if you really look at, it is precisely because the vision and leadership in people from the technical side was not visible and available for helping governments to take that step forward. I think this is very crucial. Find out those are the people who are possibly sometimes in industries who will be able to help and mark governments to create that investment opportunity.
So let me ask you for an example from your career specifically, of an instance where you were constrained by resources and you did something, and you and your team did something, and the opposite example where you tried to do something but could not because again you were constrained by resources.
There were many cases. I think this forum is not good for telling all the real stories, but then
just two.
But then, like successes, there were missed opportunities everywhere. There are missed opportunities. So possibly you will also see that stories in many other sectors. But then let us not worry about the missed opportunities. But what you can do in the future, as Mr. Ramcharan said, that spending what you didn't do is not important. What you want to do in the future is more important. And for that, let us plan. For example, for any technology-linked programs, I think the right approach is to create a conducive environment of research and industry collaboration. For us also, that was missing. For example, in space sector, you will see, I don't have a good company, aerospace company in India, for example. Why we didn't create an aerospace company where there are global aerospace companies, Airbus, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas, they're all there, but there is no company in India. Where we missed. Though HAL is there as a public sector undertaking, they didn't go up to that level. So there is a reason behind it. And now we need to make the correction. So we identified this as a potential area. We need to create globally competent aerospace company in India. This is one of the goals. And government needs to invest to create a company in aerospace. So this is at least this is an understanding now with all the people. I think these are the things which you should.
So, but you're saying that at that time, this was a policy failure, that not thinking of, let's say, pushing a private sector entry into.
No, it has, it has many reasons. It's not policy failure. See, understanding the sector. For example, aerospace and defense were considered to be a protected sector once upon a time.
Sure.
And we now realize there is no reason to consider it as a protected sector because it has dual use. Space has dual use. It can be used for war, it can be used for peace. So it was so much protected. Today we realize that it is an economic power. You have a satellite system, communication capability, it gives you an edge. And it's very important to bring in private investment in this, and to create scaling up will happen only in private. So this realization has come only very late. I think this is something which actually we missed an opportunity long back.
And anyone wants to weigh in on this? Dr. Chav?
I think, see, there are a lot of missed opportunities, but we should think progressively. If you look at country is doing good and companies are also doing good. I'll give our own example. We are a 20-year-old young company. So what we invested in first 15 years, we invested in the last 5 years in capex. But many people don't like our capex modality. So they think we are crazy. We're investing 20% of revenue in capex. Nobody likes except we. And when we do our math, so what we invested in 20 years, we are going to invest in the next 5 years. See, we are talking about getting opportunities and capturing opportunity. See, to capture opportunity, we need to put money on the ground, whether in research or in manufacturing and all. Unless you put money, so you can't increase prices. Everybody is looking at cost effectiveness, so the prices are going down. Unless you make more, effectively couple that with innovation. See, money people have knowledge. Unless you overlap, you're not going to sustain. So the bigger the overlap of manufacturing and knowledge, that's the success for us. So we are trying to overlap massive investments, that is a deterrent, and massive investments in R&D, that is also deterrent. To couple those to make a competitive advantage. That's what we're doing. So I think what we miss, if you think seriously and put efforts, I think we can realize in the near term.
So, can I add on to this?
Yes, please.
I think we're talking about innovation, which really takes focus over a long period of time. And there is the challenge, because it takes capital to be able to do that. I work for a large company, one of the most valuable healthcare companies, and we focus in some specific areas. That allows us over the long term to invest there. But I will say it comes back to it. I don't want to talk about the government, but I want to talk just in general, that there has to be then a marketplace for that innovation. And I think that's what we're talking about, is that challenge between investment over the long term for focus without a marketplace which then can adopt that innovation. And that's one of the things we're most excited about, is how do we bring that innovation in a way that it can impact the marketplace.
So what are the opportunities of this current age is technology, and I think both Tucker and Cesar have talked about, how your own global capability centers are using AI, for example, to accelerate that innovation. So the question now is, I guess, we've missed the bus in some ways, and we've talked about that, but is there an opportunity to leapfrog, including for Indian companies, using, let's say, artificial intelligence or machine learning in its most...
Please, Iran, for acute coronary artery disease, and it's a major, clearly a healthcare, a malady. And the team in India, here in Hyderabad, designed a clinic, was crucial in this technology, were able to reduce the time that the patients were actually recruited, because they were able to identify those centers ahead of time who would be more efficient in bringing in, those patients into the right patients to the trial. Normally, in a trial like this, you would have approximately 1,000 patients who were wrongly selected. And this is a huge cost and time. Because of AI, the team was able to only miss 13 patients. And that's amazing. And this is the work that the team here in Hyderabad has done. So we have shortened the time to complete that clinical trial and recruitment, but at the same time, we have saved significant funds.
Okay, Winslow?
Yes. I think what I would add on to that is that
and an example would be useful here.
I'll give you a good example. We've been using our Capability Center in Bangalore to help us with the development and also registration of our products globally and cutting down the time that we do that. Now, one thing we are looking to do, and I said earlier, we want to bring innovation at the same time as we do in developed countries. We actually want to bring our innovation all around the world and simultaneously, which is very difficult. And so our investment in Hyderabad, that's going to bring in a focus, and all of them are collaborating and making this ecosystem that allows us to be successful. But I think that also allows India to build those kinds of capabilities that can be shared throughout the sector, not just for us, but also the entire sector, and that becomes more continuous. So.
Okay, Mr. Chair, you wanted to?
Yeah, I only have 2 points. I totally concur with Dr. Somnath. It is the leadership. I think you all agree. Now, I do want you to think about innovation. We talk technology driven. We also have innovation in business models. And they can be very powerful. We have tons of examples. IBM had all kinds of software people. They became #1 in personal computer and then missed the whole thing. And who won? Nobody. Never heard of him. Broke. Walked 12 miles to get a decent meal in a week. Figures it out. HP missed that. It's leadership, business models. By industry, by companies. Because the application of AI is changing the business models. If you don't deal with it, you may be at a disadvantage.
Okay, so I'm going to come for views from Mr. Prasad and back to Mr. Chava. I'm going to keep some time for questions, so just keep your questions ready if you have any. Not right now, I'm going to come back. Okay. Yeah, yes, Mr. Prasad.
Are we talking about AI? Yes.
I think the question is really, can we leapfrog? I mean, we started out by saying we want to go somewhere in innovation.
Yeah, we can leapfrog, but AI may not be the only tool out there. It's certainly a game changer, it's certainly a force multiplier, but we still have to have the deep science, the biology, the way biology is evolving today. That's mind-blowing. You know, it's actually a convergence between AI, low cost of high computational power, as well as the deep science. If you put all that together, there's an opportunity to really innovate faster. But you know, it's like still finding a drug is like finding a needle in a haystack. Now you can do a lot of haystacks with all the tools that we have. Will it increase the probability of finding the needle? This is a question I don't know the answer to that. But I certainly think if you focus, if you invest over a decade, we can catch up like China has shown us. And for that, you need to have the right financial incentives. China had a good home market. We need that. We need premium for innovation. That's how you drive innovation, by big payoff for innovation. If you don't have that payoff, we'll have to rely on the global markets. And to develop a drug from all the way from the lab to global markets is a huge task for any Indian company. So you have to be creative, find partnerships, financing, opportunities, options, all of that, which makes the task even more harder. So I think the best way for Indian companies is to innovate for India and then take it global once you have established that. And I think, that could be a model. Take the cost of failures, all of that. And that's the challenge for Indian companies.
Okay.
I do want to tell you what I know about your industry, even though I'm not in it that way. The business model of the pharmacies in America is now under radical change. Both of these large companies, Walgreens and CVS, they're going through a very tough time. Second, the intermediary PBM is under attack. If the cost at the pharmaceutical company was $100, the customer was paying somewhere $300. This is going to go through radical change. I may be using the wrong numbers, but it is here. And so your drugs have to get to the consumer. So look at the whole value chain and say, what does it mean? Innovation here may not reach there, and vice versa. So I watch that from a different angle. Look at the whole chain. Is the consumer patient getting what needs to be gotten at right kind of prices and so on?
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, or actually, yeah, 4 or 5 questions, but I'm going to take questions together. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Very short, please. Huh? Can you introduce yourself?
We work on two. One is on the management side, we're working with corporates, and other on the rare health diseases side on the public advocacy. Having said that, one of the things when we are speaking on innovation, this is centric to India, and data of people on diseases is not available. Or if you have right data for Indian country, then a lot of innovation things can be put in India which will be beneficial to the system, where cost, everything can happen. Since we work on the public advocacy space, we don't have the right data to work on.
So you're saying that if we fix or get better at mining our own data, then we can be...
Of Indian citizens across.
Got it, okay.
Data registry.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Hi, Sid Jandiala here. I'm from America, from Boston, fully educated there. My question is, why isn't there a very similar kind of structure like the NIH that has grant funding for academia, where a lot of the assets are being generated in academia and then licensed by pharmaceutical companies? What is the limitation for having that same kind of ecosystem here, where a lot of the universities are doing that basic level deep science research and then being able to provide those assets to pharmaceutical companies here to license and then commercialize?
Okay. Yeah. Anyone else on this side? Yeah.
My name is Rajiv from EY. I think technology seems to be a mantra. So basically, it helps companies do things more faster, which means it would be leaving money on the table. So my question to the esteemed panelists is, do you think Indian companies should think of, investing heavily in technology, especially areas like R&D, manufacturing, quality, where it might allow companies, some more money on the table to innovate?
So you're saying that the Indian companies don't invest in technology sufficiently?
No, I don't say that. Maybe probably look at it differently, maybe a faster adoption in these areas.
Got it. Okay, yeah.
My name is Anand Govindaluri. I'm a venture capitalist in life sciences companies. I've invested in more than 70 life sciences companies across the globe. My question is, why aren't there life sciences venture capitalists with subject knowledge, subject expertise in India? Where are they? Second point is, why are the big corporates with a market cap of 20,000 to 80,000 crore, why aren't they setting up corporate VCs like what we see in the West? And sorry, I'm asking you one more question. I shouldn't be asking that, but the key point for innovation is the ability to have skilled managers of science. What India has done is we have produced good scientists. We have not produced good managers of science. What West has done is they have produced excellent managers of innovation and science. So what are we doing to do that? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes.
I'm Shastri from Pharma Synergies. Can you hear me?
Yeah, louder.
Traditional medicines, especially from herbals, you get a lot of 40% of the drugs used in the synthetic or semi-synthetic.
A little louder, we can't hear you.
Traditional drugs, 40% of the herbals are used as drugs. From the traditional drugs, you start innovation, maybe the clinical trial life cycle management, the innovation cost may come down.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Let me get some answers now. So, one of the points, let me come to maybe Winslow on data. I think there was a question about data and are we mining? And this is something that I've heard elsewhere too in different contexts. That in India, we are not sufficiently mining the data that is within our own enterprises. And for that matter, even society at large. The other point is, of course, the academia part, and I'll let Mr. Prasad and Dr. Sharma answer that. And then the point about skilled managers of science, which is a very interesting question, because I think we talked about this, about ISRO has always been headed by engineers, and thankfully not bureaucrats. So, and you can see the advantage of that. So let's start with the academia part. And do you want to go first, Mr. Prasad? And
what's the question on academia?
So the question is, I think that is there sufficient? Why is there not sufficient linkage between academia, funding for academia, and then business?
Yeah. So certainly there is an opportunity here. There are a few excellent academic institutions doing amazing work. Many of them are doing basic research, not as much applied research. Also, there's no ecosystem where academics can become entrepreneurs. And these are things we can improve. But I was very impressed with some of the work that's going on in academic institutions like IIT Chennai, the Brain Research Center, for example. At some point, it will find application, but they're really doing an amazing job of bringing engineering and biology together and doing it for the first time in the world. Really impressive work. So there are examples, but we must do it at scale. Yeah, I had a question. I had an answer on the training of managers for managing science. I think the Indian PhD system trains people to solve problems and solve them well. And Indians are very good at solving problems once the problem is articulated. But imagining the problem to be solved is something we must get better at. I think if we do that, I think we'll have much more creativity in our academic institutions.
Okay, good point. Dr. Java?
I think when it comes to industry, academia collaborations, I think it is happening, but it is not happening the way the Western universities and industry collaborate, where the basic sciences are nurtured in the universities and applied research is done by the industry. I think time has come for us to lead, not follow. I think if you follow, you will always follow. I think we should also look at the therapy areas or modalities where the big global companies are practicing in the last 2-3 years, not to try to reverse engineer what they have done 20 years back. I think we should lead rather than follow. Then that should start from universities and also supporting universities, taking their knowledge and then exploiting their knowledge for commercial use.
So the other point was about the venture capital system, investing in other companies. So I think both of you do it in some way or the other. So do you want to weigh in on that?
I think it's very obvious. India has only risk and capital. We don't have risk capital. These two are very separate.
Yeah.
So unless we have risk capital, I think it's very difficult to put money into the innovation. Yeah.
I agree with that. We invest, but we invest only after seeing human proof of concept, which is not risk at that time, which is less risk at that time.
But what stops you? Okay, now, I can guess what stops you, but I think his question is, could there be a more robust or vibrant venture capital system funded by companies like yours?
So in India, we don't get valued for our pipeline, our intellectual property, the future cash flows. But unless they see a real business model with predictable cash flows, financial institutions don't invest. And that is where I think the West, you have a lot more access to risk capital. There are a bunch of VCs, a bunch of private equity players with huge amounts of money available. And I think that's basically what we lack in this country. And once we have that, I think that will also spur innovation. It spurred innovation in the IT sector, in the space sector. In Hyderabad, there are space companies now being funded by private equity. So it will happen. I'm sure it will happen.
Cesar and Winslow, what's your experience in sort of funding external innovation?
That I am sorry, but I cannot answer that. But I want to pick up on the academic and in the talent, because if you listen to our CEO and the interview that he did in Forbes India over a year ago, and last week, Shriram, our president of global development, they are super excited about the level of talent that we have in India, and also super excited to continue to enhance the academic collaboration. So we feel that this is one of the strongest pillars that the Indian market actually has to offer. The people, the talent that is in this country is actually amazing. And I just can't, I don't stop hearing about it within our own senior leadership. So I think there's a lot of excitement there that we all should feel proud.
And if I could add on to that, I think with all the global capability centers, there's an opportunity to connect academia with those centers to make sure that the skill sets that are being developed are for that next level of innovation. And so I know that it's happening, but I think there's a broader way that we can do that as well.
Okay, so we're going to head for a sum up in a moment. But any more last questions? Yes. You're too far back. You'll have to come up from the front. I see you there, but you're too far back. Yeah, very quickly, please. Yeah.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I'm Mayur Raval. My question is, we see a lot of products, biopharma products, that are on the price side, on the very higher side. If I consider local Indian population, then this innovation, how much time would it take to reach this innovation of biopharma to general public?
Okay, we're going to sum up. I'm going to start with you and go this way. So about a minute. So we started out by asking the question about can India or India Century leading innovation charge in life sciences. So we've talked about 2 or 3 things. We've talked about the raw material. We've talked about what we have and what we don't have. And there are some serious issues on policy support, on capital. So those are the problems. We've identified the problems. We've also seen the opportunities, including those offered by technology, including what you're doing right here in India.
Yes.
So if you were to look at all of this and also look at some of the questions that have come in, how would you sum up this challenge of leading the innovation charge, topic for today?
Well, thank you. I think, what comes to mind immediately is you need to build on your strengths. And those strengths are clearly in the technology, in the talent, in the people. So if we actually take it from there, I think there's a lot of things can be, could be done, moving forward. So build on those strengths that are already in the foundation.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Okay, yes. You'll come back? Yeah.
Okay. I believe there is a huge opportunity in front of us. There is no doubt about it. As already mentioned, there is the right type of talent, the right type of entrepreneurial spirit slowly developing. What exactly we lack are the points that you just mentioned, that many a times, the real innovations are supported by government policies. One, interventions of the right type of policy and government support is needed. Second, of course, you mentioned about the academia industry connect. Though there are examples as mentioned, the real connect is still missing. Okay, the academy is not really contributing into translational research which will leave life to products. Many a times the whole of the academy is focused on research outcome into publications but not into the product design development. This is one of the issues here. We need to address this. Then the industry should see the benefit in taking that input to convert into product. Then they will be happy to support the R&D activity, which is still not happening. Many a times academics are supported more by PSUs or public sector undertakings or governments and not by industries in a big manner in this country. This need to change. Okay. Also, there is a need that the fundamental research happens in academia and the entrepreneurial spirit of those people is not encouraged today. And this also need to be done through a regulatory change or policy change where the entrepreneurial approach of academic people to go into,
go into industry must be encouraged, which is happening now. At least I could see about countable number of people doing it with great risks. But this must become an encouraging, very, very highly encouraged activity. Possibly in my domain, from people from ISRO should also be allowed to start an industry, So why not?
You'll find funding in this room, I can assure you.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Prasad.
So I'm very optimistic. I'm optimistic because we have done well in the basic businesses of API, generics, services. And while we are serving innovator customers, we are also learning. So we're learning as we are earning. And we're using all that, we can use all that knowledge to go and innovate, and it's going to happen. You can already see a few green shoots. The 3 products last 1 year that have been done by Zydus, Vocart, and Orchid. They're in the market now. So you need one big win to create that positive spiral of many companies jumping in, as well as risk capital coming in, and we're waiting for that one big moment. But I'm certainly very optimistic that Indian companies can and will innovate and become a force in the next 10 years.
And your biography will be the finished agenda, not the unfinished agenda.
I hope so.
Winslow?
I'll keep my comments very quick. I also am very excited because I think we're in a moment in time where you're converging on all of this investment. I think it's setting up an ecosystem. I will say, though, that while we didn't talk about government, there's an opportunity. There have been some strategic policy and regulatory changes, which I think those are required as well to make sure that that innovation can take hold. But I am very excited.
What's an example of what regulatory change that you would...
I'll give you just 2 quick ones. One is that if we want to talk about having research and development, it is a competition for trials around the world in my business. And so if it's not easy to start up trials, they will not start in India. The second is, as I said, we want to launch everywhere at the same time. Bringing innovation means that it has to be easy from a regulatory process so innovation can get to patients.
Thank you. Last word.
I think, as Mr. Prasad mentioned, there are a lot of people sitting on the fence right now to invest in this risky innovation or not. But India has a lot of entrepreneurial spirit. If there are major successes, I think there will be a bunch of people who wanted to take the risk and invest. I think we are at the finish line now. People will definitely invest in that.
Right, and I think all of you are well positioned and poised to take us over that finishing line. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
Wow, that was a truly engaging session. A huge thank you to our esteemed panelists and moderator for their perspective on India's leadership in global life sciences. It was quite an interactive session. To express our gratitude, may I invite on stage Mr. Shakti Nagappan, Director, Life Sciences, Government of Telangana, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our panelists and our moderator. I would request Mr. Shakti to please hand over the memento first to Dr. S. Somnath. Sir, thank you so much for being over here to make BioAsia 2025 Day 1 so special. Thank you very much. Mr. Ram Charan, thank you so much, sir, for being here. Next up, Mr. G.V. Prasad, sir. Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, sir, for being a part of this discussion. Mr. Caesar, thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Tucker, thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this discussion. Let us capture this moment, one photograph together. And of course, yes, our moderator for today, Mr. Govindraj. Thank you very much, gentlemen. As we conclude an insightful and dynamic first day of BioAsia 2025, we extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators for today. A special mention and a shout out to our sponsors for their unwavering support. Today's discussions have provided a valuable insights into the advancement of shaping life sciences, and the collaborations formed here will play a key role in driving the future of healthcare. But this is just the beginning. Tomorrow, day 2 of BioAsia 2025 begins at sharp 10 a.m. with a power-packed lineup of sessions, thought-provoking panels, and impactful keynote addresses. We invite all of you to please join us. We continue exploring the next frontiers of healthcare innovation at the day 2 of BioAsia 2025. Now, before we wrap up for the day, we welcome you all to join us for the networking reception, an excellent opportunity to all of you to connect, exchange ideas, and build meaningful collaborations in an informal setting. Thank you very much. You are a wonderful set of audience. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.